Chapter 101 Farewell. When she thought of Linha's crazy look just now, and Luffy was not the kind of person with self-control, Nami hurriedly stopped him and said, "What game are you playing? It's almost time for dinner. Don't play." Seeing Nami winking at him, Sanji also advised, "Luffy, you just recovered from your injury, you should take a rest first." Linhai smiled and said, "Luffy, don't listen to their nonsense. There is still some time before dinner. You don't know that the game I played with Zoro just now is very interesting and fun. Don't you think so, Zoro?" Without waiting for Zoro to answer, Luffy couldn't help it. "Linhai, tell me what game it is, let's play it first." Soon, Luffy put up a big triangular poker there, and it fell down again after a while. After doing this twice, Luffy's situation was the same as Linha's crazy just now, scratching his hair, and then messing up the poker cards. Everyone looked at the irritated Luffy with lifeless eyes. Chopper said, "It's over, Luffy is the same as Linhai. Nami, I now believe that Linhai is Luffy's brother. Sanji, the sea is full of wonders. Usopp, no wonder they came from the same village." Luffy, who was going crazy, suddenly smelled the fragrance of food and instantly forgot his troubles at the moment. Luffy was revived with full blood and said, "Let's eat." Linhai exclaimed, "Luffy, you haven't experienced the feeling just now, come back quickly." "Stop it, bastard!" Everyone shouted. As soon as the dishes came up, Luffy started to snatch them. He was not eating, because he didn't even swallow. "Zoro, Luffy, you have so many around you, why are you snatching mine?" "Usopp, Luffy, you bastard snatched my things again, let me add more ingredients." Nami was furious and said, "Don't come over." After that, Nami turned around and asked, "Vivi, don't you want to eat together?" Wei waved her hand and said, "I've eaten. This is a special treat for you." At this time, Luffy turned to look at Linhai. Linhai said leisurely, "Luffy, what's wrong with you? Are you eating? Don't think of my noodles." "Luffy, Linhai rolled his eyes and said, "Get lost. If you want to eat, take it yourself. If you dare to stretch your hand over, I will sell your hat." Luffy's eyes bulged, "Pucci, nanny." Sanji kicked him, "Dirty bastard." Sanji turned and asked, "Linhai, when did you start to like noodles? Didn't you like meat before?" Linhai said with a smile, "In fact, noodles are quite knowledgeable, mainly the ingredients." As he spoke, Linha's eyes passed through Nami's sight and Vivi's sight in a meaningful way. The two girls' faces turned red for no reason. When Chopper heard this, he immediately started eating noodles. "Really? Are noodles so delicious? I want some too, damn Luffy, I will never let you take it away this time, absolutely." After a while, Usopp exclaimed, "Bring some water, Chopper is the boss." Seeing this group of people eating like a war, Linhai knocked on the table with chopsticks and said unhappily, "I said, can you not be so willful? Eat a meal as if others don't know you are eating, damn." Before he finished speaking, because the noodles in the bowl were soupy, Luffy scooped up the noodles with his hands. "How terrifying! Luffy, believe it or not, I will chop you up." Zoro was really depressed. He was eating there, why did soup suddenly pour on his head? After a while, Luffy asked Vivi, "Vivi, we are partners, right?" Vivi nodded and said, "Yes." Luffy invited, "Come on an adventure with us, the sea is fun." Nami's eyes flashed. After all, she was the only lady on the boat, and some things could not be said. In addition, they had been together for this period of time, so Nami also invited, "Vivi, come with us." Sanji said with red hearts in his eyes, "Vivi-san." Vivi smiled gently, "Everyone, thank you for your invitation. If it was before, I would go to sea with you. But now you can see the situation. I have become a spiritual sustenance in Alabasta. I can no longer come here casually. Sorry." Everyone was silent for a while, and Luffy still refused. "Vivi, don't you think about it? We will leave soon, but we can't bear to leave you." Vivi glanced at Linhai and smiled, "Luffy, although I didn't go with you, we are still partners, right?" Sanji looked at Vivi with pitiful eyes, "Vivi-san." Linhai rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Can you not show this virtue, making it like a love saint, Iba?" Sanji immediately got angry and said angrily, "You bastard, I will kick you to death. Doin X2. At this time, Vivi asked, "Aren't you staying for a few more days? Are you going to set sail so soon?" Nami explained, "Our ship is still docked far away from here, and I am a little worried." Vivi confirmed, "Then when are you going to leave?" Nami raised an eyebrow and said, "Tomorrow morning. When one day the raindrops tap on your window, when the wind blows your imagination, can you take the time to think about this old look?" Ahem, before leaving, Lin Hai naturally has to say goodbye to Wei Wei. When night falls, Wei Wei hugs Lin Hai's neck and says vaguely, "Lin Hai, I don't know when we will meet again after this separation. I will miss you." Lin Hai replied with sweat, "I will miss you too." Ah! Wei Wei almost lost consciousness, and when she reacted, she couldn't help but said coquettishly, "You bastard, with your virtue, I just hope you don't forget that there is someone in Alabasta who misses you, you." Outside, the sky has been drizzling, sometimes tapping on the doors and windows, sometimes stormy. The people of the kingdom of Alabasta have been waiting for this heavy rain for 3 years, and today it finally comes again. And tonight, Wei Wei is happier than others, especially Lin Hai sent a lot of things, not only spiritually, but also materially. In the early hours of the morning, looking at Vivi, whose face was as red as peach blossoms, Lin Hai couldn't help asking, "We are about to set sail, you?" Vivi smiled gently and said, "I'll let our runner fast take you a ride." Lin Hai nodded and said, "Ahem, is it convenient for you?" Vivi blushed, but still replied, "Don't worry, although the water tank was full of rainwater last night, the water inside has been taken out." Chapter 102 New Partner. On the Mary, the Straw Hat group stood. At this time, everyone was silent, with occasional calls of seagulls, and everyone was looking at Princess Vivi sitting on the back of Runner fast on the shore. People, after getting along for a long time, will develop some emotions and habits, especially Princess Vivi, who cares so much about others. She is not only beautiful, but also has her own unique charm, so that now when they leave, they are reluctant to leave. Finally, Lin Hai said, "Vivi, go back quickly, Alabasta is still waiting for you." Is this moment really here? Nami on the boat and Vivi on the shore couldn't help but shed tears. Vivi covered her mouth and choked, "Everyone, we are still partners, right?" Luffy replied with tears in his eyes, "Of course. Vivi, you are our partner, even if you don't sail with us, we will remember you." Sanji said like a love saint, "Vivi-san, I will definitely remember you, Wivu." Vivi also knew that this was not a solution, and finally made up her mind, looked at everyone a few times, especially at Lin Hai for a few more times, and rowed away from here without looking back. And the Mary finally set sail. Lin Hai looked at the direction of the room inside the ship and knew that Robin was already on the ship, but Lin Hai did not expose it, but chose his own position and had a good sleep. "I listened to the rain all night last night. If I don't sleep, it will affect his Lin Hai's appearance." The ship soon set off on a new route, and the Straw Hat Pirates lay listlessly on the second-floor deck. Zoro looked at them like this and couldn't help asking, "I say, what's wrong with you? So lonely?" Everyone shouted. Zoro said unhappily, "If you don't want to leave Vivi, why didn't you just pull her onto the boat just now?" When everyone heard Zoro's behavior, they couldn't help but confront Zoro. Sanji, green shower head. Nami, so bad. Chopper, barbarian. Luffy, three swords flow. Usopp corrected, "Luffy, three swords flow is not an insult. Luffy, six swords flow." Just then, a door opened, and then a female voice said, "Haha, everyone is still so energetic." When everyone reacted, they were all panicked. Chopper hid behind Zoro and asked, "Why did you get on this ship? Are you here to avenge Baroque?" Zoro drew his sword and pointed it at Robin and asked, "Tell me, what is your purpose?" For once, Sanji followed Usopp and pointed a gun at Robin. Rokurin Hana. Robin used his ability to subdue everyone in an instant. Robin took a recliner and put it in one place, explaining, "Don't use such dangerous things against me. I don't have any purpose, because your Captain Monkey D. Luffy did something excessive to me, so he has to be responsible for me." Sanji immediately grabbed Luffy's collar and said angrily, "Luffy, what did you do to this beautiful big sister, tell me clearly." Luffy said to Robin speechlessly, "Don't talk nonsense, did I do anything to you?" Robin sat on the chair, supporting his chin with one hand and explained, "Yes, I had given up living at the beginning, and you saved me." Luffy asked, "What do you want?" "Haha, Robin replied charmingly, now I have nowhere to go, let me get on your ship and be your partner. Nanny! Everyone shouted. Usopp was the first to object. Luffy, no, she was the vice president of Baroque Works before. How can such a dangerous person be a partner? Nami echoed, Usopp is right. If we let her follow us, we will not be at ease when we sleep. By the way, where is Lin Hai? Why can't I see him? Chopper seemed to have found a sense of security and hurriedly looked around, looking for Lin Hai's figure, and Zoro pointed to a place and said, he has been sleeping since he got on the ship. Sanji couldn't help but say, he is comparable to you, Zoro. No, now we should deal with the matter of this woman in front of us. Robin, sitting on the chair, ignored the words of the people next to him, but looked at Luffy elegantly. At this time, Luffy replied, okay, I agree. Nanny. Everyone was shocked by Luffy's operation. Luffy showed a sunny smile and said, don't worry, she is not a bad person, hee hee. Robin smoothed his shawl hair and smiled, then please give me more advice in the future, Captain. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed, don't worry, everyone relax. Although Luffy agreed, the others didn't trust Robin at all. Seeing Lin Hai still sleeping there, Nami walked to him angrily, Duan. Nami put her hands on her waist and said, still sleeping, get up. Lin Hai sat up in a daze and yawned, ah, another day I woke up by my own handsomeness. Everyone looked at Lin Hai like that, and their faces all darkened. Nami said unhappily, the vice president of Baroque Works is going to be our partner, and you are still sleeping. Luffy has agreed to her. You should give some advice and persuade Luffy. Lin Hai just stood up. Robin smiled elegantly, Huaxia.d. Lin Hai, you are so handsome. Lin Hai immediately became energetic, and quickly took out his mirror to look at it, then spit on his hand to press the protruding hair, turned his head to look at Robin and smiled, you are also very beautiful. Everyone almost vomited. What kind of habit is this stinky Lin Hai, always applying his own smear on his hair? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Because time is limited, in order to maintain his image, using saliva to fix his hair, isn't this the fastest way? What? This group of people are just jealous of him, Lin Hai, that's it. At this time, Zoro jumped away and stayed away from Lin Hai. Sanji couldn't help but pointed at Lin Hai and said, can you be more hygienic, you bastard? Change this bad habit. Lin Hai turned around and asked, are you jealous of me? Who is jealous of you, you bastard? Sanji wanted to go up and beat Lin Hai. Usopp quickly grabbed Sanji and advised, now is not the time to talk about this. The matter of that woman wanting to be our partner has not been resolved yet. Who knew that Sanji's eyes turned into red hearts in an instant, turned around, and then said to Nami and Robin, two beautiful ladies, I'll make you some drinks. Looking at Sanji's back as he left, Zoro and Usopp's faces turned black. Forget it, they can't count on him at all. Chapter 103 Robin blushed. Usopp said, these people are too unsteady, especially Lin Hai. When people praise him for being handsome, he goes to sleep again. Zoro nodded and said, there are only two of us left. We are really a group of unsteady guys, tisk. At this time, Nami leaned against the door with her arms folded, one foot on the railing, and said sideways, really, I was fooled by her. I'm useless. That guy has been the vice president of the crime company until now. How can a woman like that become our partner? Pa Usopp clapped his hands on the side. Oh. Zoro agreed. Ignoring Usopp and Zoro, Nami turned to Robin and warned, even if you can fool those idiots, I won't be fooled. If you dare to mess around, I'll drive you off the boat. Robin replied, well, I'll remember it. By the way, I brought some crocodile gems with me. Nami's face changed in an instant and she ran behind Robin. Her eyes were full of money. She put her palms together and put them on the side of her face, saying flatteringly, I love you so much, big sister. Seeing this, Usopp and Zoro's faces turned black, hey. At this time, Sanji had already made the drinks and spun out directly from the kitchen, love, drifting love, I'm just the blackened body, the drifting wood lying down with the waves, I was moved by your beauty called thunder and fell into the rapids, I am a driftwood. Sister Robin, please have some tea. Robin chuckled and said, thank you, Sanji. Then Sanji twisted his body and muttered, love. Usopp said contemptuously, Sanji, I knew it was like this. Zoro nodded and said, there are only 2 of us left, we must hold on to the last fortress. Usopp echoed, don't worry, Zoro. Before he finished speaking, Luffy said, hey, Usopp. Usopp turned around with a gloomy face and asked, what are you doing? With the help of Robin's flower fruit ability, Luffy simulated 2 deer antlers on his head. Luffy imitated Chopper and said, Chopper. Usopp was instantly attracted, and then, Usopp followed Chopper and Luffy to make a fuss. Zoro felt that he was abandoned by the world. Just now he was so confident, and in the blink of an eye he went to play. But Zoro finally fell for Robin's look, and then he also fell. Lin Hai, who was sleeping on the deck, woke up after a while because of the fragrance of flowers. It turned out that Robin was tired of reading, so he walked to Lin Hai and looked into the distance. Robin noticed that Lin Hai was looking at him, and couldn't help but greeted him, are you awake? Lin Hai stretched and replied, I didn't expect that your fruit ability can also purify the air, it's really refreshing. Purify the air? It was the first time someone said this about his ability, and Robin couldn't help but smile. Do you know the meaning of the D clan? The D clan? Lin Hai shook his head like a rattle and replied, I don't know about these. I just joined this pirate ship. Are you used to it? Robin turned his head and looked at Lin Hai and shook his head. Lin Hai smiled and said, it's normal to just enter a new environment. Just be casual, but with your ability, you should be able to adapt quickly. Look over there, there are really a group of children. They are so old and still rolling on the deck. At this time, Sanji came over and replied, you are not much worse. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji began to turn around and said, Ms. Robin, it's time to eat. In the restaurant of the Merry. Eat, 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 Luffy kept shouting there with tableware. Usopp, Sanji, I want meat buns. Chopper, I want potato pancakes. Zoro, by the way, a bottle of wine. Lin Hai, Sanji, I want noodles. Remember to add various ingredients. If it doesn't taste good, I'll beat you up. Sanji turned around and said angrily, you bastards, be quiet, the food will be here soon. Hee hee. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled, it's so lively. Nami said attentively, Sister Robin, what do you want to eat? I'll help you get it. Usopp and Zoro, hey, you must have received someone's treasure, right? Lin Hai sent out his Urquatu again, come on, everyone who sees it will get a share. Nami said, want to drink now? Someone will watch the ship later. Lin Hai smiled, just dock at one place. The most important thing about being a pirate is what? Luffy, become the pirate king. Zoro, the world's #1 swordsman. Usopp, a brave sea warrior. Lin Hai hurriedly stopped him and said, stop. Don't talk to me about such far-reaching things. The most important thing is to follow your heart and be happy at the moment. Now, we have a new partner, and she is also a beautiful woman. Shouldn't we celebrate? Usopp asked in confusion, if we all get drunk, and no one is watching the ship, what if we deviate from the sailing route or the enemy attacks? Lin Hai stepped on the chair and said, I will watch the ship later, and drop the anchor directly. Anyway, it's getting dark. Come on, cheers, welcome Robin to be our partner. Everyone raised their glasses and laughed, welcome our new partner. At this time, Zoro looked at Lin Hai with a different look. Lin Hai was furious, don't compete with me, it's just a few bottles of wine. And Lin Hai directly clamped Zoro's neck with his hand and taught him a lesson, can you stop being so arrogant, and say hello to Robin? Zoro said anxiously, I won't say it, you can say it yourself, you must have lost to me last time, and now you are here to retaliate against me, right? Lin Hai was furious, what did you say? Zoro challenged, let's compete again. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, add me. Do an X3. Nami said speechlessly, really, one by one, don't you want to eat? After dinner, it was dark, and Lin Hai sat on the small groove made of wood on the main pole, which is the so-called night watch. Ahem, what's so good about this, it's pitch black, who would come here to plunder? So, in the starless night, Lin Hai began to squint secretly. Who would have thought that Nami would sneak up, and then the two of them would stage a Titanic-like love? Lin Hai said, Nami, spread your hands flat, look up and close your eyes, and feel the smell of the sea breeze. Nami asked in confusion, what do you want to do? Linhai explained, in my hometown, a couple did this on a huge ship, and I want to experience it. Nami said unwillingly, don't come on, Robin is in the room, if I stay out for too long, I'll be discovered. Linhai rolled his eyes, Robin knew it a long time ago, didn't she? She was peeking at him with the flower fruit, but it didn't matter. Seeing Nami looking back and looking at him eagerly, what else did he, Linhai, have to worry about? Robin in Nami's room was just curious about what Nami was doing out at this time, and he didn't expect that she was doing this. Suddenly, Robin's face was covered with blush, her breathing became unstable, her heartbeat accelerated, and she was especially torn between wanting to watch and not wanting to watch, and not wanting to watch but not wanting to. In the end, Robin watched silently. And Nami didn't know that someone was actually watching her. Linhai thought that Robin would take back her ability after finding out, but who would have thought that she was addicted to watching? Since she likes to watch, then watch enough. Chapter 104 This is definitely not Nami. The next day, Linhai was sleeping soundly on the deck, Zoro was training on the main bar, and Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were fishing there. Suddenly, there was movement on Chopper's fishing rod, and he caught a fish weighing more than 2 kilograms. Chopper couldn't help but show off to Luffy beside him, I caught a fish. Luffy praised, you are so awesome, Chopper. As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement on Usopp's fishing rod. Feeling the force on the fishing rod, Usopp said in surprise, I caught a big one. Really? Chopper and Luffy said in surprise. Usopp used all his strength and finally caught the fish, but the fish was the size of a thumb. Luffy said contemptuously, is this a big one? It's not enough for me to fill my teeth. Stop talking nonsense. Usopp said unconvinced, you haven't caught a fish yet. Luffy replied, watch me, I will definitely catch it. At this time, Sanji came out of the kitchen, Ms. Nami, I mixed a cup of juice for you that helps beauty and makes your skin smoother. Beauty? Silky skin? Nami couldn't help but glance at the direction where Linhai was sleeping, and her face turned red. When they heard Sanji's words, Luffy and the others who were fishing on the side said at the same time, we want it too. Sanji said contemptuously, why do you guys want such smooth skin? As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement on Luffy's fishing rod. Sure enough, a huge snail was caught, and then, it hit Linhai's head. Linhai, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened and said confusedly, Nami, you hit me again. Nami, who was on the side, had a black face. Click, the center of the giant snail was opened, and a salesman with splayed eyebrows and formal clothes came out. Linhai asked in confusion, who are you? Did you attack me just now? The man stood straight and introduced, excuse me, let me introduce myself, I am a salesman, Lei. Because I encountered a strong storm at sea, I was in trouble. Thank you for saving me. Saved you? Linhai asked in confusion. Usopp explained, Luffy fished him up. Lice is a salesman, and he quickly introduced his products to everyone and started trading. At this time, Nami stepped forward and asked, excuse me, do you have any paper for sale? Lice, paper. Nami explained, yes, big and tough paper, paper that will not be blown apart even by the sea breeze. Lice suddenly realized and said excitedly, leave it to me. As he said, Rice took out a large stack of white paper and explained, this is the highest grade 1000-year-old paper, which will not be eaten by insects, and will not change color even if it is placed in the sun for 1000 years. It is most suitable for making family trees and drawing treasure maps. Luffy asked curiously, can it be used to make paper airplanes? Lice shed a drop of sweat, yes, it can, but it's too wasteful. Nami observed the white paper and asked without hesitation, how much? Luffy asked in confusion, do you want to buy it? Nami replied, of course. Nami's dream since childhood is to draw a map of the places she has been through, and drawing a map requires better paper. Now that she has encountered it, she will naturally buy it. When Rice saw Nami like this, he secretly cried that he had caught a fool. Based on past experience, Rice replied, this is not easy to do. These are very rare and valuable items. Even if you place an order now, you have to wait 5 to 10 years to get the goods. Nami said softly, can you sell those to me first? I will pay whatever amount you pay. Luffy said in disbelief, Nani? Usopp held his head with both hands and said, Nami, who can even skip meals to count money, actually? Zoro said with sweat on his forehead, Nami, who values money as her life. You actually said that you will pay whatever amount you pay. Everyone shouted. Sanji on the side said speechlessly, it's not that exaggerated, right? Sanji turned to look at Lin Hai, who was holding a pot that he had taken from somewhere and hitting his head. Sanji couldn't help asking, what's wrong with you? Lin Hai exclaimed, I must be dreaming, this is definitely not Nami. At this time, Rice on the side replied, I understand, a set of 1,000-year-old paper, the market price is 60 million Baileys. While Nami and Rice were bargaining, Sanji tied Lin Hai up and said, we bought it. Luffy asked in confusion, do you have money? No. Sanji pulled Lin Hai forward and said, Huaxia.d. Lin Hai, the reward is 300 million Baileys, sell him, don't you have it? Lin Hai's face darkened. This guy is really a genius. Today, Lin Hai was outshined. However, as soon as Sanji finished speaking, Rice immediately recognized the Straw Hat Pirates. He didn't even want the goods on the side and quickly escaped on his snail. At this time, Nami picked up the 1,000-year paper that Rice had dropped and said in surprise, I can finally do my own thing. As she said that, Nami turned around and warned, you are not allowed to disturb me later. Remember this. If anyone disturbs me, he will be fined 100,000 Baileys. Just like that, everyone started to do their own things. A day later, the Mary finally docked on a deserted island. Everyone excitedly boarded the island, while Lin Hai slept in his small room. After all, he was the one who watched the night for the past 2 nights. Although Nami was with him, he was sleepy during the day. As soon as everyone got on the island, Nami began to assign tasks by drawing lots. Who would fetch water, who would go hunting, who would go collecting fruits? Zoro said to Nami in dissatisfaction, why should I listen to you? Nami stared at Luffy, who was playing like a child on the sand, with a gloomy face, and asked back, what do you think the captain of this ship will do this kind of thing? Zoro took his knife speechlessly and walked into the forest to collect fruits, while Nami used an instrument to draw the island. Chopper drew a lot to stay on the ship to watch the ship. After returning to the ship, Chopper looked at the empty deck and the quiet surroundings, and couldn't help but get interested. So, Chopper climbed to the observation deck on the main bar, pointed forward and said loudly, from today on, I am Captain Chopper. This feeling is so cool. Chopper raised his hand, pointed to the direction of the empty deck and said, hey, all crew members, look here. Luffy, don't eat other people's food. Usopp, you work hard. Sanji, make me some delicious food. Lin Hai, give me your noodles in the future. At this moment, Lin Hai came out of the room, looked up at Chopper, and said with a smile, Captain Chopper, what did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Puchiwao Chopper was frightened by Lin Hai, and then fell off the observation deck. Lin Hai caught Chopper with one hand, and Chopper, who reacted, said quickly, why are you still on the boat? Lin Hai said with a smile, who woke me up just now, what do you think? Hey? Robin, why don't you go to the island with them? Robin glanced at Lin Hai, quickly avoided his eyes, and then replied, I like to read quietly. Ahem, Robin was also tired these 2 nights, at least Lin Hai knew that she went to bed very late. But Lin Hai would naturally not expose such things. Looking at Chopper, Lin Hai said, the fresh water on our boat is almost gone, let's go collect fresh water together, shall we? Chopper asked, don't we need to leave people on the boat? Lin Hai touched Chopper's head and smiled, have you forgotten that I can use the haki of observation? Whether there is anyone coming, I can still sense it in this range. Observation haki. Robin said to himself, it's really convenient to have this ability. It's really convenient, Robin, you should stop reading. Do you want to be a homegirl? You can go for a walk with us. What is a homegirl? Robin stopped him, wait, I still want to read. Lin Hai pulled Robin up and said unhappily, you should change your lifestyle and be optimistic. Life is still very interesting. If there are mushrooms in it, the noodles tonight will be much more fragrant. Really? I like mushrooms the most. Don't you like meat buns like Usopp? Wait. Robin said, let go, I'll go to the island with you. The notification was so slow, so helpless. Chapter 105 Zoro also likes to pretend. In the forest, Zoro saw so many fruits on the tree, and immediately put down the basket on his back, slowly pulled out his 3 swords, and posed in a posture that he thought was more handsome than Lin Hai, and then muttered, "One sword splits the mountain, one sword cuts the sea, and one sword splits the sky." Clang! The sound of the 3 swords being taken out of the sheath by Zoro resounded in the forest, and some birds were immediately startled. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Zoro liked this feeling more and more. Now he understood why Lin Hai liked to pretend so much. Ahem, Zoro quickly came back to his senses and continued to mutter, "This is called the 3-sword style, the secret of the 3-sword style, tornado." Zoro took action, and the small whirlwind formed by the 3-sword energies directly blew towards the tree above his head. The fruits on the tall trees fell one by one, and Zoro quickly picked up his big basket to catch the fruits one by one. Just when Zoro was very satisfied, the fruits on the tree fell all over the sky, and then Zoro was buried. Etherwise, Usopp started his personal forest adventure. He said he wanted to be a brave sea warrior, but what happened? It turned out that he was as timid as a mouse, and he boasted more than anyone else. Look, when he was walking in the depths of the forest, just a drop of dew fell on him, and he just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead people. Luffy is different. He is climbing up the tree and communicating with the monkeys. Although neither side can understand what the other is saying, it does not prevent them from communicating through expressions. As for Sanji, he followed Nami all the way and showed his courtesy, but he didn't know that Nami didn't mean to him. At the same time, Lin Hai, Chopper, and Robin also walked towards the forest. When Chopper was on Drum Island, there was no forest there because it was frozen all year round. When passing through Alabasta, it was almost desert, not as green as here. At this time, Chopper looked around as if he had discovered a new world. "Hey Lin Hai, is this the forest? It's so beautiful." Robin asked in confusion, "Haven't you seen a forest before?" Chopper replied cutely, "No." Lin Hai smiled and said, "I say Chopper, how do you feel now? If you were still on Drum Island, you would live in that small world every day, and you would not know how wonderful the world is, right?" "Yet," Chopper said excitedly, "thank you for inviting me to go out to sea with Luffy." "Wow, what is that?" "A mushroom." Lin Hai quickly pulled Chopper to explain, "That is a colorful mushroom. I heard it is poisonous. Let's not pick it." When he heard that there was a deadly poison, Chopper was horrified and said, "What a terrible world." Hee hee. Looking at such a simple and true-natured Chopper, Robin covered his mouth and chuckled, "Chopper, you are so cute." Chopper was stunned, and immediately said shyly, "Asshole, even if you say that to me, I won't be happy." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and went to the forest with the 2 of them. Soon after, the 3 of them arrived at a small lake. The lake was blue, and the lakeside was like the Wizard of Oz, with butterflies dancing there. Robin took out his book and lay down on the grass to read. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "I say Robin, with such a beautiful view, you do such a boring thing." Robin asked in confusion, "With such a beautiful view, isn't it a pity not to read a book?" "No, no, no." Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said in a very showy way, "The mountains are covered with smoke and the blue sky is warm, and butterflies are flying. Why read a book with such a beautiful view? We should sit down and talk about life and what happiness is." Lanchan refers to the small lake in front of us, not the field. Robin is a knowledgeable person. Although Lin Hai's poems are pieced together, Robin does not know the profound Chinese poems, and what Lin Hai said is suitable for the scene. As for talking about life, talking about happiness, when Robin thought of that moonlit night, she couldn't help blushing, and quickly turned her eyes away, not intending to respond to Lin Hai. But Chopper on the side was different. He felt that what Lin Hai said today, why didn't he understand? So, Chopper couldn't help asking, "Lin Hai, what do you mean? What smoke, what blue sky?" And originally, Lin Hai was going to let Robin take over, but Chopper ruined the atmosphere. Lin Hai, with a dark face, said unhappily, "Don't ask so many questions, kid. Have you collected the water?" "Oh." Chopper replied, "It's collected. Shall we go back?" Lin Hai's face darkened again. "What's the point of going back? If we go back, how can we take a bath? How can we communicate with Robin?" Lin Hai put on a big bad wolf expression and turned around and smiled, "Chopper, such a beautiful view, you lie down and have a good rest, feel the beauty of nature." Really? He did it as he said. After listening to Lin Hai's words, Chopper really lay down on the grass to feel the breeze. Kamaji, Chopper said intoxicatedly, Lin Hai, you lie down too, it's really comfortable. Hee. Can you stop talking? Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Chopper and admired the surrounding scenery. In particular, Lin Hai found that Robin's figure was really good. Compared with Nami, they were completely different styles. Robin, who was about to read a book, noticed that Lin Hai was looking at him. Robin said unnaturally, why are you looking at me like this? Lin Hai waved his hand shamelessly and said, don't be so stingy, you have such a good figure, it's okay for people to look at you. Chopper was like a shit-stirring stick and didn't feel the nature well. He interrupted and said, is Robin's figure good? Why don't I think so? Lin Hai turned his head and said speechlessly, can't you just keep silent? Chopper asked in confusion, why? Looking at the cute Chopper, Lin Hai resisted the urge to throw him out and said unhappily, I don't know. Hee. Robin sat up and asked curiously, Lin Hai, have you really beaten celestial dragons before? Lin Hai nodded and said, yes, it was an autumn evening, the weather was fine and sunny, with a breeze blowing from time to time, just like a mother's gentle embrace, it was really nostalgic. Robin and Chopper were full of doubts, what on earth was Lin Hai talking about? Seeing their expressions, Lin Hai reacted and said directly, it was that day, I beat up the celestial dragons, and then I was offered a reward of 300 million Baileys. So that's it. Chopper was immediately excited and said, Lin Hai, if I beat up the celestial dragons, my reward. Lin Hai hurriedly stopped him and said, are you going to die? Get rid of this idea quickly, if you are hunted by the Admiral of the Navy, it will be interesting then. Chopper asked in confusion, are admirals of the Navy very powerful? Robin explained with some fear, the admirals of the Navy are the highest combat power of the Navy. Chopper said in horror, the highest combat power of the Navy? So, isn't Lin Hai in danger? Seeing Robin's frightened look, Lin Hai stood up and interrupted, let's not talk about this, let's go back to the beach and prepare dinner. Seeing Robin still in a daze, Lin Hai pulled her up and said with a smile, Robin, what's your expression? It's just death at most. If you are not afraid of death, why should you be afraid of the Admiral of the Navy? What's more, give me some time. In this world, no one can do anything to me. Chopper's eyes lit up and said, Silga. Lin Hai, are you so powerful now? Lin Hai hugged Robin's waist and smiled, why do you ask so many questions, kid? Let's go back. Chapter 106 Electric shock. Lin Hai and the others came out of the water source in the forest. After that, Robin also recovered from the state of fear. Robin, who had reacted, realized when his hand was holding Lin Hai's. Robin turned his head and secretly glanced at Lin Hai, and happened to meet Lin Hai's eyes. Robin quickly avoided her eyes and felt her heart beating so fast. This strange feeling was a feeling she had never experienced in her escape career for more than 20 years. Lin Hai also noticed Robin's state. She looked flustered just now, as if she had been electrocuted. No? A subtle atmosphere spread between Lin Hai and Robin. It was just depressing that Chopper, who was holding a bucket, turned around and said, Lin Hai, shall we put the water on the boat? It was just such a voice that broke the tranquility of the evening and those inexplicable emotions. Robin quickly and quietly let go of Lin Hai's hand and kept some distance from Lin Hai. The intoxicating fragrance faded away, and Lin Hai's face turned black again. Ahem. Lin Hai said depressedly, if we don't put it up, should we leave it here to be exposed to the sun? He. Robin saw Lin Hai's depression, rolled his eyes and said to Chopper, let's go back to the boat together, Dr. Chopper. Dr. Chopper? Chopper's pupil shrank, and he stuttered, can you say it again? Robin didn't understand, so he repeated it again. Chopper asked again, Robin, can you just say the last sentence? Dr. Chopper. Robin said tentatively. Chopper immediately ignored the bucket, and made a wave shape with his hands to one side and said coquettishly, asshole, Robin, you asshole, even if you say that to me, I won't be happy, you asshole. Fortunately, when Chopper threw the bucket away, Lin Hai caught it. Seeing Chopper like this, Lin Hai really wanted to take off his size 40 slippers and slap him in the face. This troublemaker. So annoying. One bucket of water is not enough. After Lin Hai put the water on the boat, Robin couldn't help asking, is one bucket of water enough? Lin Hai replied, have you forgotten what kind of ability I am? I have collected enough fresh water just now. Oh, that's fine. Robin walked back to his chair and continued to read his book. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Robin, don't read the book. Look at the beach. The sand has become so golden under the sunshine. Such a beautiful scenery, you are still reading a book. I didn't notice it just now, but now Chopper and Robin reacted, it was really beautiful. Chopper jumped off the boat happily and rolled in the sand like Luffy before. Hee hee. Robin chuckled, Chopper is so cute. Lin Hai complained, he is so cute. Robin naturally understood what Lin Hai was talking about, but in this situation, Robin really didn't know how to get along with Lin Hai, so he had to stare blankly at the front and remain silent. At this time, Robin himself didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, Lin Hai came close to him, and Robin's whole body tensed up. Lin Hai, you, Robin stuttered excitedly. Lin Hai hugged Robin's waist from behind and whispered, there are many beautiful things in life. Shouldn't you live in a different way? After a while, Robin whispered, Lin Hai, do you know? In the past, I lived on the run and had to guard my own life safety every day. I didn't expect that I would have a day to enjoy my time. Lin Hai held Robin's hand and chuckled, in my hometown, a saint said that life is like a fleeting moment. Right now, except for doing what we want to do, other things should not become our stumbling blocks. Robin shook his head and said, you don't understand the power of the world government. Lin Hai interrupted, when we went out to sea as pirates, we had already become their target of pursuit. If their power is really that great, why haven't they caught you yet? I say you, people who pursue their dreams should move forward bravely. After a long time, Lin Hai and Robin went to the beach to play with Chopper. At this moment, Robin was more lively than before. Unlike before, she always gave people the feeling of being inextricably sad. Hee hee hee. Six-wheeled flower. Robin looked at Lin Hai playfully and said, Lin Hai, do you admit your mistake? Lin Hai, whose hands and feet were locked by Robin, did not answer Robin's words. Tisk tisk tisk. Lin Hai looked up as if he was recalling something, 36F. As soon as she saw Lin Hai's expression, Robin's face turned red again, but at this time, a voice came from the forest, and Robin quickly returned to her previous expression. This scene made Lin Hai stunned. Women are indeed born actors. They can act so well without learning acting skills. At this moment, Zoro's cursing voice came from the exit of the forest, what's wrong with this forest? It's like a maze, why can't I get out? Zoro was seen at the exit of the forest. He was walking towards the exit, but who knew why he turned a 90-degree turn while walking? Sure enough, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is a genius. Chopper turned his head and said confusedly, Lin Hai, what is Zoro doing? Lin Hai replied with a frown, since after coming out of the small garden, Zoro's direction loss became more and more serious. You are a doctor. Can this disease be cured? After saying that, Lin Hai said unhappily, Zoro, where are you going? After hearing Lin Hai's words, Zoro turned around again and finally found the right way. As soon as he came out, Zoro boasted, how is it? Have I collected enough fruits? After saying that, Zoro put all the fruits behind him in front of Lin Hai. Lin Hai looked at Zoro, who was very competitive and did not allow others to expose his shortcomings, and said unhappily, you are really amazing, sir, with direction loss. As soon as he finished speaking, a scene of chasing each other appeared on the beach. Soon after, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also came out of the forest, and night fell. At the bonfire, Nami pointed at Luffy and Usopp and asked, what did you do all afternoon? I asked you to collect ingredients, and you two came back empty-handed? Luffy wanted to explain something. Lin Hai said first, you asked Luffy to collect food? No matter whether it was raw or cooked, he ate it all on the way. Luffy quickly looked away and pouted his lips and replied, Lin Hai, don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Seeing Luffy's expression, everyone was too lazy to complain. Usopp saw everyone looking at him, and he quickly explained, you don't know, I experienced the great Usopp adventure in the forest, there was a gorilla as big as a hill. All our talents. Nami was too lazy to say anything to Usopp, but praised, Zoro is still the most reliable, collecting so many fruits, enough for us to sail for several days. Sanji quickly said, Nami-san, I can do it too. Being praised by others, Zoro said that he was very useful. When he was taking a sip of the drink in his mouth, Nami said, Zoro, then I would like to trouble you to collect some more, okay? Puff Zoro spit out a mouthful of drink. Is Nami a devil? It's already dark now. Besides, is Nami so rude to him just because he collected a lot? Just when Zoro wanted to refute, Nami stuck out her tongue and laughed, I'm kidding. Zoro turned his head and looked at Nami. He didn't know what to say. Was he being fooled? For a moment, Zoro's face turned red. Don't ask, the book hasn't been released yet. Chapter 107 Luffy was kidnapped. It's rare to see Zoro blushing. Luffy deliberately asked, Zoro, why is your face so red? You didn't drink just now. Usopp on the side covered his mouth, trying not to laugh, so that his shoulders trembled. Seeing this, Zoro said angrily, stop talking nonsense. Zoro's expression was very cute in Robin's eyes. Robin really felt that the atmosphere on the ship was very relaxed, completely different from her previous life, and she accidentally met a man who made her heart beat. For a moment, Robin, who was in a good mood, covered her mouth, showing a sincere sense of happiness, and chuckled, he he he. Everyone saw that Robin no longer pretended to be herself, and this kind of true emotion could not deceive people. So, Luffy said happily, everyone, let's have a party. Looking at Robin's charming appearance of covering her mouth and laughing, Sanji's hormones suddenly burst out, spinning quickly, with a heart full of love on his head and said loudly, love, love, this is love. He he he. Nami took a processed fruit and sat next to Robin and said with a smile, Robin, try this, it's delicious. Seeing Robin's doubts, Nami explained, don't worry, the juice here is not poisonous. Luffy and the others have just drunk it. Look at them, they are fine now. Nanny. Luffy's eyes bulged out and he was shocked, Nami, you guys use your brain well, are you a genius? Usopp complained with a black face, Nami, you bastard are really a devil. Sanji kept spinning and said, even if Nami is a devil, she is so beautiful, ah, love, this is love. Lin Hai, who was on the side, was full of black lines at this time. Sanji, this guy, is too annoying. Lin Hai said unhappily, love your uncle, is the beef I just gave you ready? Beef. When he heard the meat, Luffy's eyes lit up and said, where is it, why don't I know it? Soon, Sanji came over with a roasted beef leg. Lin Hai said, beef is very chewy and nutritious. Especially Luffy, don't swallow beef like other meat without chewing it. Luffy said with shining eyes, is it really that delicious? Bring it here for me to try. Zoro asked in confusion, where did you get this beef? Of course, it was exchanged from the Feng Shao system. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, why should I tell you? Sit down, I'll cut it for you. After cutting it for everyone, Luffy was the only one left. Luffy said quickly, Lin Hai, let me cut it myself. Don't worry, I won't be stealing everyone's food. Lin Hai looked at Luffy suspiciously, and moved the plate in front of Luffy cautiously. Luffy really did what he said, and really cut a piece of it obediently. Without waiting for Luffy to continue, Lin Hai quickly held Luffy's hand, because from the message from the observation Haki, Luffy was going to leave the small piece for everyone, and he wanted to eat the big piece for himself. Sanji asked curiously, what's wrong? Lin Hai shouted, Chopper, hold Luffy down quickly, this guy wants to eat that big piece of beef for himself. Nanny. Chopper jumped up, instantly pressed Luffy, and scolded, Luffy, you bastard stole everyone's things again. Luffy saw that his purpose was exposed, and he stopped pretending and started to wrestle with Lin Hai. Let me go. Luffy stared at the big piece of meat and said, I want to eat meat. Meat? Sanji exclaimed, it's true. After that, Lin Hai, Sanji and Chopper pressed Luffy down, and a strange dinner began. Seeing Lin Hai and Sanji holding Luffy's hands respectively, and Chopper hugging Luffy's legs tightly, Zoro said speechlessly, just grill another piece. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai turned back and said, just this piece. At this time, Luffy said, let me go, I won't grab it. If you believe that Luffy doesn't eat meat, you might as well believe that sows can climb trees. Soon, the three tied Luffy to the tree, and Luffy stared at the piece of beef with shining eyes and said, I said I won't grab it, why did you tie me up? Let me go. Sanji said speechlessly, look at your expression, who can you fool? Chopper said angrily, you bastard, we don't believe you. Usopp, who was sitting by the bonfire, turned to Zoro and asked in extreme silence, is this our captain? Zoro glanced at one place and remained silent. Robin laughed so hard that she found that she had never been so happy since she was a child. Ha ha ha. Nami almost laughed herself to death while lying on Robin's legs. They really didn't expect that there would be such a group of weirdos on the ship. The captain was tied to a tree by his own crew in order to grab meat. If other pirate groups knew about this situation, I wonder what they would think. Chapter 108 Sweet Dreams. The Straw Hat Pirates spent an unforgettable night on a deserted island, and the next day, they set out on a new voyage again. Lin Hai, as usual, fell asleep skillfully in the place where he often slept. The scenes in the dream are desirable, haunting, and intoxicating. Oh, honey, try the grapes I picked for you. At this time, the Queen Boa Hancock was holding a fresh grape and sending it to the corner of Lin Hai's mouth, who was half leaning on the bench. The Queen was eagerly waiting for Lin Hai's reply. Looking at such a stunning beauty, especially this figure, Lin Hai was very satisfied and was about to taste the fruit when Nami on the side handed him a drink. Nami said gently, "How about a drink after eating the fruit?" Lin Hai said with satisfaction, "Well, I'll eat the fruit first." Before he finished speaking, Robin helped Lin Hai to massage his shoulders and said, "Lord Lin Hai, let me massage your shoulders for you, okay?" "Good, very good." At this time, Hancock passed the fruit to Lin Hai's mouth in a daze. Lin Hai naturally ate the fruit. Unexpectedly, Hancock's face turned red and said, Master Lin Hai ate the fruit I fed him. I am so happy. Is this a marriage?" Lin Hai pulled Hancock over, patted his thigh and smiled, "Don't sit there, it's easy to catch a cold, sit here." After a while, Lin Hai took a sip of the drink and said with satisfaction, "Nami, Hancock, you two help me beat my legs. Robin, help me rub my shoulders." In reality, on the merry, Chopper looked at Lin Hai sleeping there and drooling, full of confusion. So, Chopper called everyone over and asked Lin Hai what happened to him. Looking at Lin Hai in this kind of character, Luffy punched his palm, a light bulb lit up in his head, and guessed, Lin Hai must have dreamed of a lot of delicious meat. Usopp complained, "Do you think everyone is the same as you? I guess he must be doing." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai muttered in his sleep, "Robin, your shoulder rubbing technique is really good, reward." Nami, "A little more force, yes, almost." Sanji on the side was furious, "Asshole." Zoro rolled his eyes and said, "I'm dreaming, why are you excited?" "What did you say?" Sanji said unhappily, "Even if I dream, I can't do it." Ignoring the people around her, Nami hit Lin Hai first. This guy dared to ask her to hit his legs in his dream? Did he treat himself as a servant? After being hit, Lin Hai, who was half asleep and half awake, suddenly exclaimed, "Nami, you." Ahem, Lin Hai saw Nami with her hands on her hips and looking at him playfully. Lin Hai realized that he was dreaming just now. Seeing Lin Hai staring at her blankly, Nami smiled and said, "Lin Hai, do you need me to massage your legs and let Robin massage your shoulders?" Ahem. Lin Hai replied weakly, "If you insist on doing this, I will accept it with reluctance." "Too shameless." Nami said angrily, "Lin Hai, you dare to dream like this, I will fine you 200,000 Baileys, you owe me 1.2 million Baileys in total." "What the hell?" Lin Hai exclaimed, "Did you fall into the pile of money? I have to fine you even in my dreams." Humph. Nami turned and left. At this time, Luffy came back to his senses and said, "Oh, what Lin Hai dreamed about just now was not meat but Nami and Robin." Usopp said speechlessly, "Are you just reacting now? Who is Hancock?" Luffy punched his palm again, and a big light bulb lit up in his head. He guessed again, "I know, Hancock must be delicious beef. Ha ha ha, beef is the most delicious, but it's a pity that there is so little." Everyone fainted. At this time, Robin on the side muttered, "Hancock? Could it be that Lin Hai is talking about the world's most beautiful woman?" "The world's most beautiful woman?" Everyone asked curiously. "What?" Luffy said disdainfully, "It turns out it's not beef." Everyone fainted again. Sanji stepped forward with a sweat on his face and asked first, "Sister Robin, is Hancock really the most beautiful woman in the world?" "Yes." Robin nodded and said, "She is the Emperor of 9 Snake Island and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. She reigns in the second half of the Grand Line." "What? The most beautiful woman in the world is one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Is that woman so powerful?" Just now, Lin Hai seemed to ask her to help him massage his legs in his dream, right? Everyone looked at Lin Hai curiously. This guy is so brave. At this time, Robin asked, Lin Hai, do you know the Empress? Lin Hai said speechlessly, no, you are too gossipy, right? Go away, my beautiful dream. Usopp complained, you are so daring to dream, that is the 7 warlords of the sea. Robin stepped forward and asked, Lin Hai, how about I massage your shoulders for you? Ahem. Lin Hai said quickly, no, no need. Can't I just dream? Robin didn't know what he thought of, this stinky Lin Hai wouldn't. Thinking of this, Robin ran away. In this way, the Mary sailed on the sea for several days, and then Nami didn't know how to sail. Robin looked at the worried Nami and asked, what's wrong, Nami? Nami pointed at the record pointer in her hand and said depressedly, is my record pointer broken? Look, it's pointing to the sky and it won't move. Zoro asked curiously, could it be that the next island we are sailing to is in the sky? Usopp was the first to deny it, what a joke, how can an island appear in the sky? Nami, is your record pointer broken? Lin Hai said speechlessly, this is the grand line, don't use your inherent thinking to deny whether there is an island in the sky. Robin nodded and said, that's right, as a navigator, never doubt whether the record pointer is wrong. Nami, what you should think about now is how to reach the next destination. Upon hearing this, Luffy was immediately spirited and said, Yo West, we will set off to the island in the sky. Hee. Nami asked with her eyebrows jumping, how to get up? Let the ship fly up. Luffy nodded and said, fly up. Done. Luffy was hit directly, and Nami explained, to be honest, I don't know how to get to the next island. Lin Hai on the side knew a way, that is, to take advantage of the water flow that broke out on the seabed to go up, but the sea is so big, who knows where it is. Just when Lin Hai wanted to call Nami to the nearby island to inquire about the news, some abandoned wood and debris, as well as a destroyed ship, fell from the sky. Chapter 109 Do you really think I am good-tempered? This is ship. Zoro asked first. Everyone also looked up at the sky, and a broken ship fell from it. Usopp couldn't accept it and said, what on earth is going on? Why is there a ship falling from the sky? Luffy asked in confusion, is there any meat on it? Zoro also asked, I wonder if there is any wine. Sanji said speechlessly, are you paying attention to this matter now? Lin Hai quickly used his ability to collect some tools and bones from the ship that fell not far away. Robin immediately took out his own props and began to study. Hey. Usopp said speechlessly, Robin, what are you doing? Robin chuckled and explained, of course it's archaeology. Archaeology? Everyone was puzzled, what is that? Lin Hai explained, it's incredible archaeology. Zoro and Luffy replied at the same time, I see. Sanji exclaimed, you don't understand at all, okay. After a while, Robin said, from the bones this person should have died more than 200 years ago, and the age of the deceased is about 30 years old. Silgiae. Luffy asked curiously, why do you know so clearly how many years he has been dead? Robin replied, I guessed it from the evidence left on him. Nami on the side asked in confusion, why would a ship from more than 200 years ago fall here from the sky? Lin Hai guessed, these people must have died on Sky Island a long time ago, and then were washed here by some currents. Usopp shook his head and said, do you really believe in Sky Island? Lin Hai said speechlessly, if Sky Island does not exist, how did the ship from more than 200 years ago fall from the sky? Suddenly, Luffy's eyes lit up and said, let's go to Sky Island. Hee. Zoro laughed, how to go? Luffy replied, go directly. Nami. Nami said speechlessly, I've already said, I don't know how to get there. If you ask again, I'll fine you 100,000 Baileys. Lin Hai asked, Nami, why don't we go to the nearby islands to ask first? Since the record pointer is pointing to the sky, it means that the Sky Island exists, but we don't know how to get there, so let's go collect information. Seeing that everyone had no objection, the Mary sailed to the nearby island, Gaia Island. Salvage well, salvage well. Not long after the Mary sailed, whistles and neat shouts came from afar, and everyone was attracted by the sound. Soon, a huge ship appeared not far from the Mary. The people on the huge ship were divided into two sides. A tall man who looked like an ape walked out and said, in this sea area, all the sunken ships belong to the ape pirates, that is, the Salvage King Ape, was his e. After saying that, the guy who called himself the Salvage King Ape turned his head and looked at the Mary and asked, I ask you, what are you doing there? This is my territory. Your territory? Nami asked. The ape replied, yes, all the sunken ships in this sea area belong to me. You shouldn't have taken action, right? Lin Hai replied very unhappy, what if I have moved them? You say it's yours? If I pee in the sea, is it also yours? For a while, the people of the ape pirates stared at Lin Hai with unfriendly faces. Affected by this depressing atmosphere, Usopp hurriedly pulled Lin Hai and whispered, under the condition of not knowing the other party, let's not provoke him. Lin Hai turned his head and asked in confusion, just the tone of that guy, are you satisfied? We are pirates. If that guy competes with me again, I will chop them all. Usopp and Chopper quickly grabbed Lin Hai, don't be so scary, okay? At this time, Luffy stepped forward and said, I am the captain of this ship, Monkey D. Luffy, are you a monkey? As soon as Luffy finished speaking, the man who claimed to be ape on the ship of the ape pirates opposite pulled his mouth with one hand, whistled, and said with satisfaction, woo, squeak, do you mean I look like an ape? I also think I am very manly, woo, squeak. Sanji was speechless and said, what's the situation with that guy? At this time, the ape said, I am the captain of the ape pirates, Mazra. When Mazra saw the skeleton on the Mary, his eyes narrowed, and then he said angrily, I said you, is the thing on your ship salvaged from the sea? Luffy smiled and said, no, it fell from the sky. Mazra was furious and said, how dare you salvage our things? I said, those things are all mine. Mazra jumped up and prepared to jump onto the Mary to grab those things back. It's really outrageous. Although he knew that he needed Mazra's help to go to Sky Island, Lin Hai was very upset with this guy's attitude. Lin Hai said, Usopp, let me go, hey. Usopp asked curiously, what's wrong? Lin Hai replied, let go quickly, there is a big thing coming out of the seabed. Big thing? Everyone asked in confusion. Stop. As soon as Usopp let go, Lin Hai jumped directly and grabbed Mazra's neck, who jumped towards the Mary. Lin Hai glared and said, if you dare to destroy this ship, I will break your neck. When the people on the ship of the ape pirates saw their captain being grabbed by the neck, all of them pointed their guns at Lin Hai. Asshole, let our captain go. Captain, are you kidding? Use your great strength, how could that little guy be your opponent? I said that guy, let my captain go, or we will shoot. Lin Hai glared at him. Although he did not release the domineering color domineering, he scared the people of the ape pirates into a cold sweat. It was too scary. Lin Hai said in an unhappy tone, I just want your captain to be quiet. If you are not afraid of death, just shoot. Do you really think I have a good temper? After that, Lin Hai looked at the sea level. Luffy saw that Lin Hai was so concerned about a place on the sea level, and immediately asked curiously, what's wrong? Lin Hai explained, there is a big thing coming out from under the sea. Big thing? Nami asked in confusion. Wivuwa Mazra was pinched by Lin Hai's neck, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Lin Hai said, I'll let you go, but you'd better be quiet. If you dare to do anything, you can try. Just as he finished speaking, the sea level in the distance suddenly rose. Chapter 110 My Hancock. The sea level not far from the Mary was rising, and then something like a mountain appeared. Everyone was confused for a moment. What is that? It's so big. Hey, what should we do now? Could that be a creature? Now is not the time to talk about this. Stabilize the boat quickly, otherwise we will be swept into the current. Soon, the creature emerged, and everyone found that it was a huge turtle. In the eyes of the turtle, the Mary was like an ant. At this time, Lin Hai turned around and asked, Sanji, if this big turtle is used to make soup, can you make it? Luffy immediately drooled and said, can this be eaten? Usopp on the side held Lin Hai's face in disbelief and pointed at the big turtle, crying and asked, look at its size, it's bigger than the big crab last time. Shouldn't we consider running away first? The Salvage King Ape had long forgotten the fear just now, because he was even more scared now, especially the creature so big in front of him, and immediately lost his composure and said, run away quickly. And Nami and Chopper on the side quickly echoed, run away quickly, we are going to be eaten. Lin Hai said speechlessly, if he dares to eat our ship, I will chop it first. After speaking, Lin Hai stepped on the railing, pointed at the turtle and asked, I said that big guy, there is nothing you want to eat on the sea, go back to where you came from, don't scare my partner. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened. Luffy asked in confusion, is it getting dark so soon? The people on the other ship all looked behind Lin Hai and others in horror. The people on the Mary also looked behind curiously. At first, Lin Hai was also startled. The three giant black shadows were indeed scary enough. Looking at the towering black shadows, people had to do so. However, Lin Hai quickly realized that it should be a natural phenomenon caused by the sunlight shining on the people on Sky Island. Because it was the first time for everyone to see this kind of phantom, they didn't understand what it was at all. They thought they were being stared at by some terrible thing and were shocked for a while. Even the turtle as big as a mountain was no exception. However, soon, the adjustment and survival abilities of the Straw Hat Pirates were still very good. They all mobilized and chose to escape. The Salvage King Ape had long forgotten the conflict just now, and now he followed Nami's command and helped to hold the ship. The only one who didn't move on the ship was Lin Hai, because he was in a bad mood because he was woken up from his good dream just now. Suddenly, he saw the expressions of fear on Zoro and Luffy's faces, and he felt better now. I must laugh at them later and see if they can still be so arrogant in the future. For a while, Lin Hai's mood improved. After everyone was out of danger, they all collapsed on the deck. It's really terrible, is this the Grand Line? Are those three black shadows human? Don't talk nonsense, can humans be that big? If not, why do they have hands and feet? Just when everyone was discussing what the three huge black shadows were just now, Lin Hai stood on the railing and prepared to start the mocking mode, mocking and despising at the same time. Ha ha ha, Lin Hai said with a smile, are you too timid? I know what the black shadow is like. You know? Luffy asked curiously, tell me quickly, what is going on? Ahem. Lin Hai explained, did you forget something? Sky Island, remember it? Sky Island? Everyone asked at the same time. The Salvage King Ape suddenly said excitedly, Sky Island? You also believe it exists? Lin Hai nodded and said, Sky Island naturally exists, and the huge shadows just now are actually the people on Sky Island. Under the sunlight, their shadows are projected onto the tiny dust in the air, causing this phenomenon. Before Lin Hai finished speaking, Robin suddenly realized, if this is the case, then those shadows can be explained. That's right. Lin Hai laughed and said, look at your virtues, saying that you want to become the Pirate King, the world's #1 swordsman, but you are scared like this by someone else's shadow. Ha ha ha, it really makes me laugh to death. Damn, it's someone else's shadow. Luffy was rarely uncomfortable. And Zoro on the side looked at Luffy, his face inexplicably red, just now he was actually scared like that by someone else's shadow? Hey shit. Plop. Lin Hai, who was standing on the railing and laughing so proudly, lost his balance and fell into the sea. For a moment, the people on the boat looked at each other in confusion. It was time. Soon, the Mary sailed into the coast of Gaia Island. On the way, the Salvage King, the ape, returned to his own ship and continued to salvage. After all, it was their first meeting, and Lin Hai really didn't know how to ask the ape how to get to Sky Island. Besides, there had been some unpleasantness before. Looking at the pirate ships docked at the coast, Usopp was so wondering, why are there so many pirate ships parked here? Isn't this the same as the Whiskey Peak? Nami exclaimed, no way. Is this the lair of bounty hunters? Luffy smiled and said, don't worry, if they dare to touch us, I will beat them all away. Nami said speechlessly, it's because of you that I'm worried. After the ship stopped, Luffy and Zoro insisted on going to the town for a walk, so Nami had to explain, listen, Luffy and Zoro, Robin has gone to inquire about the news of going to Sky Island, and when you go to buy supplies, you must not cause trouble. Why? Luffy asked in confusion. Zoro also asked, if someone is looking for trouble, can't we fight back? Nami explained, don't you see that the coast is full of pirate ships? If there is a conflict and a commotion, we can't stay on this island anymore. In that case, how can we get information? Not to mention going to Sky Island. Forget it, I'll go with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Hai preparing to lie down on the deck to sleep. Nami couldn't help asking, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, you go to the town, I'll see if I can dream about the world's most beautiful woman again. Duan, you go with us too. Nami was really angry, this stinky bastard. Lin Hai said depressedly, let go, I won't go, I want to have my sweet dream, my Hancock. Sanji originally wanted to go, but was stopped by Usopp and Chopper. Usopp begged, Sanji, they're all gone. If you leave, what should we do? You have to stay and watch the ship. Sanji said depressedly, I know, let go. Chapter 111 Born to be Incompatible. Marshal D. Teach was a member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. In order to obtain the dark fruit, he killed the captain of the 4th Division and currently fled to Gaia Island. Now, Marshal D. Teach has founded his own pirate group, called the Blackbeard Pirates. He is in this pirate gathering place just to become famous. Because Crocodile was driven out of office, the position of the 7 warlords of the sea was vacant. From this, Blackbeard saw a shocking plan, which is to capture a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, give it to the navy, use it as a weight, and then become a 7 warlords of the sea. After that, Blackbeard can use the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea to plan his own goals. But after so many days here, Blackbeard has met only small characters, which is really distressing. When Lin Hai and his crew landed, Luffy and his crew were not targeted, but Lin Hai was already targeted. At this time, a sniper stood on the roof of a house, that is, Van Oka, a member of Blackbeard's crew. Van Oka said to his companion Giza's Beijis, what a fateful encounter, Huaxia.d. Lin Hai, a bounty of 300 million Baileys. Beijis, our captain's troubles can finally be solved. Vihahaha Beijis laughed, 300 million Baileys, this bounty is enough, should we arrest him directly, or notify the captain first? Van Oka thought for a while and replied, after all, it's a bounty of 300 million. Let's go find the captain and act together. By the way, where is Poison Q? Lin Hai, who was walking on the street, naturally heard the conversation between Van Oka and Beijis. Good guy, really good guy, these guys who don't care about their lives actually set their sights on him. If we can kill Blackbeard first, that would be a good idea, he. Lin Hai pretended to know nothing, and went to the tavern with Luffy to collect supplies and inquire about the news of Sky Island. Lin Hai naturally knew what the result would be, but how to tell Luffy and others about this? Say that people here have no dreams? If you want to go to Sky Island, you should contact Wen Brown Kulik? If you say it, how to answer when Nami and others ask? Lin Hai is too lazy to do such a headache. The result is not the point. Enjoying the process is the most interesting, isn't it? Soon, after entering the tavern, Lin Hai found that the one sitting at the bar was not Blackbeard. Who else could it be? This guy is so tall, it should be more than 3 meters tall. At this time, Luffy sat at the bar as soon as he entered the store, and asked Lin Hai and others for the specialty of this island, cherry pie. After Lin Hai and Luffy took a bite, they shouted at the same time, Boss, why is your cherry pie so unpalatable? Blackbeard also said at the same time, Boss, why is your cherry pie so delicious? At this time, Blackbeard did not recognize Luffy and Lin Hai as pirates. What made Blackbeard depressed was that he thought the cherry pie was delicious, but those two people said it was unpalatable. So Luffy and Lin Hai looked at Blackbeard at the same time, but it didn't matter. The 3 of them picked up the drinks on the table and took a sip at the same time. Lin Hai and Luffy said at the same time, this drink is really delicious. Blackbeard, this drink is really unpalatable. Now the 3 of them are unhappy. Lin Hai took the lead and said to Blackbeard, he said, I wonder if there's something wrong with your tongue. Luffy stared at Blackbeard and agreed, yes, I wonder if there's something wrong with your tongue. Blackbeard also said angrily, I think there's something wrong with your tongue. The 3 of them stared at each other for a while and said at the same time, want to fight. Zoro and Nami on the side were both very upset. Zoro was the first to say, why are you quarreling over such a small matter? Nami reminded, what did you promise me before? The owner of the tavern also persuaded, sorry, every customer has different tastes, please understand. At this time, Blackbeard asked, are you pirates? Luffy nodded and said, yes. Blackbeard, how much is the bounty? Luffy replied, 30 million Baileys. Blackbeard said in disbelief, just a little guy like you? Stop lying. Luffy wanted to refute, but Lin Hai turned Luffy around and said, we are pirates, why do we show off our bounties? Are you going to eat this thing? When he heard about food, Luffy immediately forgot what happened just now. After eating for a while, Lin Hai remembered to buy something, so he said, "Boss, pack 10 portions of meat for us." Who knew that Blackbeard on the side provoked, "Boss, pack 11 portions of cherry pies for me." Luffy was stunned and said, "I want 12 portions." Blackbeard, 13 portions. Lin Hai, 20 portions. Blackbeard, 25 portions. Luffy, "I want 50 portions." Blackbeard, "I want 60 portions." Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Hai said angrily, "You bastard." Blackbeard also said angrily, "Do you want to fight?" Zoro said with a black face, "What's wrong with you? Can you quarrel over this?" Nami said speechlessly, "Enough with you two, I don't have that much money." The tavern owner saw that something was wrong with the three people, and quickly handed the cherry pie that Blackbeard had ordered before to Blackbeard. After Blackbeard got the cherry pie he had ordered a long time ago, he left here. At this time, Nami asked the owner of the tavern, "Boss, please tell me, we want to go to Sky Island, do you have any relevant clues?" For a moment, the tavern became silent. What is she talking about? No way. Everyone seemed to have encountered something incredible. This atmosphere made Nami feel inexplicable, but Nami continued to ask, "If you know how to go to Sky Island." Ha ha ha. Before she finished speaking, a huge laugh broke out in the tavern. She said she wanted to go to Sky Island? Spare me. Nami said depressedly, "What's so funny, the record pointer is clearly pointing to the sky." Ha ha ha, remember, the record pointer is clearly pointing to the sky. Ha ha ha, the record pointer is easy to break. Being ridiculed by the people in the tavern, Nami's face turned red. Lin Hai on the side was thinking, should he beat them up? As the saying goes, summer insects cannot talk about ice. Although Lin Hai doesn't care, Nami is very unhappy looking at this situation. Just as Lin Hai was about to scold him, a pirate with a bounty of 60 million, Bellamy, walked in. Bellamy walked and laughed, "I'm really defeated by you. How can you believe in such old-fashioned legends? There are islands in the sky? Ha ha ha, what era are you from?" The mystery of the strange ocean currents on the Grand Line has proved this point one after another, and the upwelling current is one of them. It seems that you have never even heard of it, right? Chapter 112 Being Targeted. After listening to Bellamy's words, Lin Hai stood up and said, "You also know about the upwelling current? If the upwelling current is strong enough to push an island into the sky, and then gravity will work its magic, the island will move around the earth like the moon." Did you understand what he said? I don't know, but he seems to believe in the existence of the Sky Island. Ha ha ha, where did these people come from? They are so ignorant. Bellamy laughed and said, "Have you ever encountered ships falling from the sky, and then you believe that the Sky Island exists? Let me tell you. Those ships were swallowed by the upwelling current and pushed halfway. In the air, the whole ship finally fell into the sea. Those ignorant ancient navigators, seeing the strange phenomenon of the ship falling from the sky, imagined that there was an empty island in the sky. They said that there must be another world in the sky. Ha ha ha, so stupid, every phenomenon has its cause. The dreams in your eyes have now been solved." Seeing that everyone looked thoughtful, Bellamy sat on the chair and continued, "I really lost to you. I wanted to test you and let you join the team of the new era. I didn't expect you to be a paranoid. Listen carefully, the era when pirates embraced the dream of treasure hunting is over. The Golden Country, the Emerald City, and the great secret treasure One Piece, there are idiots who are deceived by the dream of treasure hunting and ignore the immediate interests. Even those guys who are stronger than anyone else and dominate the power of this ocean are played to death by the fantasy that does not exist at all. The dead idiots are still said by everyone like this. That guy can live in a dream, so happy. Ha ha ha, this is simply it's a satire on a stray dog. So, I get very upset whenever I see a fool chasing a treasure hunt dream." Bellamy just finished speaking and immediately started fighting. Just when his fist was about to hit Luffy's face, Lin Hai grabbed Bellamy's hand. At this time, someone recognized Lin Hai, and the bounty of 300 million Baileys. However, those who recognized Lin Hai were too scared to speak, and Bellamy didn't know Lin Hai's bounty. Someone told him before that a guy wearing a straw hat came here and offered a bounty of 30 million Baileys, so Bellamy came to meet him. At this time, seeing Lin Hai blocking Bellamy's hand, Luffy said very calmly, "Lin Hai, this fight, we Lin Hai knew what Luffy wanted to say, isn't it that this fight can't be fought? Because since Bellamy just from what Luffy said, Luffy felt that Bellamy was a very sympathetic person. He lived in a small world. Such a person was not worth arguing about. But that was Luffy's idea. Lin Hai was different. Bellamy didn't believe that Sky Island existed, so he had to beat up those who believed in Sky Island like a gangster? What was Lin Hai's purpose in going out to sea? Is it to be a punching bag for Bellamy? Or to learn from Luffy and tolerate him with love? To show his uniqueness? Like red-haired Shanks, with a broad mind? Get out of here. Since this guy has started to fight, Lin Hai has no love for him. Lin Hai grabbed Bellamy's head with one hand and smashed it on the bar. Belang! Shut up! Lin Hai clapped his hands and turned to Luffy and said, just bear with him. Who made him start it first? Scared to death. Looking at Bellamy who had fainted, Zoro's eyes twitched, this bastard. For some reason, Luffy frowned and said seriously, Lin Hai, this kind of fight, we will lose if we fight. Lin Hai said speechlessly, what do you mean lost? If he stabs you with a knife, you won't fight back? Anyway, I don't care, this guy is like a gangster, you wait for me for a while, I'll kick him again. Nami hurriedly grabbed Lin Hai, let's get out of here quickly. After the four people came out of the tavern, Lin Hai took the lead and said, Luffy, you go to the boat first, I'm being targeted. Being targeted? Luffy asked, do you need help? Nami asked in confusion, is it the accomplice of the person you just beat? Lin Hai shook his head and said, no. I know. Luffy said simply, then be careful. Well. Lin Hai didn't intend to tell Luffy that the person who was looking for him was actually the person Ace wanted to find. Because now, Luffy and his gang are really no match for Blackbeard and his gang. Soon, Lin Hai led Blackbeard and his gang to a place with fewer people. According to the perception of observation Haki, Van Oka has chosen a place with the best shooting and is ready to go. Two big men and a sick old man on horseback walked out not far away. The old man was actually only in his 20s. He must have become like that after eating the sickness fruit. Vihaha Beijis laughed, Captain, leave that guy to me, I'm a fighting champion, Viha. Vihaha, Vihaha Blackbeard replied, anyway, that guy also has a bounty of 300 million Baileys, we should respect him a little, and hope that guy won't be defeated by us all at once. Hiccup, it's really fate, it seems that guy is really unlucky. Heek, this time our Blackbeard pirates are out, that guy is done for, the guy on the horse said in a half-hearted manner. Looking at the three people in front of him, Lin Hai just stood there and looked at them quietly. These guys really wanted to slap them in the face with their shoes. The three Blackbeards walked to a place not far from Lin Hai and stopped. Blackbeard and Badgers looked at Lin Hai with interest. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, what are you looking at? Are you as handsome as me? Blackbeard said with interest, Huaxia.d. Lin Hai, do you know what we are looking for you for? Lin Hai spread his hands, are you here to treat me to that nasty cherry pie? Ha 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 ha. Badgers turned to Blackbeard and said, Captain, this guy is quite interesting. Why don't we invite him to join our Blackbeard pirates? Poison Q on horseback said, if we let him join, what will happen to the captain's plan? Where else can you hunt a guy with a bounty of hundreds of millions? Fate has already been determined. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I said that guy who is half dead, can you stop worrying about fate? If you want to die so much, I don't mind sending you away. Bang! Before Lin Hai finished speaking, Van Oka had already made a move. A burst of snatching interrupted the conversation between the two parties. Blackbeard hurriedly shouted to the height, Oka, we are here to capture him alive. If we give the Navy a corpse, will they still buy it? Don't mess with me. Chapter 113 Lin Hai vs Blackbeard Pirates. Before Blackbeard finished speaking, Badges beside him quickly reminded, Captain, how come that guy suddenly disappeared? At this time, the expression on the face of Dooku on the side became more serious. It seems that the bounty of 300 million Baileys is not the kind of showpiece. At this time, Lin Hai has used the shaving to move several distances in the idling, and appeared above Van Oka in a very short time. Armament color hardening. Take my kick. Lin Hai is ready to kill. He is not like Luffy and Zoro, who have to be angered by the opponent before exploding. If you face a pirate of Blackbeard's level and still use that trick, then you really don't need to go to sea. As for the Blackbeard pirates, there is no softness from the beginning. However, Van Oka, who has eaten the superhuman teleportation fruit, is not a simple character. Not only does he have a fast gun, but his own physical fitness, plus the bonus of the devil fruit, his reaction speed is amazing. Fan Oka responded in a short time. He raised his gun to block the kick from Lin Hai from above. Because Lin Hai's speed was too fast, Fan Oka could only block it. Kaka. Boom. The spear in Fan Oka's hand was broken by Lin Hai's inverted kick, and Fan Oka was kicked into the house below by Lin Hai, and the house collapsed instantly. For a moment, dust was raised all over the sky. Looking at this situation, Blackbeard narrowed his eyes and couldn't help muttering, Oka. Bajas, who was beside Blackbeard, saw that his companion was kicked to death, so he quickly picked up the house next to him and used it as a stone to hit Lin Hai. Blackbeard, who reacted, quickly reminded, don't attack randomly, at present, you are not his opponent. But Blackbeard's words were useless. Badgers had already thrown the house towards Lin Hai. Everything happened in an instant. Facing Badger's attack, Lin Hai did not intend to use his knife. So far, no matter whether it is physical skills, swordsmanship, or the ability of the space fruit, the only thing that can be used as a killer move is the combination of swordsmanship and the ability of the space fruit. And this killer move, Lin Hai was going to use on Blackbeard, but he doesn't need it now. Lin Hai wants Blackbeard to let down his guard and let his head fly for a while. At this time, Lin Hai saw a house falling towards him, and Lin Hai used shaving again. Blackbeard, who was not far away, hurriedly reminded, Badgers, be careful above. Before Badgers could react, he had already followed in the footsteps of Van Oka. Boom boom. Boom boom. One sound was the sound of Badgers hitting the house, and the other was the sound of Badgers being kicked to the ground by Lin Hai. Lin Hai, who stood up again, couldn't help but frowned. The bodies of the guys in the Blackbeard pirates were too strong, right? Lin Hai's physique was already beyond the scope of ordinary people, and with the third-level armed color domineering, they were still alive. They are really durable. At this time, Blackbeard looked at Lin Hai with a gloomy face, which made Lin Hai feel a very evil breath. Thief haha, Blackbeard said, as expected of a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, he is really extraordinary. However, your journey ends here. Being looked at by Blackbeard like this, did he really think that Lin Hai had a good temper? Blackbeard pirates. Lin Hai's eyes were also angry and said, Blackbeard, right? Believe it or not, I will pull out all your Blackbeard later. Thief haha, Blackbeard said cruelly and playfully, Hwaxia.d. Lin Hai, if you can do it, you can try it. Fuck. Bang. There was a sudden explosion at the place where Lin Hai was. To be honest, if he hadn't been concentrating just now, he might have been hit. Tai. Lin Hai quickly jumped to the side and said angrily, the old man lying on the horse, are you eager to die? Hiccup, you reacted quickly, you are really lucky, Du Q replied half-heartedly. Blackbeard on the side turned his head and looked at Du Q, saying, Du Q, don't do anything, I'm going to kill that guy today. For a moment, Lin Hai and Blackbeard looked at each other again. Suddenly, Blackbeard grinned, Hwaxia.d. Lin Hai, let me show you my ability. Blackbeard stretched out a hand, and then a puff of black smoke came out of his hand, and then continued to come out from his shoulder, spreading to the surroundings. Blackbeard proudly introduced, look, this is my ability, this ability is what I dream of, known as the most brutal ability in history, the dark fruit, it is an alien in the natural system. Lin Hai interrupted, wait, what do you want to say? Thief haha, Blackbeard said playfully, you will know soon, the dark A cup ointment road. Swish. Lin Hai appeared in front of Blackbeard in a flash. Lin Hai wanted to explore Blackbeard's physical skills. After all, the scar on the corner of red hair Shank's eye was caused by Blackbeard. If you want to make progress, you must spend a few days with this kind of pirate. How can he make progress if he can't make any moves? Blackbeard didn't expect that Lin Hai would start fighting right away, and he hadn't even started his moves yet. At one point, Lin Hai used a punch strengthened by armament haki to hit Blackbeard's face, while Blackbeard used his left fist to hit Lin Hai's shoulder. Bang! Bang! The two flew backwards at the same time. Lin Hai, who was lying on the ground, didn't expect Blackbeard to be so strong, and his body, like a cow, was too strong. It hurts so much, it hurts me to death, bastard Blackbeard, who was not far away, kept rolling on the ground. Lin Hai was fine, because when Blackbeard's punch came, Lin Hai had already defended it with armament haki. Looking at Blackbeard rolling on the ground, Lin Hai was very curious, this guy wouldn't be that bad, right? Oh, the weakness of the dark fruit is to enjoy the double pleasure of pain. After a while, Blackbeard sat up with sweat on his forehead, and saw that he had lost a few more front teeth. After Blackbeard stood up, he quickly used his ability this time, dark acupoints. The place where the two were was immediately covered by the black smoke of the dark fruit. Blackbeard said cruelly as if nothing had happened, You have been swallowed by my darkness. Lin Hai also used his ability, Space Field. Instantly, a white film enveloped Blackbeard, and a knife appeared in Lin Hai's hand. Who else could it be but Gao Feng? Using the ability only now? Blackbeard was a little surprised, but he didn't care. His dark fruit was the nemesis of all devil fruit users. Blackbeard played with it again, so you are also a devil fruit user, thief haha, dark water. Chapter 114 Blackbeard's right hand. Several black gases appeared in the shape of a rotating fan in Blackbeard's hand. He pointed his palm forward at Lin Hai. He was about to use the characteristics of the dark fruit to suck Lin Hai over and then give him a fatal blow. Seeing that Blackbeard's move was a big move, Lin Hai couldn't hide anymore. Lin Hai quickly drew his sword, one sword style, space swap slash. Hello. Boom boom. An extreme flash of light flashed by, and Lin Hai and Blackbeard passed by each other, and everything fell silent. The mountainside in front of Lin Hai was split by his sword energy. However, Blackbeard was no longer in the mood to appreciate such a shocking scene. He suddenly found that his right hand seemed to fly up. After a while, Blackbeard reacted, and the pain also attacked his mind. Ah! Bastard, it hurts me to death. Blackbeard rolled on the ground again. At this time, Lin Hai was very annoyed. Originally, in an instant, the knife was cut from Blackbeard's neck, but Lin Hai was disturbed by the sick guy next to him and changed the way of cutting. That is, Lin Hai used the space fruit to change Blackbeard's position, and Lin Hai's knife that was charged was originally cut from his neck. Unexpectedly, while Blackbeard was still in a state of confusion, Poison Q used some unknown means to cause another huge explosion at the place where Lin Hai was, so that Lin Hai changed his position again, resulting in the previous knife only cutting one of Blackbeard's arms. At this time, Lin Hai narrowed his eyes and stared at Poison Q. He didn't expect this guy to be so troublesome. Damn, miscalculated. Fuck. Boom boom. Lin Hai quickly jumped away from where he was, and saw another huge explosion at the place where Lin Hai had just stood. To be honest, isn't Poison Q the ship's doctor? How come he is like a terrorist? Moreover, how did he do that just now? But none of this matters, let's get rid of Blackbeard first. However, just when Lin Hai wanted to hit Blackbeard again, after a black mist dissipated, where was Blackbeard's gang in front of him? Lin Hai hurriedly used his observation haki to search, but there was nothing. After Blackbeard escaped, he came to a safe place. Ha 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 ha. Beiji, who was healed by Poison Q, laughed, what a failure, we were all beaten so badly, Captain, ha ha ha. Fan Oka looked at his spear that was kicked off by Lin Hai, turned his head to look at Blackbeard, and asked, the arrest failed, what should we do next? Poison Q and his horse lay on the ground together, hiccup, I didn't expect that guy's physical skills and speed are so powerful. Fate, his luck is so good, hiccup. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard looked at his arm that was connected by Poison Q and asked, don't complain, I didn't expect that Lin Hai's fighting ability is so strong. Regardless of these, everyone heal the wound. That target doesn't work, can't we just change another one? Blackbeard thought of the scene of fighting with Lin Hai just now, and his eyes wrinkled. What kind of ability is that? Why did Blackbeard's position suddenly change, and why didn't the dark acupuncture point suck Lin Hai over? Blackbeard couldn't figure it out, so he turned to look at Poison Q and asked, can this arm still be used freely like before? Poison Q replied in a dying voice, hiccup, Captain, are you doubting my medical skills? Thief haha, Huaxia.d. Lin Hai. Blackbeard said with a fierce look on his face. On the merry. Nami, who came back, asked worriedly, Luffy, Lin Hai's expression was very serious just now. Did an incredible opponent find him? Zoro replied on the side, don't worry, with that guy's ability, if he wants to escape, no one should be able to catch him. Ah. Luffy nodded and said, Lin Hai said to let him solve it, then it's okay. Usopp, who heard Luffy's conversation, couldn't help asking, what are you talking about? What happened to Lin Hai? Luffy explained, he said he was targeted. Chopper exclaimed, then let's go and save him. Usopp echoed, yes, we are partners, how can we abandon him? Zoro stopped him and said, calm down Usopp, Lin Hai said he would let him solve it, then there is no problem. Judging from the situation just now, that group of people are very strong, let's wait for him to come back on the ship first. Luffy smiled and said, don't worry, Lin Hai is very strong. At this time, Chopper on the side asked curiously, did you find out about the news about Sky Island just now? Nami thought of the group of mocking voices in the tavern just now when she mentioned Sky Island, and she turned around angrily and said, Sky Island. Chopper cried in fear. Nami said angrily, who knows about that kind of ghost thing? When they heard Sky Island, the whole store burst into laughter. Speaking, Nami turned around and shouted angrily to everyone, it seems that I said something very funny, what is so funny? Hey? Usopp quickly pretended to be dead with ketchup star bomb. Strengthen the fur. Chopper cried and took a defensive state. Why is it so lively? So excited, what's wrong? Robin, who came back from collecting information, laughed. Aha! Sanji instantly waved with red hearts in his eyes and said, Little Robin, welcome back. Do you want to eat first or take a shower first? Seeing Robin coming back, Nami was furious and said, Robin, it's because you said there was an empty island that these things happened. If there really is no empty island, I will kick you into the sea to feed the fish. Chopper jumped up in fright at Nami's roar, and then fell into the sea. Zoro hurried to save him. At this time, Usopp hurriedly said, Nami means, don't mess with her now. Anyway, stay away from her. Nami is in a rampage now. Hee. Robin handed the map of Gaia Island to Luffy without caring, and explained, the town on the left of the map is Moku Town where we are now. There lives a weird old man who is not accepted by the people of Gaia Island in the east marked with a number. Weird old man? Everyone asked curiously. Robin explained, his name is Mont Blanc Colokai. He was expelled for talking about his dreams. He should be able to talk. Luffy made a decision quickly, then, let's go and see Lin Hai when he comes back. Chapter 115 I was shocked. Just when Usopp wanted to ask when Lin Hai would come back, he saw Lin Hai walking down from the roof. Sanji asked curiously, how did that guy come back from mid-air? Of course he got lost. Because after fighting with Blackbeard, Lin Hai forgot how to get back to the coast. He could find the Mary with his observation haki, but there was no road ahead. So, Lin Hai chose to go back from high altitude. The space fruit is awesome, awesome, awesome. But when he just got back to the ship, Lin Hai couldn't help but frown. He didn't feel anything just now, but now he felt his shoulder hurt. Luffy saw that Lin Hai was abnormal and asked quickly, what's wrong? Lin Hai took off his clothes and saw a bruise on his shoulder. Usopp exclaimed, you are injured. Lin Hai said with a smile, can't you see this? I didn't expect that guy to be so strong. This punch really hurts. Sanji stepped forward and asked curiously, what kind of opponent can beat you like this? Lin Hai said unconvinced, what beat me like this? He is not much better than me. Seeing Lin Hai injured, Usopp turned around and asked, Chopper. Seeing Chopper lying on the boat gasping for breath, he said, I thought I was going to die. Zoro squeezed the seawater on his clothes and said, really, always causing trouble. Chopper said depressedly, who told Nami? Nami ran away and said, what's wrong? What's wrong with me? Do you want to call me simple and stupid too? Pucci, ha ha ha. Lin Hai laughed, what's wrong with them? Who dares to scold Nami if they are impatient with life? Doan Nami put her hands on her hips and said, Lin Hai, it's because of you, you bastardy was laughed at by the people in this town because of the existence of Sky Island. Do you want to laugh at me now too? Lin Hai quickly covered his mouth. Is this Nami coming? In order not to be beaten, Lin Hai pretended to be dead and said, Chopper, I'm injured, come and help me heal. Luffy poked the wound on Lin Hai's shoulder with his hand and asked, does it hurt? Lin Hai said speechlessly, you are not here to retaliate against me because I didn't listen to you just now and beat that person. What are you talking about? Luffy said, when you were in the tavern, you fought to prevent me from being beaten. How can I blame you? Lin Ha's face darkened and said, then why are you poking? It hurts, bastard. Luffy looked at Lin Hai innocently and replied, does it really hurt? Salvage well, salvage well. At this moment, not long after the Mary sailed, another huge ship came not far away, and the whistles were in unison, which reminded everyone on the Mary of something unpleasant. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Chopper, don't listen, come and help me deal with the wound. Ah? Oh, wait a minute. Chopper, who reacted, remembered that Lin Hai was injured. At this time, Luffy, Sanji and Usopp looked at the huge ship, and Luffy asked, why did we meet these strange things again when we went out to sea? But it seems that they are not the same guys as before. Sanji said with a dark face, I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Usopp said, anyway, we have found each other. Are they residents of this island? Hey, what are you talking about on that ship? The gorilla-like guy on the giant ship asked. The gorilla-like guy continued to say to the Mary, really, I thought it was from some other gang, which made me nervous. Luffy replied, your facial features are really unique, what kind? The gorilla-like guy said speechlessly, human, bastard. You are too presumptuous. That's right, our boss is the underwater exploration king of the gorilla pirate group. That's right, don't you know the name of Lord Gorilla? You'd better not provoke our big boss. Lin Hai, who was healing on the side, was very curious about how Luffy would deal with this kind of thing. If he let Lin Hai do it, cough cough, just chop it with a knife. At this time, the guy who claimed to be the Exploration King Gorilla waved his hand and said, forget it, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Then the gorilla asked everyone on the Mary, it seems that you are also pirates, right? Then you should know that the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile has been arrested. In terms of strength, I am not inferior to him. Maybe one day, I will replace that guy's position. I am already waiting nervously. Oh. Luffy asked curiously, you want to join the 7 warlords of the sea? The Exploration King Gorilla replied, anyway, if I have any special skills, it is that I haven't cut my hair for 25 years since I was born. How about it? Did it scare you? Lin Hai on the side almost laughed to death. This guy is so coquettish. Ahem, this sentence must be remembered for later use. At this time, Luffy replied sincerely, like an idiot. Who knew that the Exploration King Gorilla patted his chest and said, wow, I was scared. Asshole, how dare you disrespect our big boss? The Explorer King Gorilla waved his hand and said, forget it, it's okay, really, your answer really makes me scared. Listen carefully, if you dare to force your way into my angry sea, it will be a sea of blood. Luffy replied, it doesn't matter, we have a place we want to go, get out of the way. Too presumptuous. The Explorer King Gorilla was immediately furious and said, the sea area here is under my control. You can go there, but leave a toll first. At this time, Chopper had bandaged Lin Hai. To be honest, Lin Hai really didn't expect that the guy in front of him, called the Explorer King Gorillas, who used to talk quite humorously, would suddenly act like a robber. In order to prevent the guy from destroying the Mary with sound waves and to avoid trouble, Lin Hai directly used the Conqueror's haki to stun the entire ship, except for the Explorer King Gorillas. Seeing everyone on the Mary looking at him, Lin Hai said helplessly, you all heard it just now. That guy said that if he wants to go, he has to leave money to buy his way through. We are pirates. If we don't do this, do we have to give him money? Well done. Nami said first, you want our treasure, how can this be possible, we will never give it to you. Luffy said curiously, Nami is no longer a devil. Chopper said in surprise, really? Usopp smiled and said, she vented for so long just now, and her anger should have subsided now. Lin Hai looked at the repaired Mary and said speechlessly, everyone, should we find a ship repairman? Look at this ship, be careful when encountering a big storm, the ship will fall apart. Everyone couldn't help but observe the Mary, and this was really the case. Luffy said loudly, okay, let's go to Sky Island and find a ship repairman. Chapter 116 It's terrible. Soon, the Mary arrived at the place where Mont Blanc Colokai lived. In the distance, Mont Blanc Colokai lived. The facade is extremely gorgeous. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, it seems that the man is so rich. Look at his door. So cool. Chopper exclaimed, could it be that he picked up all the gold that sank to the bottom of the sea? So his house is decorated so magnificently. Usopp replied with his eyes shining, that should be the case. If the man had no money, how could he build a house that looks like a palace? So cool. Baka. Zoro said speechlessly, open your eyes and see clearly. Sanji echoed, it sounds good. He is a dreamer. In fact, he is just a guy who likes to put on a good show. Although Lin Hai knew that it was just a template, he couldn't help but Mont Blanc. Colakai was indeed a genius. He could think of such an idea. So, Lin Hai on the side couldn't help but said, why are you two talking sourly? Are you jealous of others? What are you talking about, bastard? Sanji and Zoro retorted at the same time. Lin Hai continued to scold the two people, do you understand such a genius design? I think you are just jealous of others. After a disagreement, the three of them immediately started fighting. Doin X3. Nami was speechless and said, I said you. Hee. Robin chuckled, you are really hard-working, Nami. At this time, Luffy had already jumped onto the grass, but after seeing the side of the house clearly, he exclaimed, it's just a piece of wood. Nanny. Chopper and Usopp exclaimed immediately. Sanji explained, Lin Hai, you bastard, am I wrong? The real house is only half. The rest are plywood. It seems that he is really a stingy man. Lin Hai immediately said contemptuously, you are just jealous of others, and now you are still criticizing him, Sanji, you are really an ignorant person. What did you say? Sanji wanted to fight with Lin Hai again. All of you, be quiet. Nami turned to Robin and asked, what dream did he sing to be expelled? Robin explained, I don't know the details. It seems that Guy said that there is a lot of gold buried in this Gaia island. Gold. Nami's eyes were full of money, and she pointed to the grass excitedly and said, Chopper, dig quickly, there is gold. Oh. Chopper immediately used the two horns on his forehead to dig in the grass, is there gold if you dig? Lin Hai, who was about to get off the boat, saw the scene of Nami and Chopper, and fell off the boat unbelievably. Ouch, grass! Lin Hai cried out in pain. Zoro, who had already jumped onto the grass, turned around and asked, Lin Hai, you are so seriously injured, you should not force yourself, just go to the boat and rest. Lin Hai's eyes twitched, this bastard, now his words are getting more and more irritating. At this time, seeing that there was no one around the simple house, Luffy opened someone else's door privately. Lin Hai quickly reminded, Luffy, the owner is not at home, you actually ran into someone's house without permission, be careful not to be blackmailed. Nami replied, Lin Hai, stop talking nonsense there, dig it out for me, you still owe me 1.2 million Baileys. Lin Hai exclaimed, you stinky woman, are you awake? Before Lin Hai finished speaking, Sanji found a book on a wooden table, and everyone's attention was attracted. Nami picked up the book and saw that it was called The Big Liar Noland. Because Noland was from Bahai, his story was well known in Bahai, and Sanji was born in Bahai, so he had naturally heard of this story. So, Sanji briefly introduced, The Big Liar Noland, although it is a fairy tale, but Noland really exists. About 400 years ago, in a country in the North Sea, there was a man named Mont Blanc Noland, who was an explorer. Once, after Noland returned from his trip, he immediately went to the palace to report something to the king. He said that he saw mountains of gold on an island on the Grand Line. In order to determine whether it was true or not, the king immediately led 2,000 soldiers to the Grand Line, overcame the storm and fought various monsters on the way, and finally arrived at the Golden Island. When he arrived there, only the king and Noland were left, along with 100 soldiers. The loss was not insignificant. But when they got there, they saw a jungle with nothing in it. Therefore, Noland was finally sentenced to death by the king for deceiving the king. Noland's last words before his death were, I know, those mountains of gold sank into the sea. From then on, no one would care about him, and no one would believe him anymore. This is Noland's story. After listening to Sanji's story, Lin Hai on the side couldn't help but feel wronged for Noland. It should be the upwelling current that caused the trouble, right? At the same time, in Moku Town, Bellamy woke up and sat at the bar with a gloomy face drinking. After a while, Bellamy watched his younger brother bring the latest bounty order of the Straw Hat Pirates, Huaxia.d. Lin Hai, with a bounty of 300 million Baileys. Monkey.d. Luffy, with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Roronoa Zoro, bounty of 60 million berries. Blackfoot Sanji, bounty of 40 million berries. Nicole Robin, bounty of 80 million berries. Tony Chopper, 50 berries. Among them, Usopp and Nami have not been bountied yet. Looking at these bounties, Bellamy was skeptical. According to his impression, the Straw Hat Man and the swordsman next to him should not be his opponent. As for the man with a bounty of 300 million berries, Bellamy wanted to fight him once. After all, he didn't know how he fainted before. Also, I heard from my subordinates that the Straw Hat pirates went to the expelled man, and the expelled man seemed to have gold salvaged from the seabed. After Bellamy finished drinking the wine in the glass, he said, "Let's go, as pirates, we will go to the Straw Hat pirates to settle accounts. And that guy named Mont Blanc Colokai, he has a lot of gold, right? Ha ha ha." Bellamy's deputy Captain Sachis reminded him, "Bellamy, if these bounties are real." Bellamy grinned, "Hey Sachis, please spare me, just those little guys, do you think they are really worth so much bounty?" Sachis picked up his razor and said, "I listen to you." So, the realist Bellamy pirates took the chicken-killing knife and went to the place where Lin Hai was, ready to slay the dragon. It's terrible. Chapter 117 Colokai's Fury. Where Mont Blanc Colokai lives. Everyone saw Lin Hai suddenly found a place to lie down, and Luffy asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Is the wound on your shoulder too painful?" "What nonsense!" Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Why do we go to sea?" Luffy replied without thinking, "Of course to become the Pirate King." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "You just care too much about the result. Whether you can become the Pirate King or not, these don't matter. The most important thing is to be happy. You are too goal-oriented, and you will live a very tiring life." Tisk. Sanji turned his head away unhappily. And Luffy asked curiously, "Will you really be happy lying on the ground?" Chopper and Usopp asked curiously. Lin Hai rested his hands on his head, one foot on the other, looked at the blue sky, and replied leisurely, "Happiness is different for everyone. Look, the blue sky, white clouds, lush jungle, what a beautiful scenery." Ignoring the confused eyes of the crowd, Lin Hai took out a cigarette intoxicatedly, took a puff, and sighed, "My state, you idiots, can't understand, damn." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai was beaten up by the crowd. "Sanji, you bastard, let me tell you what happiness is." Zoro said playfully, "I feel happy when I beat you." Usopp said angrily, "Only galloping on the sea is the romance of a man, you idiot." After a while, Lin Hai hurriedly stopped him and said, "Stop it. The master here is back." Suddenly, a person jumped out from the sea, with a tuft of hair of the same color as Sanji on his small head. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Sanji, is he your father? Asshole!" At this time, Mont Blanc Colokai saw the pirate flag on the Mary and thought that the pirates came to steal his treasure. Without saying a word, he kicked Luffy, who was about to ask. The sudden scene made everyone serious. Zoro's face was gloomy and he said, "What do you want to do?" Mont Blanc Colokai made a fighting posture and asked, "Aren't you here to steal gold? You are still asking me what I want to do now." Nami's eyes lit up and said, "Is there really gold?" Usopp exclaimed, Hey, if you keep doing this, we will be misunderstood." Luffy came back from not far away and explained, "Uncle, we are not here to steal gold, we are actually here to ask." Plop. Before Luffy finished asking, Mont Blanc Colokai fainted on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Hai, which meant, "You used Conqueror Haki again?" Luffy was the first to complain, "Lin Hai, don't mess around, we have to ask him how to go to Sky Island." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Go play, am I that kind of person? He must have fainted from illness." "Fainted from illness? Call a doctor quickly. Aren't you a doctor yourself?" "Ah. So I'm a doctor." Soon, everyone carried Mont Blanc Colokai to his own bed, and then Chopper treated him. It turned out that Mont Blanc Colokai had a hidden disease that had accumulated over time. If he continued to dive regardless of his health, this disease would endanger his life. After a while, Mont Blanc Colokai's two subordinates, a human who looked like a gorilla and a human who looked like an ape, came back. They found their boss lying unconscious on the bed. The gorilla angrily asked, "What are you doing here?" The ape, "What good have you done to my boss?" Luffy replied with an innocent expression, "What are you talking about?" "What? We are taking care of this sick uncle, you guys go to the side. Usopp exclaimed, idiot, they will listen to you. Don't forget that they are wild animals, wild animals. Everyone, escape from the window. Lin Hai, who was learning Luffy, understood the charm of Luffy. This kind of innocent heart, as long as the other party is not a bad person, he can really communicate well with him. Look, the gorilla and the ape were immediately filled with tears, and they were very moved and replied, you are really good people. Usopp and Chopper, who were frightened by the side, fell down immediately, they actually believed it. Because Mont Blanc Colokai had not woken up yet, everyone came outside to chat. Luffy, you also live in this place. Ape, because the boss's home is the base of our Saruyama joint army. Gorilla, but we usually sleep on the boat, this place is too small for us. Luffy, you two have grown too big, but if the giant uncle in the small garden saw you two, he would probably think you look like a pile of earwax. Listening to their conversation, Lin Hai said speechlessly, what is Luffy doing? Usopp said weakly, what's going on, they are chatting so happily. Zoro, because we have something in common. After the few of them chatted for a while, Mont Blanc Colokai had woken up, and Luffy couldn't help but stepped forward and asked, Uncle, I have something to ask you. Mont Blanc Colokai took a puff of cigarette and replied, ask whatever you want. Luffy said excitedly, Uncle, we really want to go to Sky Island, can you tell us how to get there? Sky Island. Mont Blanc Colokai laughed, he, ha 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 ha, do you really believe that there is a Sky Island? Nami thought that Mont Blanc College was laughing at her like the people in the town, so Nami went berserk again and went forward to beat Mont Blanc College up. Seeing this, Lin Hai quickly hugged Nami's waist and explained, that was not a laugh, but the joy of finding a soulmate. After laughing for a while, Mont Blanc College replied, Sky Island, in fact, I don't know if it exists, but I know there is a person who believes in the existence of Sky Island. It's just that that person became a world-famous liar in the legend, and his descendants will never be able to raise their heads. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy looked at Usopp in disbelief, and Usopp exclaimed, it's not me. At this time, Sanji asked, Mont Blanc, Uncle, you also have this last name, are you a descendant of Noland? Mont Blanc College nodded and said, yes, I am the descendant of that big liar Noland. I know. Usopp said in surprise, Uncle, you are determined to find the gold under the sea in order to clear the stigma of the Mont Blanc family, right? Mont Blanc Colokai raised his gun and said angrily, idiot, when did I say that? Lin Hai appeared in front of Usopp in an instant and caught the bullet. According to the trajectory of the bullet, Colokai just wanted to scare Usopp, and Lin Hai just had a conditioned reflex. Mont Blanc Colokai was not shocked by Lin Hai's catching the bullet. He was furious and said, no matter how honest and upright my ancestor was, no matter how great an explorer he was, it has nothing to do with me. Just because I have a little blood relationship with that idiot, I was scolded by strangers. Can you understand the feeling of grievance of a child? I grew up in such an environment. I have always been ashamed of having such a family. For a moment, the room was quiet. Chapter 118 Coward. After hearing what Colokai said, everyone fell silent. At this time, Lin Hai suddenly stepped forward and said, Uncle, in fact, your ancestor Noland is innocent. Innocent? Everyone looked at Lin Hai curiously. That's right. Lin Hai explained, I guess the Golden Island at that time did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but was washed up to the sky by a huge upwelling current. Under the magical effect of gravity, the island became the empty island today. Coolie K said in disbelief, do you have a basis? Base. Lin Hai took out a map and explained, when we came to the sea area before, a ship that was more than 200 years old fell from the sky, and this map was found on that ship. After Colokai took the map from Lin Hai, it was indeed written with the map of Sky Island. However, Colokai still said, there are ships falling from the sky, which does not prove the existence of Sky Island, right? And this map may also be forged. I said, what is the basis? Lin Hai said speechlessly, that ship is a ship from 200 years ago. If there is no Sky Island, why would a ship from more than 200 years ago fall down more than 200 years later? Also, we saw a huge phantom that day, which also proves the existence of people in the sky. At this time, the ape exclaimed, I know this, I saw it that day. After listening to Lin Hai's explanation, everyone's eyes suddenly shone. If Sky Island exists. At this time, Luffy suddenly said, "What are you talking about? We are here to ask Uncle how you went to Sky Island." Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Colic couldn't help laughing. Hearing this laughter, Nami suddenly unable to hold back, she ranted again, "Are you also laughing at my simplicity and stupidity?" Lin Hai hurriedly stopped Nami and said awkwardly, "Don't worry, this woman is stimulated. Don't be so impatient." Colic said indifferently, "To be honest, I'm not sure whether Sky Island exists, but if you want to go so much, you must be prepared to risk your life. Upstream current, as long as you ride this current, you can go to the sky. This is a theoretical problem, do you understand?" Zoro asked, "It's the current that blows the ship up, right?" "Really?" Luffy laughed, "As long as it is blown up, you can go above the clouds." Robin on the side analyzed calmly, "That's a lucky situation, if we are unlucky, we will fall from mid-air, maybe into the sea, or onto the land. But in either case, we will all be killed, right?" Usopp and Chopper exclaimed when they heard it, "We are not going to Sky Island." Usopp hurriedly said to Lin Hai, "Lin Hai, please persuade Luffy, what Robin said is too scary." Chopper also hugged Lin Hai's calf and said, "Yes, please persuade Luffy, we are not going to Sky Island." Lin Hai said with a smile, "Don't worry, with my space fruit ability, I won't kill you. You don't have to be so scared, with Nami's sailing skills, ah." Nami looked at her fist and said, "What stinky woman, call me a big beauty." After that, Nami continued with money in her eyes, "What are you afraid of going to Sky Island? I heard there is a golden country there, uncle, tell us what to do." Lin Hai slapped his forehead, "It's over, this woman really fell into the pile of money." At this time, Colic said seriously, "Listen carefully, first of all, being pushed up into the sky by the ocean current is easy to say, but it is definitely not the easy sky travel you imagine. Upward current can be said to be a disaster, and it should be a phenomenon that should be avoided resolutely. The principle of this monster ocean current can only be said to be speculation, because no fool will rush there to investigate. Although it is theoretically true, there is a large cave at the deepest part of the seabed, and the low-temperature sea water flows into it, coupled with the huge steam pressure generated by geothermal heat. In this way, when it reaches a limit, it will cause an explosion on the seabed. And the result of this explosion is that the ocean current rushes out of the seabed and reaches the sky. And this lasts for about a minute, and the sea water will not it's rushing to the sky." Nami exclaimed, "Sea water rushing to the sky? What kind of explosion is that?" Colic answered irrelevantly and continued, "The location of the explosion is different every time, and the frequency is 5 times a month. Of course, it is extremely stupid to use language and theory to express grand natural phenomena." Usopp asked curiously, "Sky Island must appear over the ocean current that only appears 5 times a month." Colic nodded and said, "Yes, otherwise it would be in vain. If it didn't fall on anything and fell directly back to the sea surface." Robin calmly continued, "Everyone will be buried in the sea." Usopp, okay, let's stop going to Sky Island." Chopper, "That's right, we're not going to Sky Island." "Ha ha ha," Luffy said excitedly, "It's okay, let's go." Lin Hai and Zoro on the side suddenly hit their left palms with their right hands, and said at the same time, "It turns out to be incredible currents and incredible clouds." Sanji exclaimed, "You two don't understand at all, okay?" At this time, Lin Hai pointed at the Mary and said, "Luffy, there is no problem going to Sky Island, but look at our ship that is about to fall apart. Will it be washed away by the current?" Coolie K followed Lin Hai's gaze and was really speechless. It was patched up like an old man's old clothes. Indeed, with the condition of that ship, Colic said, even if it is brand new, it is impossible. The speed, weight and strength of that ship will only be shattered in the exploding current. Lin Hai asked, "Uncle, do you have a solution?" Colic nodded and said, "There is a solution. Wait a minute, I will let the ape and gorilla help you sail. Of course, the ship must be strengthened from beginning to end in advance." "Oh." The ape and gorilla replied at the same time, "Leave it to us." Luffy smiled and said, "Please." Usopp and Chopper, "You are really nosy." At this time, Colic turned around and said, "You all get ready. There will be an upwash current at noon tomorrow. Wouldn't that just catch up?" Usopp said doubtfully, "Are you kidding? This is too weird. We just met today. You are too enthusiastic about us, right?" And. Luffy stepped forward unhappily and said, "Usopp. Lin Hai on the side couldn't help but frown. This Usopp? Shut up. Usopp continued to question Kolokai, Sky Island or something. You actually said that you can go to that legendary level. The time of the confirmed place is tomorrow? For this, you have to strengthen our ship and assist us in sailing. Isn't it too coincidental? What exactly do you intend? Are you the descendant of Roland, the big talker? You are totally unreliable. Coolie K turned around and replied, on the second day after the phenomenon of day and night falling on the chassis of the gorilla, cumulonimbus clouds will appear in the southern sky. Judging from the cycle of 5 times a month, the activity of the upwash current will be almost tomorrow. Moreover, it will also occur in the location south of here. Although it cannot be guaranteed 100%, the probability of overlapping tomorrow is very high. Coolie K's words were well reasoned, which made Usopp shut up immediately. When Kolokai walked back to his room, he continued, I am very happy to meet fools like you. Let's go to dinner together, and enjoy it slowly at my house today. He Luffy said happily, it's time to eat, come on, Usopp. Lin Hai looked at Kolokai's back, and then at Luffy. Both of them are very good people. At least in dealing with people, they are much gentler than Lin Hai himself. Lin Hai immediately exclaimed, Uncle, do you have noodles? I want to eat noodles. Seeing Usopp slumped on the ground and did not follow him in, Lin Hai patted Usopp on the shoulder and said, Uncle and Luffy have good tempers. Let's study hard, and you don't have to be like this. They don't care about your rudeness just now, but Usopp, the captain's majesty, you can't offend it again. Usopp answered irrelevantly, Lin Hai, am I a coward with no future? Lin Hai nodded and said, yes, you are not only a coward, but also a fool. Go and apologize, ha ha ha. You bastard. Usopp's face darkened, but he still listened to Lin Hai's words and ran into the house, Uncle, Luffy, I'm sorry. Soon, Kolokai's angry voice came from not far away, asshole, don't wipe your snot on me. Ha ha ha. Chapter 119 Hound Bellamy. Chopper, you are so brave, you dare to steal my things. Lin Hai held half of the sari in his hand, and the other half was already bitten in Chopper's mouth. Woo woo woo. Chopper quickly reminded Lin Hai that the food on your table was gone. Lin Hai, who reacted, immediately pressed Luffy down, stinky rubber, aren't you afraid of becoming fat if you eat so much every day? Luffy was still savoring it, thank you for your concern, I'm not afraid. Usopp exclaimed, do they care about you? The ape suddenly spurted fire from his mouth, ah, it's so spicy. Usopp covered his mouth with his hands and laughed, ha ha ha, how about it? My chili sauce torpedo. Damn it. The ape said angrily, stop with your long nose. Coolie K, who had drunk some wine, asked Nami with red cheeks, Miss, come and sit here. As he said, he patted the seat next to him. Sanji couldn't help but said, you want to pick up Nami? Wait 100 years before talking. Ha ha ha. Kolokai laughed, if you don't want to sit, then don't sit. Today's wine is really delicious. As everyone chatted, Kolokai suddenly reacted, oh no. You guys go to the forest in the south and catch a compass bird, otherwise you won't be able to set sail tomorrow. Why? Everyone asked in confusion. Luffy asked, Uncle, what are you talking about? Coolie K explained, this is the Grand Line. Once the ship is out in the open sea, can you still tell the direction? Stop eating, and go quickly. That's right. Nami suddenly realized, the target this time is not the island, but the ocean current. Then the record pointer will be useless. Coolie K nodded and said, we are going to ride the ocean current in the south this time, and the compass bird has the habit of pointing its head to the south no matter what. Ha ha ha. Luffy said with a smile, so Zoro is not even as good as animals. Lin Hai exclaimed, what a brilliant comparison. Zoro widened his eyes and said with bloodshot eyes, do you two bastards have the right to say others? Coolie K urged, hurry up and find the compass bird, otherwise, let alone going to Sky Island, you can't even find the ocean current. Why is it so important, and you are talking about it now? I just remembered it too. Luffy said seriously, although I don't understand, that bird sounds very important to us. Everyone, let's go. When everyone packed up and went to catch the compass bird, it was already late at night. Coolie K said speechlessly, why did you take so long to eat a meal? Remember, you must come back before dawn. Don't worry, Uncle, we will definitely catch it. Luffy replied as he walked. Soon, Luffy discovered that Lin Hai was abnormal, and he couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai stopped and said, "You go catch the compass bird, there are guests here, I'll go and greet them." "Really?" Luffy's eyes lit up and said, "Hold another banquet?" "No, I want to have one too." Bang! Zoro said speechlessly, "Look at his expression, he is ready to. Are we going to have a party?" Nami asked, "Is it okay, Lin Hai?" Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "They are just some small characters, but uncle and the others may not be their opponents. You go, I will stay and beat them up." "We are not opponents?" I was really shocked. The gorilla on the side patted his chest, but the gorilla was still unhappy and said, "Brother, although I admit that you are very powerful, you underestimate us too much, right?" Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Then let you fight with them first. If you can't do it, I will take action." The ape patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me, I am the king of salvage." Coolie K on the side looked at the dark sea level and asked in confusion, "Is there really anyone coming here?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "People from a ship are coming over." "Really?" Coolie K muttered, "It seems that the pirate group came to rob our gold, so let's go meet them." Woo-oh, the ape and the gorilla replied at the same time. Soon, a ship really docked on the coast near Kolakai's home, and a tall man jumped down from the front of the ship. Who else could it be but Bellamy? The gorilla spoke first, little brother, I advise you not to provoke our brothers." The ape echoed, "You guys are not going to take advantage of the dark night to rob the gold, are you? Dwarfs, go home quickly. Don't mess with us, we still have things to do." Woo's hizzy. Lin Hai was still lying on a lawn. He took the initiative to attack. They felt that he was looking down on them. But they were really good to the Straw Hat Pirates. They would help modify the boat tomorrow. So, in order to protect their dignity, they had to let them handle it themselves. But would they be a match for Bellamy and the others? The answer was obvious. But if they didn't attack, what would they do if they got hurt? Repairing the boat with injuries? Oh, it's so hard to be a human. So, Lin Hai had to lie down and sleep first. At this time, as the ape and the gorilla finished speaking, Bellamy laughed and said, "Haha, haha, are you the gatekeeper monkeys? I didn't expect you to be here too, Pirate Kolakai." And the one next to him. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "I say, why are you like a mad dog? Go play and don't disturb my sleep." "Tisk, I'll let you sleep well later. I still have to avenge last time." After saying that, Bellamy turned to Kolakai and said, "I heard about the tragic story of your Mont Blanc family in the tavern. It's really touching. But it's really a different feeling to snatch the treasure that others have fought so hard for. I'll tell you directly, how everyone calls me, a hunting dog, not a mad dog, haha, haha. It's really a different feeling to snatch the treasure that others have fought so hard for." Lin Hai, who was lying on the ground, was speechless. This was not just a hooligan behavior. Is this a distortion of human nature, or is it a good teaching of Doflamingo? Hunting dog, right? I'll beat you to death later. Chapter 120 Bellamy asked. "Oh? Hound." The gorilla said, "Since you came to our door, don't blame us for being merciless." The ape echoed, "Don't underestimate our Sap Mountain United Army. Everyone, come on." Bellamy's crew immediately took up their swords and took the lead. Bellamy's deputy captain, Sachis, confronted Kolakai directly, "Hand over the gold nuggets obediently, otherwise you will suffer." Sachis had already started fighting with Kolakai. Sachis threw a punch quickly, aiming at Kolakai's face, but Kolakai was still good at it and took Sachis' punches one by one. Kolakai found the moment when Sachis retracted his fist and kicked Sachis in the chin, sending Sachis flying backwards. Lin Hai, who was standing aside, looked at Kolakai with some surprise. The guy with a bounty of 38 million Baileys actually lost in a fist fight. Ape pain beat. The gorilla and the ape also dealt with those miscellaneous soldiers in an instant. At this time, Sachis took out his slash knife. His real skill was actually knife skills. Sachis rotated his slash knife, and after it reached a certain speed, he suddenly jumped up and prepared to chop it diagonally downward. Just when his slash knife was about to get close to Kolakai, Kolakai kicked Sachis' hand holding the knife, and the knife in Sachis' hand flew out. Lin Hai on the side immediately exclaimed, "Uncle, Sije! You scared me. The gorilla patted his chest and said, You bastard, speak softly, you made me so nervous. Kolika glanced at Lin Hai and then said to Sachis, Stinky kid, it's very dangerous to play around with that big knife. Slurp. Bellamy on the side licked his lips. Okay, the most exciting performance of the night is about to begin. Spring sniper. Bellamy's feet kicked upwards like springs, and the ground cracked because it couldn't bear his strength. Because Bellamy's speed was too fast, the gorilla and the ape were subdued by Bellamy in an instant. According to the prediction of the observation Haki, Bellamy will use the spring fruit to take the help of the Mary to attack Kolakai. Lin Hai can't sit still now, because as long as Bellamy's feet land on the Mary will be disconnected. Spring sniper. Bellamy jumped up and prepared to hit Kolakai. Swoosh! Lin Hai disappeared from the spot in an instant. For a moment, the scene that appeared in front of everyone was that Lin Hai was holding Bellamy's neck. Kulike, who reacted, dropped the cigarette in his mouth to the ground and couldn't speak for a long time. What was the speed just now? He didn't notice it at all. Sachis, who was holding the razor, dropped the knife to the ground and muttered in a daze, Are you kidding me? Hey! Sachis said loudly, Bellamy, don't joke with us, this joke is not funny at all. Ah! Sachis's female companion was shocked and sat on the ground, looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Ahem! Bellamy said with difficulty, Let go, let me go. Without Bellamy's usual words, Lin Hai asked, Is it a different feeling to snatch the treasures that others have fought so hard for? Answer me. Ahem. Bellamy answered irrelevantly, How did you keep up with my speed? Lin Hai looked at Kolakai and asked, Uncle, this guy is going to steal your things, what do you think we should do with them? Kulike glanced at the gorilla and ape lying on the ground, and said calmly, Let them go. Lin Hai said speechlessly, What's wrong with you? Don't you want the medical expenses? Looking at the extremely frightened Bellamy pirates, Lin Hai loosened his hand and drew his sword Gao Feng. Lin Hai said, If I had my old temper, you should be feeding fish in the sea now. To be honest, self-righteous pirates like you are too low level. Clang. As he said that, Lin Hai slashed at the sea level from bottom to top. Boom! The huge sound of waves resounded in the quiet night. Instantly, the sea surface seemed to split apart. Pirates like Bellamy had never seen such power before, and now they were scared by Lin Hai's sword that cut the sea. Especially Bellamy's deputy captain, he was scared to death. Ah, what is that? Is this human power? Oh my god, the sea was split open by him. Oh my god, what kind of existence did we provoke? Run away. Soon, all the crew members brought by Bellamy ran around, hoping to leave this terrifying place as soon as possible. They were afraid that they would be chopped by others if they ran a step slower. After a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but frown. Bellamy stared at the sea level in a daze. How could he be so calm? Bellamy asked, How could a person like you be in the East China Sea? I'm not in the mood to answer you, and I don't want to chat with you. Lin Hai walked away for a while and turned around and said, If you come to trouble the uncle again, or rob him or something, I will kill you no matter where you are. Get out of here. Bellamy stared at Lin Hai's back in a daze. At this moment, he didn't know why he felt very uncomfortable. The move just now seemed to wake Bellamy up, especially what Lin Hai said. Bellamy felt that he was like an ant in other people's impressions. Suddenly, Bellamy asked, Huaxia.d. Lin Hai, does Sky Island really exist? Lin Hai stopped and turned back, whether it exists or not, go find it yourself, instead of beating up those who believe in Sky Island like a gangster. I have a very bad impression of you, get out of here, are you waiting for me to treat you to a midnight snack? Sachis, who had come to his senses, quickly grabbed Bellamy, you are dying, let's run quickly, I don't want to see such a terrifying existence again. This world is so magical, a complete bad guy, when he finds his own beliefs, he becomes no longer ordinary, just like Bellamy at this time. After returning to the ship, Bellamy became silent, and he began to really think, is he really a low-level pirate? Does Sky Island really exist? How should pirates survive? In this way, Bellamy began a new life. However, Lin Hai had no interest in what he did, but what troubled Lin Hai was that in the future, Bellamy had determined that he was Lin Hai and wanted to follow him. After Bellamy and the others got on the boat, Lin Hai and Kolakai also carried the gorilla and the ape back to the house. Looking at the two people who had become lively again, Lin Hai said speechlessly, You two are really beasts. The gorilla patted his chest and sighed, I was really scared. I didn't expect that we were defeated in one move, but I still have to thank you for saving us. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, I don't want to save you, I'm afraid that my boat will be destroyed. The ape pulled Lin Hai's shoulder and smiled, don't deny it, thank you. Don't be so self-indulgent there, let go of your hand. Coolie K on the side rolled his eyes at several people and asked, are you okay? Let's start to modify their boat. No problem, boss. Chapter 121 What is a pirate? It was late at night and Luffy and his friends went to the forest. Lin was catching compass birds, while the gorilla and the ape went to call their crew members, and Kolakai was outside observing the merry, wondering how to strengthen it. Lying in a place, Lin Hai rested his head with his hands on his head, thinking, what happened to him recently? After all, from the Straw Hat Pirates, Lin Hai saw that they were actually a group of adventurers who were under the slogan of pirates. Influenced by Luffy's charm and forced by the times, they went to sea for their own purposes. In this world, there seems to be no difference between pirates and adventurers. Listening to the sound of the sea breeze and the occasional sound of the waves, where should Lin Hai go? Because Lin Hai found that he had changed a lot, how to be a man troubled Lin Hai for a long time. What is a pirate? In the eyes of Bellamy and others, pirates are of the new era, and they should abandon those fantasies and focus on immediate interests. In the eyes of Luffy and others, pirates are free and should adventure freely on the sea. In the eyes of the Navy, pirates are all unforgivable and have done all kinds of bad things. In the eyes of ordinary people, some pirates are good, some are bad. Pirates are different in the eyes of different people, but are there really so many concepts of pirates? In this world, pirates are just different people in the same time and space, because of what they see and hear, they have different understandings of pirates. Pirates are just a name, there is no need to stipulate that pirates must do what pirates in the secular world should do, otherwise they are not worthy of being called pirates. For a moment, Lin Hai remembered why he went to sea in the beginning. Is it necessary for him, Lin Hai, to change himself and cater to others? Ha ha ha! Lin Hai, who figured it out, suddenly laughed wildly. What's wrong? Kolakai, who was outside, thought Lin Hai was crazy when he heard Lin Hai's laughter, so he hurried back to the house to see what happened. Lin Hai, who had reacted, waved his hand and said, Uncle, you are a big man, can you put on your clothes? How can you be so naked? Are you showing off your muscles to me? Coolie K was confused by Lin Hai's words, but he still looked at himself. Kolakai was immediately annoyed and said, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Coolie K, who was about to leave, turned back and said, little brat, don't you go help them? The forest in the middle of the night is very dangerous. Lin Hai said speechlessly, go play somewhere else. What time is it? Don't disturb my sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hai was awakened by a loud noise. He immediately said angrily, what happened? Luffy and Chopper had lumps all over their heads. Lin Hai kicked them and said, who are you? How dare you scare me? Wivu! Chopper cried, Lin Hai, Luffy and I went to the forest to catch that bird. Luffy replied, it was that incredible bird, and then we were chased by a group of bees. Lin Hai said thoughtfully, so, you are not even as good as those insects. What did you say, bastard? The two of them got angry at the same time. At this time, Zoro came back with a strange bird and asked, this is the bird that the uncle wants us to catch, right? Coolie K was surprised and said, yes, this is the compass bird. Fortunately, you caught it. It may be difficult to catch it. Zoro proudly showed off, what did you do in the forest? You were chased by a few bees. It's useless. Without waiting for others to reply, Lin Hai stepped forward and said, you are still good. You are worthy of being Roronoa Zoro. But for safety, please go and catch another one, Zoro. Pucci Zoro said in disbelief, you bastard, what are you talking about? If you want to go, go by yourself. Ha ha ha. After a while, Robin asked curiously, look at the situation around. Did a battle happen here just now? Lin Hai nodded and said, yes, they are just small characters. It's okay now. Everyone should take a rest. After dawn, we still have to go to the sky. Salvage well, salvage well. Listening to these voices, Lin Hai said depressedly, I say, gorillas and apes, did you design our bow like this on purpose? Luffy said nonchalantly, I think it's good, Yeah, very majestic. Zoro said seriously, I think it should be made into a pigeon head. Pigeons can fly better than roosters, right? That's enough. Lin Hai pulled Luffy and pointed at the bow, the chicken head design. Lin Hai asked with sweat on his forehead, look carefully, that's a rooster. If this design is seen by fellow pirates, won't we be laughed to death? The ape on another ship said, why don't we drive the ship back and we will make another one for you? What a joke! Lin Hai said angrily, you must have done it on purpose. Are you still angry that I scared you back then? It must be like this. Luffy turned around and asked everyone in confusion, why is Lin Hai so disgusted with this design? I think it's very good. Everyone shook their heads there, indicating that they didn't know. As for why Lin Hai was so opposed to this design? Is there any need to ask? That's the chicken head. What does it represent in Lin Hai's hometown? How could Lin Hai not oppose it? I was really shocked. The gorilla asked, little brother, the treasures you gave. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, that's what you deserve. If you dare not take it, you are insulting us, and we will have to beat you up. Ah, your answer really makes me nervous. The gorilla patted his chest and replied, in that case, we will accept it. Nami, who was beside Lin Hai, had a gloomy face all the way. Because Lin Hai took some of Nami's treasures as the cost of repairing the ship and gave them to the gorilla. Now hearing the gorilla bring up the old things again, Nami was furious and said, why are you so nervous? If you say this again, give me back the treasure. It's my treasure. After that, the violent Nami twisted Lin Hai's ear and said, Lin Hai, remember this, if you can't find the golden country, I will throw you out of the sky. Luffy said simply, Nami, Lin Hai is right, we have to pay for the ship repair costs. Before she finished speaking, Nami said, that's your business, but the treasures are all mine. Lin Hai pulled Luffy over and said quickly, Nami, Luffy is my captain. If you can't find the golden country, you can throw him down. If you have any problems, find him. It has nothing to do with me. Nani? Luffy's eyes bulged, so I'm so great. Sanji said speechlessly, does this have anything to do with your greatness? How terrible. Usopp and Chopper on the side trembled and hugged each other. Chopper said in fear, it's over, the terrifying Nami is back again. Just like that, everyone set out on the road of the upwash current and entered the air journey in the midst of the noise. Chapter 122 I'm actually pretty good. After the boat sailed for a while, Kolokai suddenly said in silence, little brothers, we will say goodbye soon. But there is one thing you must understand, the Golden Bell and Sky Island, no one in the past could prove that they exist. Maybe someone will laugh at me saying that this is a made-up perverse theory, but what's wrong with this? This is the romance of a man. Romantic. Luffy and Usopp said excitedly. Lin Hai said speechlessly, old man, you go to the bottom of the sea every day and get sick, what's the point of being romantic, you're almost dead, and you're still romantic. Coolie K raised his eyebrows, you bastard, we're almost parting, can't you say something nice? Oh? That's fine. Lin Hai immediately changed his expression and sang an unpleasant song, I wish you good health and be a bridegroom every night. Every year has this day, every year has this day. You. Enough. Everyone near Lin Hai got goosebumps. Lin Hai, you are so disgusting. Everyone shouted. Lin Hai said, you are just jealous of my talent. You can think of such a fuck. Sanji said while beating Lin Hai, why do I feel like I went to the forest, and after I came back, I found that the annoying Lin Hai is back again. Zoro nodded and said, this guy, I thought he changed, but he is so annoying again. Ha 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 ha. Luffy still noticed the change of Lin Hai, but now he has turned back to his previous appearance. Luffy found that the previous Lin Hai was still fun, and laughed happily for a while. Hey! At this time, the gorilla reminded, get ready, we will reach our destination soon. At some point, the sky had become gloomy, as if it was going to rain heavily. The gorilla on another ship waved his hand and said, okay, brothers, next, you can only take care of yourself. Okay. Luffy waved his hand and said, thank you for your escort. Hey, I said to take care of yourself. Did you hear me clearly? The Mary was suddenly sucked into a huge whirlpool. Wait a minute. Usopp said in horror, I can't stand it anymore, please spare me, it's too scary. Come back soon, bastard. Chopper cried, Come back soon, bastard, I don't want to die. Looking at the big whirlpool not far away, Nami also said in horror, give my treasure back, you liars, liars. Such a big vortex, I'm going to die. The sky became gloomy, and the huge vortex made a huge sound, like the end of the world. What the hell? A drop of cold sweat flowed down Lin Hai's forehead. This scene was really scary. However, Lin Hai still said, Luffy, this vortex is several times bigger than the one we had when we first went out to sea, right? Damn, I'm going to chop it. Zoro exclaimed, hey, don't mess around. Nami, Nami. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I'm not chopping the sea current vortex, a big thing is coming up. Big thing. Come up. Soon, a fish several times bigger than the Mary jumped out of the vortex. Space field. Space exchange. Lin Hai used his ability to swap the fish with the one he had found. That is, Lin Hai placed it closer to the center of the vortex. Then everyone watched the fish being swallowed by the huge current. Seeing this, everyone on the boat swallowed their saliva. Robin analyzed calmly, will our fate be the same as that big fish, swallowed in an instant? Ah! Usopp said with wide eyes, Luffy, let's go back? It's still time to turn around now. With such a big whirlpool, we will definitely be buried in the sea. Sky Island is simply a dream in a dream. Dream in a dream? That's true. Luffy said very calmly. Nami cried and replied, yes, Luffy, I also think we are too reluctant this time. Luffy said to himself, Dream Island in a dream, if you miss such a big adventure, you will regret it for the rest of your life. After that, Luffy turned his head with shining eyes and looked at everyone. Looking at Luffy so excited, Lin Hai was really speechless. This guy doesn't seem to be afraid. At this time, Zoro on the side said, I say you, now is not the time to be afraid, right? Look, the ship is going to be swallowed by the whirlpool. Lin Hai hurriedly asked, Nami, what should we do? Before he finished speaking, the ship had fallen into the whirlpool. When Lin Hai was about to use his ability, he suddenly became unusually calm in front of him. The whirlpool disappeared? Why? Sanji asked first. Luffy also asked, what happened? Usopp, such a big whirlpool it actually disappeared? What happened? Nami. According to the information from the observation haki, the sea water below the sea level is very unstable. No. Nami suddenly said, the underwater explosion started, so the whirlpool disappeared temporarily. No, it won't. Usopp looked at the bottom of the ship in horror. Lin Hai hurriedly said, it's really as you think, grab the hull or hide in the cabin, don't be thrown out. Woo-oh! Everyone exclaimed. Lin Hai asked in confusion, Nami, what are you doing? You want to die in my arms? Nami said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? You must protect me. You still owe me 1.2 million berries. Sanji was immediately filled with tears and said, Nami, why don't you hide in my arms? I can also owe you 1.2 million berries, no, 100 million, 1 billion. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, stop talking nonsense, the ship is about to fly. I saw that the Mary was directly washed up in the center of the upwash current. A surge of upwash current instantly sprayed into the sky, carrying the Mary. The Mary rose vertically along the water column. For a while, everyone couldn't adapt to this vertical sense of direction and could only hold the boat's pole tightly. Oh, this is so fun! Oh my god, how does this work? Great, we can definitely get into the sky this way. Lin Hai said speechlessly, don't be too happy too soon, quickly pull down the sail. Why? Soon everyone found something wrong, the boat started to float up from the water column. If the sail is not pulled down, the whole boat will be thrown out with the help of the wind from the upwelling current. Usopp exclaimed, what should we do? All we can do now is hold on tight. Just as he finished speaking, objects kept falling from the water, including sea kings and disintegrated ships. Ah! Chopper exclaimed, there are so many things falling from above, they are all victims of the current from bottom to top. It's over, it's over. Usopp cried, we are really finished this time, falling into the sea from such a high place, we are absolutely dead. Lin Hai said speechlessly, is it that scary? I've said that my spatial ability can save your lives, provided that you don't get thrown out, ha ha ha. Nami, how to use the wind from bottom to top, I can only let you command, I don't understand. Wind from bottom to top? After a little reminder, Nami quickly understood, and she immediately said, raise the sail immediately, hurry up. Seeing that everyone was still confused, Nami explained, this is the sea, not an ordinary water column, but a rushing sea current. Also, the wind blowing up from below is the updraft generated by the seabed geothermal and steam explosion. Since the target is the wind and the sea, I have a way to sail. Don't forget, who is the navigator of this ship? Looking at Nami's confident look, everyone can't help but feel relieved and proud. It's Miss Nami. Sanji said loudly with red hearts in his eyes. Lin Hai said depressedly, Nami, don't be so arrogant there, okay? I was the first one to ask everyone to lower the sails, and I told you these principles. Hey, why don't you pay attention to me? In fact, I am also very powerful. Lin Hai's words were ignored by everyone. Brothers, do what Nami said. Okay, the starboard side is now facing the wind, turn left immediately, and try to make the ship follow the current. Yes. Soon, the ship began to float on the outer edge of the water column and went straight up into the sky. Chapter 123 Take My Kick. The sky-high water column went straight up into the sky, and the Mary, with the help of the wind from bottom to top, floated on the sky-high water column at a 90-degree angle, as if it was on a suspended train. Faced with such a natural wonder, it really makes people's hair stand on end. Oh, everyone, we are really going to the sky. Look at the scenery next to us. It's too exaggerated. Lin Hai was the first to get excited, shouting. Yeah, it's amazing, our ship is going to fly up to the sky. What on earth is there? Luffy also said excitedly. Usopp was reminded by Lin Hai and looked to the side. His legs trembled and he said, wow, it's so high, I'm afraid of heights, help me, Zoro. Asshole, you grabbed my neck. Go to the jitty cloud. After a long time, the eyes suddenly became blurred. It seemed that they were going to pass through the clouds. Everyone just felt a breath of difficulty. After a while, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of them, and the Mary rushed into the clouds and flew high into the sky. Space field. After the ship stabilized on the sea of clouds, everyone was seen lying on the deck gasping for breath. It turned out that the oxygen content in the air at high altitude was thinner than that on land, so that everyone could not adapt for a while. It's so uncomfortable. Zoro leaned against the railing and asked in confusion, what happened? Is everyone still here? Lin Hai replied, everyone is here. I just can't adapt to the air here for a while. Before he finished speaking, Luffy excitedly said, look quickly, outside the ship. Where is this? Sanji asked. It's all white. Chopper exclaimed, is it a cloud? Everyone changed their previous state and became energetic. Lin Hai immediately exclaimed, what kind of monsters are you? You're fine so soon. Sanji rolled his eyes and said, you are the monster, okay. We are on the cloud. Nami looked at the sea of clouds and asked, why won't we fall down? Why not? Luffy explained, well, clouds can be sat on. Hey, Lin Hai's face turned black on the side. If it were in the future, people would not be able to survive at such a high altitude. Moreover, there are much more terrifying things in the clouds. Too many clouds. Usopp exclaimed, what is this? Nami explained, this should be the so-called empty sea. But... Nami pointed to the record pointer in her hand and asked, look, the record pointer is still pointing up. Robin sat on the railing and replied, it seems that this is just the middle of the cumulonimbus cloud. Chopper asked, so, we have to go up? But how to go up? Robin shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Asshole. Sanji was furious and said, Lin Hai, you bastard, let go of your hand, who allowed you to hug Miss Robin's waist? Lin Hai said speechlessly, I'm afraid Robin will fall down, right? Roar. Sanji glared at Lin Hai, but Lin Hai didn't bother to pay attention to him. Is it the sea? Usopp looked at the sea of clouds and immediately took off his clothes, revealing his rib-like body, and smiled with his muscles showing, ha ha ha, the first step, Captain Usopp goes swimming. BB Luffy on the side whistled, great. Chopper also began to cheer, and Lin Hai on the side directly pulled Usopp down from the railing violently. Asshole Lin Hai, what do you want to do? Don't stop me from swimming. That's right, why are you stopping Usopp? Lin Hai said speechlessly, when we came up on the boat just now, Didn't you realize that we came from the gaseous cloud? Do you think there is a seabed here? Sanji exclaimed, if we swim down, will we fall from the clouds? Lin Hai nodded and said, Usopp, you can verify it, and then I will definitely burn more paper money for you. Usopp was horrified when he thought about falling from the clouds. Kong Hai is too scary, I want to go home. Hey! Zoro asked in confusion, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Lin Hai was practicing his fists in the air. Hearing Zoro's question, Lin Hai explained, I have to adapt to the environment here first. If there is an emergency. Emergency? Luffy asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Lin Hai said speechlessly, there is a guy with bad intentions coming this way. Where? Where? Chopper looked around quickly, Lin Hai, you are not lying to us, are you? There is no one there. Zoro prepared his knife and stepped forward and said, we just arrived, and someone came to cause trouble. Luffy said sourly, when will I be able to use observation haki? Lin Hai smiled evilly, that's easy, as long as you cover your eyes, and then I will hit you with armed haki, when you can avoid it one by one, you will be able to do it. It's fun, Luffy, do you want to try it? Everyone's face turned black, this guy. But soon, what Lin Hai said came true. A guy wearing a mask, holding a cannon in one hand and a shield in the other hand, stepped on the unique shell shoes of Sky Island, and attacked the Mary without saying a word. Stop! Sanji said first, what do you want to do? The man simply replied, exclude. You are not kind. Sanji said, Lin Hai, leave this guy to me. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, look at my handsome figure. Zoro looked at the man with a dark face and whispered, you are so brave. What are you talking about? Luffy asked. In an instant, Sanji was kicked away by the man before he finished speaking. Zoro just drew his sword and was kicked away by the man, and Luffy suffered the same fate. What's going on? Nami asked in confusion, you three can't beat one. Hey, you are too weak, right? Lin Hai said with a dark face, they should not be able to adapt to the bad environment here. And the man had already jumped into the air and aimed his cannon at the Mary. Chopper exclaimed, Sky Island is so scary, Sky Island is so scary. Swoosh! Lin Hai, who was standing in place, disappeared instantly. Before the man who attacked the Mary could react, Lin Hai had already appeared above him. Take my kick. Lin Hai didn't want to ask this guy anymore, and kicked him into the sea of clouds, just like he did to Van Oka. Chapter 124, Just Let It Go? As soon as Lin Hai returned to the Mary, Chopper rushed up and begged, Sky Island is too scary, Lin Hai, you have to protect me, hey? What's wrong? Lin Hai said, someone is coming again. Nanny! Everyone shouted. Usopp exclaimed, what's going on here? Is he going to attack us too? Lin Hai smiled and said, don't worry, come one, I'll beat one. Hey! Usopp quickly reminded, don't mess around like before. Soon, an old man with a white beard wearing knight armor rode an eagle-like creature and landed on the railing of the Mary. Nami asked first, who are you? Are you here to attack us too? The knight replied, I am Sky Knight, little brother, you are quite skilled. Sky Knight. Lin Hai looked at him, gave him a knight's salute, and then said, my name is Lin Hai, and all of you here are my crew members. We come from the sea below. What's your name? The Sky Knight glanced at everyone on the ship and replied, my name is Sky Knight, Gan. 4. The one next to me is my partner Pierre, and I am not in the same group with that person. When Nami heard that they were not looking for trouble, she was relieved immediately, but looking at Luffy and the other two breathing heavily there, she said speechlessly, I said, what are you doing with the plane? It's really useless. 3 people joined forces and were beaten to a pulp. Sanji said depressedly, Nami is right, it's so embarrassing. Luffy also replied, I always feel that my body is weird and I can't get up. Robin explained, didn't Lin Hai just say that? The air here is too thin. Zoro nodded and said, well, that should be the reason. At this time, Gan.Fall walked to the second floor of the Mary and said, you are Blue Sea people, right? Blue Sea people? Nami asked, what does this mean? Gan.Fall explained, Blue Sea people is the general name for people who live under the clouds here. Let's get back to the point. Are you from the Blue Sea? Lin Hai's face turned black on the side. Didn't he say it just now? Still asking. At this time, Luffy, who was lying on the deck, replied, yes. That's right. Sky Knight said, this place is 7,000 meters above the blue sea. The white sea above it is as high as 10,000 meters. Generally, blue sea people will be unable to move when they get here. Very good, I'm finally used to it. Luffy sat up. Zoro also sat up and replied, indeed, it's much easier than just now. To be honest with you. The Sky Knight explained, I am a professional mercenary. This is the White Sea, which is full of dangers. People who don't know the situation in the sky will either be targeted by the kind of people who attacked you just now, or become food for the sky fish. So just whistle for 5 million Ikes, and I will come to rescue you. A whistle for 5 million Ikes? Luffy asked in confusion, what are you talking about, old man? The Sky Knight said speechlessly, my price is already very cheap, don't bargain with me, I won't lower it by a single Ike. Don't embarrass me, I have to live too. Lin Hai said helplessly, old man, can you explain the conversion ratio between Ike and Bailey? If we can afford it, we agree to your business. The Sky Knight asked in confusion, didn't you rush down from the top of the high-speed sky road? You will pass at least 1 or 2 islands on the way, right? Luffy asked in confusion again, old man, what country are you talking about? Wait a minute. Nami asked, from what you said, it seems that there are other ways to get to this empty sea. Seeing the Sky Knight nodded, Nami cried, I knew there were other ways. After that, Nami grabbed Luffy's collar and said angrily, we almost fell to death, it's all because of you, otherwise we could collect intelligence and take a safe road to come here, it's all because of you, you bastard. At this time, the Sky Knight threw a whistle to Lin Hai, and then explained, the so-called whistle is to blow this whistle, no matter when and where, I will fly down from the sky to save you. Originally, the price for my dispatch was 5 million Ike, the universal currency of the sky. This time, I will treat it as a gift and give you a whistle for free. After that, Gan forgot on his partner and flew away. Lin Hai, who had reacted, exclaimed, hey, you haven't answered my question yet, what is the exchange rate between Ike and Bailey? Unfortunately, Gan Full had already flown away. Luffy patted his clothes, walked to Lin Hai and said, didn't he just say that he would come when the whistle sounded? As he said that, Luffy took the whistle from Lin Hai's hand and prepared to blow it. Usopp, Chopper and Lin Hai hurriedly tried to stop him. Lin Hai was the first to say, can you please not waste this opportunity? This should be saved for Nami to prevent her from getting into danger. Usopp said speechlessly, why can't you save it for me? I need protection too. Lin Hai said, Nami is a beauty. Are you a beauty? Go play somewhere else. Sanji echoed, Lin Hai is right, Nami, put away the whistle. Lin Hai smiled and said, Sanji, I've known you for so long, and you finally said something human. What are you talking about, bastard? Believe it or not, I'll kick you to death. Sanji said immediately. Zoro said speechlessly, stop arguing, the Sky Knight didn't seem to say anything. What should we do now? Robin said, from what he said, there is a white sea above, which should be the Sky Island. Chopper pointed to the cloud that looked like a waterfall in the distance and asked, is the entrance to the top over there? Luffy replied, won't we know if we drive the boat over there? At this time, Lin Hai walked to Nami and asked, Nami, how many Baileys do we have here? Bailey. Nami exclaimed immediately, what do you want to do? Lin Hai, remember this, you not only owe me 1.2 million Baileys, but also, if there is no golden country here, you are finished. Stinky woman. Lin Hai said, did you drop a pile of money? What is more important, life or Bailey? Nami replied as a matter of course Bailey. Well, just pretend I didn't say it. Lin Hai spread his hands and said speechlessly. Soon, everyone found the intersection. Nanny. 1 billion ik? 8 billion for 8 people. No matter how you calculate it, it's 1 billion belly, it should be expensive, right? Is it so much money? Or is it the rule here? I say, old lady, please tell me, how many belly can be exchanged for 1 ik? Usopp couldn't help but mutter, does it usually cost so much money to enter? Isn't this old lady a rip-off? Nami hurriedly stopped him and said, excuse me, about this entry fee, if it's just a hypothesis, what if there is no money? The old lady replied, you can still enter, and if you don't enter, it's also okay. Everyone was confused. Isn't this old lady going to die? However, Lin Hai was too lazy to ask. If I remember correctly, the ruler of Sky Island, Enelu, is a person with a bad taste. His purpose is to destroy Sky Island, right? As an outstanding young man in the 21st century, influenced by fine traditions, will he let go when encountering such a thing? If so, do you still need to care about this one? Anyway, they will be enemies in the end, so let's eat and drink now. At this time, the old woman at the door explained, because I am not a gatekeeper or a guard, I just want to ask what you think. Luffy smiled and said, then let's go, we go to Sky Island. Usopp said, old woman, we have no money, let us in. The wife replied, okay, all 8 of us are going in. Yes. Soon, a special product of the White Sea, the express shrimp, appeared in Yundeoli. It clamped the 2 sides of the Mary with its claws and brought the Mary into the special passage to Sky Island. Chapter 125 Car Overturning Scene. As soon as the Straw Hat Pirates left, the old woman directly reported that she was the supervisor of the Gate of Heaven Amazon. Amazon reported to the Almighty God and the priests that there were 8 illegal intruders in the kingdom of God and requested that they be punished. The Straw Hat Pirates were trapped. At this time, except for Lin Hai, they didn't understand that they had been targeted. After a spiral cloud passage, the Mary finally landed on the real Sky Island. What came into view was a vast expanse of white, and in front of them were buildings like in a dream. Some castles were built on the clouds, and next to the layers of buildings were several towering giant vines, which dotted the white sea of clouds with a hint of green, adding beauty. Such a scene, not to mention Luffy and his friends, just say Lin Hai, facing such an incredible place, was shocked and speechless for a while. It's an island, it's Sky Island. Luffy exclaimed first. Wow, wow wow wow, Lin Hai asked, everyone, I have never seen such a wonder in a painting before. Ha ha ha, it's so beautiful. Usopp looked at Lin Hai. Lin Hai, Usopp and Luffy looked at each other, and immediately the 3 of them linked their shoulders and said, Sky Island, Sky Island. Chopper jumped up and joined Lin Hai and his team, Sky Island, Sky Island. Soon, as the Mary docked, Luffy couldn't help but where is this? It must be fun to explore. As Luffy was talking, Lin Hai jumped up first and rolled on the shore. Oh, blue sky, white clouds, Nami and Robin, you are all mine, mine. Sanji was furious, asshole, what are you talking about? Nami and Robin on the boat looked at each other, their faces turned red, and Nami immediately said angrily, who is yours? Hee, Robin chuckled, Nami, let's go down and play together. At this time, Chopper jumped up and rolled on the beach like Lin Hai. Lin Hai asked, Chopper, how is it? Is it interesting? Yet. Chopper said in surprise, Sky Island is an incredible place. Hey Lin Hai. Luffy, who was already hanging on a tree with his feet, picked a fruit similar to a big pumpkin. Seeing that he couldn't bite it, he threw the fruit to Lin Hai's face and said, here's a fruit for you, take it. Lin Hai was intoxicated. Just after hearing the words, he saw his head hit by a hard object. Lin Hai was furious, asshole, you want to kill me? Get down. Luffy stuck out his tongue and replied, come up. Lin Hai, come down, I'll beat you up. Luffy, bang, come up, I'll beat you up. Lin Hai, you are capable, come down. Luffy, no, come up. Zoro came over and said speechlessly, what are you 2 doing? Zoro showed a fox in his hand and asked, what is this? The fox was snow white and very cute. It was the first time for Lin Hai to see a fox, so Lin Hai quickly took the fox from Zoro. Swish, the fox squinted and called to Lin Hai a few times. At this time, a sound of piano sounded. A graceful figure stood on the clouds not far from the beach. Zoro said, look, who's that over there? Usopp hid in a place and asked, is it those masked monsters again? Chopper hugged Lin Hai's legs and said quickly, whistle, where's the whistle? Hurry up and call that old man to save us. Wait. Sanji said, no, that's an angel. Angel? Lin Hai's face darkened. Although the woman had wings on her back, what kind of angel was that with such small wings? Besides, angels should be big beauties like Hexie, Keisha, Yan, etc., to be called angels, right? At this time, the woman looked at the fox in Lin Hai's hand and smiled, Sissy, come here. Swish! The fox in Lin Ha's hand called out, then jumped up and ran towards the woman. The woman came closer and asked, "Did you come from the blue sea?" "Yes." Luffy replied, "We flew up from below." "Do you live here?" The woman replied, "Yes, I am a resident here." "Welcome to Angel Beach in the Kingdom of God." "Do you want to drink that?" Luffy handed the green pumpkin-like fruit in his hand to the woman, and the woman cut the top of the fruit with a knife and explained, "The shell of this coconut fruit is as hard as iron. No matter how you bite it, it can't be broken." Please drink it. It's delicious." Luffy exclaimed immediately. "Haha." The woman introduced, "My name is Konis, and the one in my arms is the cloud fox here, called Sissy. If you have any questions, I will try my best to help you." "Wow!" Lin Hai exclaimed, "Nami, look at her, so gentle, so polite, so talkative, and then look at you. Duan." "Ah." At this time, Sanji stepped forward and said to the woman, "Please listen to me, your eyes healed the burning wound in my heart." Duan. Nami stepped forward and smiled, "Great, we just have a lot of questions. In short, this place is really incredible for us." "Okay." Konis smiled and said, "Ask anything you want to ask." "Hey!" Zoro said, "It seems that someone is coming." "Konis," he replied, "That's my father." On the opposite sea of clouds, a man rode the Sky Island's unique tool, the vibrator, and drove towards the shore. He waved and shouted, "Connie, Sissy, I'm back." Connie waved and said, "Father, welcome back." Luffy saw Connie's father riding the vibrator and exclaimed, "That thing is so domineering, I really want to ride it." Connie explained, "That's Sky Island's means of transportation, the vibrator, but that thing can't be controlled without more than 10 years of training." "Hey, hey!" Lin Hai exclaimed, "Uncle, you stop it." "Ah!" Connie's father suddenly hit a tree. "Are you injured?" Connie's father stood up and asked. Zoro was speechless and said, "Take care of yourself first." "Ha ha ha." Lin Hai walked over and asked, "Uncle, you are so funny, are you okay?" "Ah." Connie's father waved his hand and said, "It's okay." Lin Hai glanced at the Viva, which looked a bit like a motorcycle from later generations. Ahem, he, Lin Hai, also wanted to ride one. Feel the wind. So, Lin Hai pointed at the Viva and asked, "Uncle, can I ride this thing?" Cornus's father replied, "Yes, but this thing is difficult to control, don't force it." Lin Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry." Seeing that Lin Hai had the Viva ready, everyone asked, "Can you ride this?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Of course." Luffy's eyes lit up and said, "I want to ride it too." Lin Hai took out his mirror, combed his hair into a slicked back hairstyle, and also helped Luffy do a slicked back hairstyle. Luffy asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Lin Hai threw a pair of sunglasses to Luffy and said, "Put them on. I'll take you to feel the wind." SHH, SHHH. Chopper and Usopp said with shining eyes, "Take us with you too." Chopper said with shining eyes, "The windy feeling? Great." Lin Hai nodded and said, "I'll take Luffy for a walk first, and then take you." Luffy, hold on tight. Okay. Luffy said excitedly, "I'm ready. Go. Why don't you take us with you? Don't you see that place? It can only accommodate 2 people at most." Soon, Lin Hai and Luffy, who were dressed very handsomely, stood inside the Viva and rushed straight into the sea of clouds with a whoosh. Luffy only felt a gust of wind passing through his cheek, and then Luffy exclaimed, "Danger!" The people on the shore watched the 2 people riding the Viper into the sea of clouds, and then less than 2 seconds later, Lin Hai and Luffy fell directly into the sea of clouds. Zoro asked in a daze, "What are they doing?" Chopper and Usopp hugged each other and exclaimed at the same time, "Sky Island is too scary." Konis, who had been confused from the beginning until now, exclaimed, "Hurry up and save people." Sanji comforted, "Don't worry, with that guy here, they are fine." Chapter 126 Lin Hai Big Fool. Konis's home. After some introductions, it turned out that Konis's father was called Pegaya, a car mechanic. The Straw Hat Pirates were invited by Pegaya to have dinner at his home. At this time, Lin Hai sat down in a depressed mood, and Nami also said depressedly, "Lin Hai, I haven't had enough fun with Vayaba, why do you suddenly stop me from riding?" Chopper replied, he is jealous of your good writing. Lin Hai said in a low voice, what did you say? Ah! Chopper hid beside Usopp and shouted, Lin Hai is so scary, hey! Lin Hai, you idiot! Luffy said to a special product of Sky Island, Sound Shell, Conies, you said this is for recording? But there is no sound. Usopp smiled and said, idiot, this is how it is used. As he said, Usopp pressed the top of Sound Shell with one hand and pressed the switch. Sound Shell, Lin Hai, you idiot! What? Luffy said in shock, even Sound Shell looks down on Lin Hai. Lin Hai, who was sitting on the sofa, raised his eyebrows. This bastard must be taking revenge for the overturn just now. Shit, Lin Hai didn't plan to answer, and he definitely shouldn't mention that thing again, then everyone would definitely forget it. Yes, that's it. Who knew? The Sound Shell pronounced again, Lin Hai, you big fool. Over and over again, Luffy, Usopp and Chopper had a lot of fun. This is not over yet. Luffy excitedly took the Sound Shell and ran to Lin Hai and said with a smile, Lin Hai, come and play together, look at this Sound Shell, it's so interesting, it says you are a big fool. Everyone on the side covered their mouths and chuckled. It's really outrageous. Lin Hai's face turned red, and he said angrily, Stinky Straw Hat, are you done yet? I said it was an accident just now, believe it or not, I will throw you out. Lin Hai, you big fool. The Sound Shell's voice played Luffy's words just now as always, as if mocking Lin Hai. Lin Hai was furious and said, why don't you turn it off? You're not done yet, are you? Everyone. At this time, Conies said, the meal is ready. Please come and have a meal together. This kind of fragrance is definitely the carefully cooked seafood. Lin Hai instantly forgot what happened just now. After kicking Luffy away, Lin Hai stepped forward and greeted, thank you for the hospitality. You are really good people. Conies smiled and said, you're welcome, hee hee. After that, Conies covered her mouth and chuckled, and Lin Hai's face turned red again. When Chopper saw Luffy being kicked out of the door, he ran out and exclaimed, Luffy, are you okay? After a while, everyone came to the dining table. There were all kinds of food in the bowls. Not only was the fragrance overflowing, but the color of the big lobster was especially appetizing. Sanji introduced, okay everyone, this is a full meal with Sky Island specialties, fruits and seafood. Oh, great! Silk cake. At this time, Nami sat next to Lin Hai and smiled, Sky Island is really magical, soft clouds, sound shells, wind shells, grilled shells and other things, this is the first time I have seen them, so magical. Robin nodded and said, I don't know what principle these are based on. Luffy grabbed a lobster, took a big bite, and then replied incoherently, it's the incredible cloud and shell. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I said Luffy, these things are carefully made by others. You should taste them, not swallow them. But they are so delicious. Luffy swallowed the remaining lobster in one gulp. Forget it, it's useless to say it. Conies poured a glass of red wine for everyone, and then smiled and said, there are still many in the kitchen, everyone, please don't be polite. Looking at the surrounding buildings, to be honest, they are clean and tidy, and they look very beautiful. Moreover, this father and daughter are really hospitable and kind-hearted. Lin Hai had a plan in his heart, and he must not let Enelu destroy the Sky Island. Well, it's super delicious. This shrimp is so delicious that I don't know how to describe it. It's so delicious. After a while, Pagia said, everyone, there is something I need to explain. Well? What's the matter? Pagia and Conies looked at each other, and Conies explained, in the kingdom of God, there is a place that cannot be entered at any time. That place is right next to our island. If you ride Viper, it won't take long to get there. Usopp asked in confusion, you can't even take a step in? What is that place? Pagia replied, that's the Holy Land. Holy Land? Robin asked in confusion. Yeah. Conies explained, people call it the land where God lives, the island of God Arpayard. The island of God. Lin Hai said with a smile, it's really speechless. Luffy exclaimed, are there really gods living in that place that you can never set foot in? Conies nodded and said, yes. Chopper shed a drop of sweat and asked, the god you are talking about is the god that people say? Are there gods living on Sky Island? Yes. Conies nodded and said, our kingdom of God is ruled by the Almighty God Enelu. Almighty God? Sanji asked in confusion. Konis explained, Enelu knows everything and controls everything in the world. He can see everything we do. Space field. Hey? What's wrong, Lin Hai? Luffy turned to look at Lin Hai and asked. Lin Hai stood up and explained, the Enelu he was talking about is just a devil fruit that ate the nature system. What kind of god is this? He is really crazy. Konis and Pagaya stood up in panic. Just as they were about to say something, Lin Hai raised his hand and said, don't worry, even if he uses his observation haki now, he can't sense us. Nami asked curiously, Lin Hai, did the Enelu you mentioned eat the devil fruit of the nature system? Usopp exclaimed, is it the same as that smoke man and that crocodile? Lin Hai smiled and said, they are not on the same level. That Enelu is a person who has eaten the thunder fruit. The thunder fruit? Everyone exclaimed. That's right. Lin Hai explained, that means that guy can not only release lightning, but people who don't know how to use haki can't hit him. What? Release lightning? Then he is invincible. Is there such a terrible devil fruit in the world? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, listen to me first, okay? After that guy ate the thunder fruit, he used the magnetic field on the Sky Island so that his observation haki could cover the entire island. To say that he is omnipotent? That's a bit exaggerated. Sanji asked curiously, so you use your ability to prevent him from hearing you? Zoro also asked, can your space field even do this? Lin Hai replied, in my space field, the magnetic field has changed, so he can't use the observation haki to hear our voices. Silga! Chopper exclaimed. Usopp on the side asked curiously, Lin Hai, is this your first time here? How do you know so much about that Enelu? Damn! Lin Hai turned around and made up, I can also see and hear the haki, okay? Naturally I understand. By the way, I have to remind you that we have been targeted since we entered the gate of Sky Island. Chapter 127 Good boy, Mom is here. We are being targeted. Everyone shouted. Nami immediately grabbed Luffy's collar and said angrily, it's all because of you, you bastard, why did you come to Sky Island? Now we are being targeted by such a scary person, no, let's leave this place quickly. Usopp nodded and said, Nami is right, Luffy, let's leave here quickly. What is that? Luffy didn't pay any attention to the god at all, but said disdainfully, I thought there was a real god, but it turned out to be a person with the ability of eating a devil fruit. Everyone stared at Luffy in a daze. What's wrong with this guy's brain circuit? Ha ha ha, Lin Hai said with a smile, don't worry, he won't die. If I touch Enel, I will kill him with a knife. What's more, Luffy is the user of the rubber fruit ability, which is not conductive. Robin exclaimed, you mean, lightning has no effect on Luffy? Lin Hai nodded and said, in this world, Luffy is Enel's nemesis. He Luffy showed a proud expression to everyone. Nami, Usopp and Chopper punched and kicked Luffy. Get up. What are you so proud of, you bastard? That's right, you're fine, but if we get hit by lightning, we'll be dead. It's all because of you, you bastard, why did you have to come to Sky Island? Sky Island is too scary. At this time, Zoro on the side muttered, the thunder fruit ability user, this is a bit troublesome. Lin Hai said speechlessly, don't worry, I told you that you won't die. Besides, aren't we here to take risks? There's no need to care so much about that Enelu, right? And if as soon as we heard about the terrible opponent, we ran away, so why don't we go home and sleep in bed? What do you mean you can't die, you bastard? Suddenly, Nami actually learned martial arts. She made a snake fist gesture and punched Lin Hai, who was already shocked by her, and said, you bastard, you said that Sky Island existed in the first place, right? And what about the Golden Country? Where is the gold? I haven't seen a single treasure yet. Hey, it turns out that you still care about treasure. Everyone. Konis stepped forward and said worriedly, although I don't quite understand what you are talking about, that Enelu is really powerful, you. Luffy sat up and laughed, what are you afraid of? That godlike guy, if he dares to hinder us, I will beat him up. Zoro's eyebrows jumped and said, it is said that he is a natural devil fruit ability user, how to beat him? Of course I will beat him directly. Luffy didn't care, but his eyes lit up and said, everyone, Coney's just said that there is an island next to this that you must not enter. Usopp and Chopper exclaimed, asshole, what do you want to do? Don't go to Luffy, don't go, the empty island is terrible he 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 he. Luffy laughed, the island that must not be entered, he he he. Linhai sat beside Luffy, and then raised his eyebrows, Sansi, big beauty. Soran, sword. Nami, gold. Robin, precious rights. Luffy looked at Linhai, and suddenly exported, and then asked, delicious food. Saying that you must not enter, Nami said with his hands, what are you afraid of? If he is in trouble, he will give Linhai and Luffy. I saw Linhai, Luffy and Sanji put their arms around each other and said, God's Island, God's Island. Usopp and Chopper looked at each other and burst into tears. To be honest, the current Straw Hat Pirates are a low-ranking pirate group in the New World. If they are not allowed to hone their skills now, how can they go in the future? The reason why Linhai asked everyone to go there was actually this intention. If you worry about this and that, why did you go out to sea in the first place? Just find a cave to hide, that's the safest. Soon, at the Cloud Coast, Linhai explained, everyone, it seems that some of the 4 priests can use observation haki, don't die. Woohoo, Linhai, you have to protect me later. Chopper hugged one of Linhai's legs pitifully and begged. Linhai smiled and said, don't worry, Chopper. I won't let you die. Everyone, someone is here to cause trouble. Hey. Luffy looked around and asked, where are the people? Where are the people? After a while, the Straw Hat Pirates were all upset. Because the group of people dressed as guards were all crawling on the ground. Hey, everyone saw it, okay? Do you think everyone is blind? Usopp was speechless and said, what are they doing? Sanji was full of black lines and said, are these the people who are looking for trouble with us? Zoro confirmed, are they crawling forward? Luffy, a bunch of perverts. Oh. Chopper suddenly realized, crawling is perverted. Everyone, stop moving forward. After a while, the leader dressed as a guard asked, it's you, right? You are the 8 illegal intruders from Qinghai reported by the supervisor. You must accept the punishment of heaven. What? Linhai exclaimed, the punishment of heaven? Oh, I'm scared to death. What should we do? As he said that, Linhai pretended to be very frightened, and then hugged Nami's waist and trembled. Sanji immediately got angry and said, Linhai, you bastard, let Nami go. Nami patted Linhai's head, good boy, mom is here. Just after she finished speaking, Nami's face suddenly turned red. Why did she say that? Pucci, ha ha ha. All the Straw Hat Pirates sat on the ground and laughed. Chopper's eyes widened and he said, Linhai, so Nami is your mother? Sije. Nanny. Luffy also widened his eyes and asked, really? Linhai turned out to be Nami's son. Linhai looked up at Nami with resentment, and Nami blushed and glared, is it wrong? Who made Linhai's action so cute just now? When the guards on the side saw this scene, they all frowned. What's wrong with this group of people? They ignored them for such a serious matter? It's really unreasonable. Chapter 128 Linhai is poisonous. Quiet. The leading guard shouted with a frown on his face. Luffy turned around and asked, who are you? The leading guard said, we are the White Beret Unit, directly under the priest. I am Captain McKinley of the Beret Unit. As he spoke, McKinley showed the photos uploaded by the Monitor Amazon and said, there is no room for explanation. We have received the photos taken by the Monitor of the Gate of Heaven with the image bay. Without waiting for McKinley to continue, Linhai exclaimed, everyone, did you see it? My photo is the most handsome. Roar. Sanji said angrily, mine is the most handsome. Linhai, mine. Sanji, mine. Linhai, mine. This scene made McKinley, who was standing aside, feel offended for the second time. Quiet. When McKinley was about to say something, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten what he was here for. The seashore was quiet for a few seconds, everyone stared at each other. Luffy was the first to say, I'm not interested in what you said. If nothing else, we're going to take risks. After that, Luffy looked at Linhai, his eyes shining, and said, hey, Linhai, is there really delicious food on that island? Zoro replied, if there are wine and swords, that would be the best. Sanji put red hearts in his eyes, looked at the sky and said like a fangirl, beautiful lady, beautiful lady. And Nami's eyes were full of money and muttered, treasure, treasure. McKinley on the side, for some reason, wanted to find a piece of tofu and then hit himself to death. Furious McKinley shouted loudly, enough, I say you have committed 2 crimes, the first is illegal entry into the kingdom of God. The second is obstructing our work. Luffy punched the palm of his other hand and said suddenly, I remember, Lin Hai said you are here to cause trouble, get out of the way. Usopp quickly covered Luffy's mouth, and then said, you know but don't say it. Luffy said simply, but they are here to cause trouble, let me go, I want to beat them, Usopp covered Luffy's mouth regardless of McKinley's expression. At this time, Sanji asked, what does illegal entry mean? Robin explained, to enter the kingdom of God, each person needs to pay 1 billionic. According to Koniza's explanation just now, 1 billionic is 100,000 Baileys. We did not pay at that time. Usopp replied, but didn't that old lady say that you can enter without paying? McKinley said, it's useless. Don't make excuses. Confess your guilt quickly. But everyone, don't panic. Illegal entry is only a level 11 crime in the punishment of God. If you are willing to accept the punishment, you can immediately to be a safe traveler. What? Sanji said speechlessly, this should have been said earlier, causing us all to be alarmed. Tell me, what is the punishment? McKinley explained, it's very simple. All you have to do is pay 10 times the entrance fee. As long as you pay it on the spot, your crimes can be written off on the spot. One person, 10 billionic. What did he say? So we have to pay 80 billionic, which is 8 million Baileys. Nami went berserk and wanted to beat McKinley, but was stopped by Lin Hai. At this time, Sanji said, isn't this too expensive? How many tons of rice can be bought with 8 million Baileys? Who can accept this? McKinley replied, what are you talking about? Wouldn't it be enough to pay 800,000 Baileys? That's also expensive, isn't it? Sanji exclaimed. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Sanji, why are you so excited? Luffy replied sincerely, that's right, didn't Lin Hai say they were here to cause trouble? Stupid Sanji. Sanji turned around and said, what are you talking about, bastard? Usopp looked at McKinley in confusion and asked, this is our first time here. We didn't know anyone here before, right? Why did you come to trouble us? Luffy and Chopper asked at the same time, yes, why? Without waiting for McKinley to answer, Lin Hai smiled and said, actually, I know the reason. You know. Everyone shouted. The Straw Hat Pirates and the White Berets all looked at Lin Hai, especially McKinley. The people he brought here were here to cause trouble, but how did the Qinghai man know their purpose? At this time, Lin Hai put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw Lin Hai's posture, the Straw Hat Pirates felt inexplicably familiar. Hey! Lin Hai said with a sad face, it's all my fault. Actually, it's because I'm too handsome that they are very unhappy with me. Before Lin Hai could finish, everyone fell. Are you kidding? When Luffy was about to confront Lin Hai had already spoken first. Are you kidding? Lin Hai stepped forward and asked, a handsome man like me should be serious in his words. Do you think I am kidding? How can you say such crazy words? There is a proverb in my hometown, that is, you can say whatever you want, but you can't eat whatever you want. Bah, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, do you know? In Windmill Village, I am the most handsome. Luffy can testify to this. Think about it again. As soon as we met, you directly accused us of 2 crimes. Let's not talk about the second one, just talk about the first one. How much is your monthly salary? Me? McKinley, who was stunned, replied stupidly, less than 1 billion Ike. Lin Hai asked, so you can't even afford to pay for it yourself? Let alone us? You look at us, how can we look like rich people? Especially our captain, he eats more than 10 pigs. He was driven out by the villagers because he eats too much. Do you know that we were still unable to support ourselves at the beginning? Do you know how we felt when we were abandoned? Do you know how difficult our life was when we were drifting on the sea? Our life is so difficult, and you, a bastard, are so shameless to ask us for so much money? Think about it with your ass, can we afford it? You are clearly making things difficult for us when you know we can't afford it. And the reason is that you are jealous of my handsomeness, right? McKinley was confused. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Lin Hai would not give him a chance to react, and continued to ask, you have the right to remain silent, but everything you say cannot cover up the fact that you are jealous of me. After saying that, Lin Hai turned around and put his hands behind his back again, looked up, and sighed. To sum up, being handsome is also a sin. You don't have to be so jealous of me. In fact, I am also troubled. Time flies, and my face is easy to age. As he said that, Lin Hai sang a song, spring goes and spring comes back, flowers fade and flowers bloom. Ahem, it was out of tune, and everyone shuddered. Everyone on the Yunhai coast was brought back to their senses by Lin Hai's broken voice, and then looked at Lin Hai in a daze, as if they had forgotten what they were going to do next. Is Lin Hai so pitiful? Is he really that handsome? It turns out that being handsome also has so many troubles. Fortunately, we look very ordinary. No. It's this Lin Hai who is poisonous. Oh. Luffy, who was the first to react, pointed at Lin Hai and exclaimed, everyone, Lin Hai's brain is really useful. Bang, is it time to talk about this now? Sanji was the first to say, by the way, what are we going to do here? I forgot. Good guy, really good guy, it's okay to be coquettish. Lin Hai actually confused his own people. Chapter 129 Luffy's Lecture. Ding, congratulations to the host for showing off logic, reward the host for understanding space. Just as Lin Hai finished speaking, the coquettish system sent a reward, but Lin Hai didn't have time to check it at this time. At this time, Lin Hai winked at everyone, which meant that everyone should go to the ship now. But everyone was confused by Lin Hai. How could they understand the meaning of Lin Hai's eyes? Luffy asked in confusion, Lin Hai, is there something wrong with your eyes? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lin Hai's face darkened, and just as he was thinking about how to get out, McKinley reacted. At this time, McKinley said in a gloomy voice, I am now. Without waiting for McKinley to continue, Luffy saw that McKinley's face was very ugly, so he asked, are you feeling unwell? If you are sick, you should take medicine. You don't know that when Nami was sick, she almost died, ha ha ha. Looking at this harmless guy in front of him, McKinley was too lazy to complain. Just as McKinley wanted to continue, Luffy suddenly exclaimed and punched his other palm, and suddenly said, I know, you have a stomachache? Constipation. Putchy. Ha ha ha. At this time, whether it was the Straw Hat Gang or the members of the White Berets, they all laughed. McKinley glared fiercely at the back, and they quickly shut up. Enough. McKinley said with a gloomy face, you Qinghai people have not only committed the crime of illegal entry, but also hindered us from performing our duties. Now you are slandering and intimidating the captain of the White Beret. Your crimes have risen to the death penalty and should be put to death on Yunliu. Zoro couldn't help but draw his sword first and said, stop it. Usopp quickly stopped him and said, wait a minute, don't be impulsive, Zoro. Zoro was furious and said, that guy has been inexplicably accusing us of inexplicable crimes from the beginning. Let me go, I'm going to chop him. Usopp advised, but we can't do anything wrong. Luffy said unhappily, are we going to be executed by them for no reason? McKinley replied, yes, you should just surrender. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, why should we care about him? I just winked at you, meaning to let you get on the ship. Why are you all so stupid, still standing there stupidly? What did you say? You are the idiot. You are. Ping ping pong. At one point, at the Cloud Coast, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Lin Hai started fighting each other. Hey, guess, pistol. Ugh, Luffy punched McKinley away. McKinley felt so aggrieved. He came to cause trouble, why was he the one who got hurt? Seeing their captain being beaten away, the members of the White Berets hurried forward. Captain! Captain, please cheer up. Are you okay? Captain! Luffy and the others continued the four-person fight, and didn't pay any attention to the guy named McKinley. I kick, I kick. I chop, I chop. Do an X4. Nami said speechlessly, I said, what on earth are you doing? Do you know what is going on now? At this time, McKinley sat up and said, do you know the consequences of doing this to me? What consequences? Robin asked. McKinley replied loudly, it is the punishment of cloud flow. That is, you and your ship will be placed in the clouds and punished by lightning. Catch them and shoot, cloud arrows. Without waiting for Nami to stop, the white beret troops have prepared bows and arrows and fired them out. Luffy took the lead and said, "Leave it to me." Lin Hai smiled and said, "It's up to you, Nami, let's sit aside and watch it, okay?" Sanji objected, "No. Will Lin Hai listen to Sanji?" Lin Hai pulled Nami with one hand and Robin with the other hand to sit together, then took out the tea in the backpack, and there were 3 people drinking. "Come on, Luffy, come on, Luffy." Nami said speechlessly, "Can't you be quieter?" He he he. Robin chuckled and said, "We are in big trouble now, and you are still in the mood to play around." Lin Hai said with a smile, "They have already set a trap, and we can't escape. In this case, are we going to cry and shout like a coward like Usopp?" Usopp said with a gloomy face, "You bastard! Don't you want my protection?" Lin Hai said playfully. "Ahaha." Usopp changed his face and said, "I'm just kidding, you have to protect me." Chopper quickly echoed, "And me, and me." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Watch their fight carefully and learn from them." Not far away, the arrows shot by the White Beret members turned into long cloud paths, and they slid on the cloud paths with shoes made of shells from Sky Island. After observation, Luffy usually does not take the initiative, but observes the situation around him and the strength of the opponent before it is his turn to attack. After some understanding, Luffy jumped into the air and used his unique moves, guess, fireworks. Isn't it just using the characteristics of rubber to punch quickly and shoot like a shotgun? Fireworks, where does the fire come from? In an instant, all the White Beret members were defeated, but Lin Hai on the side couldn't help but complain, "Will you name it? There is no fire at all." At this time, Zoro on the side asked, "Nami, what is the current economic situation on our ship?" Nami replied, "There are still 100,000 Baileys left." 100,000 Baileys. Zoro said speechlessly, "That's all." Nami was also depressed and said, "It can only last for a few more days. Why are we so poor?" Luffy scolded, "As the captain, I have to say a few words to you. You should also consider how to spend the money, right?" Sanji was furious, "Part of it is for ship repairs, and the rest is all for your food expenses, bastard." "Ah!" Luffy's eyes widened instantly. Usopp asked curiously, "Lin Hai, don't you have a lot of food stored there? What's the point of storing it?" Lin Hai's appetite is actually no worse than Luffy's. Who knows that at the age of 20, he can eat so much? However, Lin Hai couldn't tell anyone about stealing food, so Lin Hai had to make up a lie. Didn't the stored food come out for everyone to eat? Don't you know Luffy's appetite? Unable to bear Usopp's suspicious eyes, Lin Hai quickly changed the subject, "Let's get on the ship quickly, we can't stay here. Moreover, we must not go to Coney's again, lest that group of people cause trouble for her family." So, all the Straw Hat pirates boarded the Mary and went to the God's Island that must not be set foot on, Apaidu. And Lin Hai, who got on the ship, took this time to adjust his system panel. Flirtatious system. Host, Lin Hai. Physique, level 8, top level 10. The host's current physique, whether it is recovery, strength, physical function, etc., has entered the high ranks. Observation Haki, level 3, enhanced perception of surrounding aura, enhanced mental strength. Armament Haki, level 3, with excellent attack and defense. Overlord Haki, level 3, free control of shock target, effective. The effect is significant, mainly determined by the host's courage. Skill 1. 1. Establish a space field. Space exchange, use it skillfully, as long as the physical strength is there and the speed is fast enough, the host will be invincible. Space cutting, the cutting effect is determined by the host's domineering power. 2. Yi-Dao flow. Skill 2. 1. Space slash, the high-level use of space fruit requires Gao Feng in the summoned form to use it. 2. Space barrier, no limit, depending on the proficiency of the host. Existing items. 1. Space backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely, making it the best place to escape. 2. Dogu 9 swords, reference. 3. Basic swordsmanship, under learning. All difficult things in the world must be done easily. The host is not like that. It is difficult first and then easy to be different. 4. Broadcaster. Already have songs, Chasing the Coquettish Year, Pirate World specific BGM. 5. TT, ham sausage, dinosaur meat, wig, cape, hair dryer, comb, mirror. System store, already open. Coquettish coin, 3,500. Special note, the host is given a chance to be resurrected. After the host is resurrected, everything will be formatted, and its physical functions, strength, age, etc. will return to the time when the host received the reward on that day. Special reward, an understanding of space. How much the host can understand is up to the host to explore on its own. Space understanding? Should I use it now? Chapter 130, Snow in Thousand Mountains. Everyone. Nami asked with some worry, are we really going to that island that we must never set foot on? Of course. Luffy said with eyes shining, what delicious food will there be there? Nami reminded, that guy called God can release thunder and lightning, maybe we will die. Luffy replied, what's the point? People will die anyway. Seeing how calm Luffy was, Nami asked suspiciously, are you trying to force yourself to be calm? How can anyone not be afraid of death? Lin Hai said with a smile, he is not trying to stay calm, he is extremely excited. Lin Hai and Luffy looked at each other, high-fived, and said at the same time, bingo. On one side, Sanji and Usopp saw the virtues of these two people and immediately stepped forward to greet them with their feet. Usopp kicked him and said, you two bastards, please stop being so playful and smiling all the time. I'm scared to death. Sanji kicked and said, can you worry more about Miss Nami and Miss Robin? Usopp continued, there is also the Mary, plus Zoro and Chopper. Suddenly, a huge lobster, a super express shrimp unique to Sky Island, ran out from underneath the melee and lifted the melee up. Usopp exclaimed, what happened? What's this huge shock? Chopper said in horror, ah, God is angry and is going to die. Nami said with tears streaming down her face, it's all you bastards who said you were going to the island of gods, and now the gods are angry. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I said Nami, please calm down. Those are super express shrimps, but they are bigger than the lobsters that were sent to us last time. Sanji looked down the railing and asked, where is it sending us? Soran said, it should be sending us to the island of gods, right? Did they receive the message so quickly? McKinley at Cloud Coast said with a sinister smile, originally, if you just listen to me, nothing will happen to you. We white berets are the gentlest enforcers in the kingdom of God. You idiots, if you don't listen to me, what you are waiting for next is the judgment of the priest. They will not be as easy to talk to as me, hey. McKinley suddenly noticed something flying over. Pia. Ah, it stinks so much. McKinley yelled and then fainted. Luffy immediately exclaimed, Usopp, you are so powerful. Usopp pointed at Lin Hai and asked, you bastard, I only have one pair of shoes, why did you throw away my shoes? Lin Hai threw a pair of shoes to Usopp and didn't bother to pay attention. This guy wears a pair of shoes for so long. At this time, the melee was carried by the Super Express shrimp and entered high-speed sailing. Soon, the melee entered an altar on the island of gods. Is this here? Usopp fearfully hid in a part of the Mary, watching secretly. Lin Hai was speechless. Didn't this guy want to become a brave warrior on the sea? That's it. At this time, Robin looked around and was attracted by the fonts on the wall beside the altar. Nami confirmed fearfully, this should be an altar, right? Luffy suddenly said excitedly, everyone, I smell the breath of adventure. It's really great, so. The lingering sound echoed in this ancient forest. At this moment, in a dense forest, towering trees stood tall. Some of the tree trunks are actually about 7 or 8 meters long. Sometimes there are birds chirping, sometimes there are inexplicable sounds of giants, and sometimes there are screams of some wild beasts. The melee was placed on an altar more than 10 meters high by Super Express shrimp. Fireworks were burning on several stone pillars beside the altar, as if someone was preparing a sacrifice. And below the altar is a sea of clouds. Looking at this scenery. Hey? What's wrong with Lin Hai? Seeing Lin Hai slowly walking forward, Soran asked first. Others didn't understand Zoro's question. How could they know that in this atmosphere, Lin Hai's poetic spirit was so strong? Lin Hai stopped, took a deep breath, pointed forward, and then said, the clouds are thousands of miles away, the mountains are covered with snow, and the shadow is going to whom? Ask the vastness Hai. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai pointed his finger at the finger in front of him, and there was an unknown object dripping down just a little bit away. Goo 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 goo. A bird chirped past, and it turned out that it was bird shit just now. It was really a downer. Oh. Sanji took a puff of cigarette, and then asked, is there such a coincidence? Ha ha ha, I am laughing to death. Sanji's laughter immediately set off this quiet area. Ha ha ha, Lin Hai, why didn't the bird shit fall on your hand? No, 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 if it fell on his head, I think it would be the most interesting. Who made that guy say something inexplicable again? Hee, Lin Hai, are you okay? How can I not be okay? It's a bear, I'm so angry. Seeing that the bird didn't fly away and was still hovering above the Mary, as if it was mocking Lin Hai, it meant that if you dare to act cool again, it will come again. So, Lin Hai cursed at the bird, beast, it's immoral to defecate anywhere. If you dare, fly down and I'll roast you, damn. Seeing that Lin Hai avoided the white unknown object again, Luffy stepped forward and said seriously, Lin Hai, there is no need to be angry with a bird, right? Isn't it hit yet? No, I can't control it, ha ha ha. Looking at the innocent Luffy, although the tone is normal, it is full of sarcasm, and Sanji laughed again. Chopper exclaimed, now even birds look down on Lin Hai. Lin Hai immediately turned around and said, you two bastards, believe it or not, I will chop you all. Ha ha ha. Now everyone laughed. Lin Hai really didn't expect this. Did he not check the almanac before going out today? However, this laughter brought vitality to the deep forest and also attracted some creatures in the sea of clouds. Roar! A huge fish suddenly jumped out of the sea of clouds, trying to eat the Mary and the people on board. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes and stopped Luffy and Zoro from coming forward. Space field. Clang! After a while, Lin Hai came back with dozens of huge pieces of fish meat. I say everyone, before going to the forest, let's fill our stomachs first. Nami exclaimed, you bastard, didn't Konis say that this kind of fish is the totem of Sky Island? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, okay, give me Bailey, I'll go buy food. Ahem. Nami immediately replied, actually, I think this is pretty good. Sanji, come to work, grill fish, stew fish, grill fish. Hey, God, please forgive me, this is not what I did. Usopp, you won't get any of this fish later. Chapter 131. Zoro looking up at the sky. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. I'll send you Binks's wine, and I'll ride the wind and waves. The waves are surging, the sunset is moving. The birds are singing, cutting through the sky. Leaving the port, I can't forget my homesickness, and sing a song to express my feelings. The waves are surging, the waves are splashing, and the men are traveling all over the world. In the forest next to the altar, the Straw Hat Pirates sang there. After singing for a while, Luffy couldn't help asking, Lin Hai, you come and sing too? Hee, it's nice, right? Lin Hai replied, ridiculous, why would I sing such an ugly song? Sanji couldn't help but retorted, I think you can't sing. Kolos. Damn it, Lin Hai was furious, you know I can't sing, but you still say it, don't I have any face? Stinky chef, I've tolerated you for a long time, watch this. Sanji blocked Lin Hai's attack with a side kick, then Sanji bit a cigarette and replied, you have been jealous of me for a long time, right? What are you talking about, bastard? Lin Hai said angrily, I'm jealous of you. Sanji nodded and said, you are jealous of my handsomeness, and jealous of Miss Nami and Miss Robin falling in love with me. Lin Hai said, yes, I am jealous of you, and I am jealous of your eyebrows that can be curled up. Sanji immediately got angry and said, what are you talking about, bastard, I will kick you to death. I will hide. I will kick. Usopp reminded, Lin Hai, if you don't come over, Luffy will eat up all the food again. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, don't worry, there are still a lot of them in the Sea of Clouds, right? Usopp said speechlessly, is it really okay for us to do this? Tisk. Zoro on the side took a sip of wine and replied, who cares if it's a god or not? We've already eaten it. What's the difference between 1 and 2? Hee. Robin took a bite of the delicious fish and chuckled, it's so lively. Nami slapped her forehead and said speechlessly, didn't we say we were going to the forest? But we ended up having a party here. Luffy took a big piece of fish and smiled, don't worry about it. Didn't Lin Hai say that? Don't worry too much about the result. The most important thing is to be happy, hee. Nami said with fish eyes, you're doing this because you have food, right? A pirate party lasted for who knows how long. Anyway, you'll be full. Ah, what a delicious fish. After resting for a while, Luffy said, finally, we're full. What are we going to do now? Are we going to find that guy called God? Nami quickly advised, why are we going to find such a scary guy? Zoro smiled and said, God? I'm a little interested in him. Let's see what that guy's attitude is first. Chopper said seriously, Zoro, you seem to be greater than God. Nami reminded, I heard that the priest is also on this island. In short, we can't offend God, this is common sense in the world, right? Het. Zoro imitated Lin Hai, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and then said, I'm sorry, I have never prayed to God. Ah! Lin Hai, Luffy, and Chopper's eyes lit up instantly and said, so cool. Usopp and Nami cried, please don't do this, okay? Seeing Usopp and Nami like this, Zoro explained, I don't believe it at all, so I don't have any feelings for them. Whoa! Silk Cake Lin Hai, Luffy, and Chopper cheered loudly. Nami on the side was crying, clenching her fingers, and praying to the sky, God, I have nothing to do with this guy, I just ask you not to punish me, bless me to find the Golden Country, and then get a lot of treasures. Usopp on the side was full of black lines, hey hey hey. All love, this is love. Sanji's eyes were instantly heart-shaped and said, don't worry, Miss Nami, no matter what, I will help you find the Golden Country. Lin Hai said angrily, you bastard, believe it or not, I will kick you away, you are not Nami and Robin's dish, they are all mine, mine. Do an X2. He he he. Robin looked at the stone wall at the altar and said, I'll go too. Nami asked in confusion, you want to go too? Robin nodded and said, look at this altar, it has been built for at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Everyone shouted. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, Robin, you are so amazing. You even know this. Hee hee. Robin said with interest, things with such a long history really make people excited. The longer the history, the more heritage should be sleeping. Even if you just pick up a few pieces of gem fragments, it can at least contribute to the merry, right? Heritage? Gems? Nami raised her hand excitedly and said, I want to go too. Chopper exclaimed, weren't you very scared just now? Usopp complained, Nami is really like what Lin Hai said, she fell into a pile of money. What are you talking about? Nami turned around and explained with Bailey in her eyes, I'm going to explore history. Everyone's eyes twitched, and they didn't believe her. At this time, Zoro asked, Lin Hai, aren't you going? Lin Hai replied, look, our boat will leak directly if it is put into the sea because of what happened just now. Chopper and I will stay to fix it and come back to you later. Besides, we have to leave someone to watch the boat, right? Yoshi. Luffy chuckled and said, then it's decided. Who will go with me? Usopp asked in confusion, aren't we all going together? Nami explained, I'm going to explore history with Robin. Are you going too? Usopp said speechlessly, do you understand history? What did you say? Nami threatened. No, nothing. Usopp shut up immediately. Finally, Nami, Robin and Zoro went together, while Usopp, Luffy and Sanji went together, and each embarked on the so-called adventure. Lin Hai and Chopper stayed to watch the ship. The reason why Lin Hai stayed was because he had not used the space comprehension reward from the system, so Lin Hai stayed on the ship to explore first. Chapter 132 Charming Personality. When the Straw Hat Pirates were having a banquet at the altar of Arpayard, the Island of Gods, Ganfowl and Pegaya were chatting in a field of the Sky Knight Ganfowl's house, while Conies was playing the piano. How is it? Isn't it great? Ganfowl watered his pumpkin field and said with satisfaction, this year's pumpkin harvest is really good. Pegaya said embarrassedly, I really don't know how to thank you. Thank you very much, even I have troubled you. As a resident of Sky Island, there is an obligation. That is, Enel stipulates that if people from Qinghai come to Sky Island, the residents of Sky Island must lead them to the God Island to undergo trials. If this rule is violated, they will be sentenced to death. Just now, the White Beret when the troops went to deal with the father and daughter, they were rescued by Ganforer. At this time, Ganforer replied, since the incident has already happened, there is nothing we can do. I can't even find Enel's heartnet here, so you can live here with peace of mind. By the way, how is Angel Island? Pagia, what? Ganfor explained, crops, how is the harvest this year? Pagia replied, very good. Really? Ganfor exclaimed, that's better than anything else. As he said, Ganfor brought out 3 glasses of juice and said, this is the juice squeezed from the pumpkin in my field. It tastes very good. Come and try it. Thank you. Pagia replied, then we won't be polite, Connie si, come here quickly. After a while, Gan.Fall asked, little girl, there is a group of people called pirates in Qinghai, do you know? Conies, I don't know. Gan.Fall said indifferently, it refers to criminals sailing on the blue sea. Although there are many types, these people's ships all hang black skull flags. The people of Straw Hat Boy are probably such people. What? Pagia asked, are you saying that they are criminals? Hee. Gan.Fall replied, in short, they should be illegal in Qinghai. However, no matter where the world is, there will be people who are incompatible with it, just like you now. Although there is no sign of it now, the Sky Island is already full of conflicts. The conflicts between the Sky residents and the Shandayans are still challenging Enelu. Ah! Pagia sighed, when you were a god, you tried to seek coexistence with the Shandayans, wanting to put an end to this centuries-long conflict and let people feel the hope of peace. Gan.Fall said regretfully, just when there was only one step left, Enelu took away the position of god. I'm so sorry for you, everything has come to nothing. Ah! Pagia said in a panic, what? You don't have to apologize at all. Sky Island has been a place for a long time since ancient times. There is such a legend. Ganfor said, a long time ago, on the day when the holy land of Arpayato was born, a beautiful song was heard from the island, and the battle between the Shandayans and the Sky Dwellers began from then on. That song seemed like a signal for battle. Therefore, when we hear that song again, the battle will end. Now, we can only pin our hopes on this song, but I firmly believe that the song will be. Just as Ganfor continued to speak, Ganfor's mount received the sound of the whistle, and Ganfor's mount quickly reminded Ganfor that someone was asking for help. So Ganfor quickly packed up his equipment and rushed to the whistle. The timeline returned to the altar. After Luffy and the others left, Lin Hai and Chopper returned to the Mary. The two took out the ship repair tools to repair the Mary. Chopper asked while hammering the hammer, Lin Hai, this is what you and Luffy told me, that the world is big, so big that it's beyond my expectation, right? Lin Hai put the wooden board in one place and nodded, isn't it? When you were on Drum Island, would you have thought that there would be people living in this high altitude? It's great. Chopper thought of the banquet just now and the journey on the Mary before, and he was immediately intoxicated. Hi, Lin Hai, thank you and Luffy for inviting me on board. I like my current life very much. Ah. What's wrong? Lin Hai turned his head and asked in confusion. It hurts, it hurts. Chopper looked at the hand he hit and blew air to relieve the pain. When Chopper reacted, the hammer had fallen from the altar to the stone steps, and that place was very close to the Sea of Clouds. Just now, if I remember correctly, there were a lot of sharks from Sky Island there, right? Chopper asked in fear, Lin Hai, where did the hammer fall? Lin Hai said with a smile, can't you just pick it up? Is your hand okay? Oh, no, it's okay. Chopper stood up and looked at the stone steps and the Sea of Clouds, and cried, Lin Hai, I don't dare to pick it up, there is a big shark there. After hearing what Chopper said, Lin Hai almost laughed, this guy. Lin Hai said speechlessly, you sit down, I'll pick it up. I'm telling you, what are you afraid of with me here? I'm hoping that group of idiots will come again, so that the two of us can have barbecue again. Silk cake. Chopper instantly forgot what happened just now and said excitedly, are we still having a barbecue? But I can't eat any more. Looking at such a cute Chopper, Lin Hai was really powerless to complain. After a while, after Chopper took the hammer from Lin Hai, Chopper asked pitifully, Lin Hai, am I too weak? Lin Hai nodded and said, yes, you are not only weak, but also timid. What are you talking about, bastard? Chopper immediately jumped on Lin Hai's head and protested, I don't allow you to say that to me. Apologize quickly. Apologize. Lin Hai said, what are you apologizing for? Didn't you ask me yourself? Come down quickly. After a while, Chopper was finally coaxed down, and Lin Hai, who was sitting on the side, was really speechless. Are all animals so simple in their thinking? To be honest, it is this kind of simple people who are really likable. At this time, Chopper asked, Lin Hai, will I become as powerful as you in the future? What a joke! Lin Hai poked Chopper's head and replied, remember, you are a beast. Bah, you are Chopper, I am Lin Hai. I am so powerful now, do you know what kind of efforts I have gone through? You bastard, stop it! Chopper slapped Lin Hai with his 2 hooves, bah, with his own hands like a child fighting. Chapter 133 Space Comprehension. At the altar, Chopper and Lin Hai made a fuss for a while, and Chopper, who reacted, remembered what he had asked Lin Hai just now. Chopper asked again, Lin Hai, you are so powerful now, what kind of training did you go through? Can you tell me? Lin Hai took out a cigarette from his backpack, but he was poor now and couldn't use Bailey to light the cigarette. So, Lin Hai took out a match, put it on Chopper and quickly struck it, lighting the cigarette. Hot, hot, hot! Chopper exclaimed, what did you do to me, you bastard? Don't do it again. If you do it again, I will beat you up. Lin Hai waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Chopper, don't worry about the details. I'll tell you how I became stronger. Lin Hai exhaled a cigarette intoxicatedly and said slowly, thinking back then, I was running constantly on the beach under the sunset, doing 10 sit UPS and 10 push UPS every day. Chopper interrupted quickly, can you become stronger by doing this? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, practice the basics well so that you can expand. If you force things to happen, you will not only develop a disease, but your potential will also be limited. Okay, I'll go and comprehend my recent insights first, and you can play on the boat by yourself. Chopper replied, oh, go ahead, but if there is any danger, you have to protect me. Lin Hai waved his hand and returned to his single room, comprehending the spatial comprehension given by the coquettish system. On the deck, Chopper said cutely, anyway, I'll do what I can first. Letting me watch the ship alone in such a dangerous forest is proof that everyone trusts me. I have to work hard. That's right, I'm alone in such a dangerous place. Before he finished speaking, looking at the sudden silence around him, Chopper said in horror, it's so scary. Woohoo, Lin Hai, are you in there? I'm here. Lin Hai replied with a frown. Soon, Lin Hai entered his space backpack and used the space comprehension directly. Because the comprehension of space needs to be comprehended in his own space backpack, which is required by the Feng Shao system. For a while, some fragments of the past emerged clearly in Lin Hai's mind, especially the 3 sky phantoms he saw in the waters near Gaia Island. When people are on the ground within their field of vision is flat. If they stand in the sky, then it is no longer flat, but curved. Relatively speaking, the field of vision does not refer to a single place. So is the ground flat or curved? Of course it is curved, this is just a local and macroscopic concept, just like the virtual shadow of the sky that I saw that day. So, in the issue of space, the physical problem began to become a geometric problem. If the field of vision is infinitely reduced on an object, then the final result is a plane. The field of vision continues to expand, then this object, it can be a person, a tree, or a mountain. This is the conversion between low-dimensional space and high-dimensional space. And the things in the space, as the field of vision changes, the space is no longer flat, time and space begin to bend, so tides begin to appear, such as sea water, such as the sea of clouds on the sky island. With these insights, Lin Hai found that the previous worldview had changed and became more and more alternative. Just when Lin Hai was comprehending in his space backpack, Chopper on the Mary encountered a crisis. At this time, one of the priests, the Sky Knight Shura, rode his mount to attack Chopper on the Mary. Chopper called out to Lin Hai for a while, but he didn't come out, so he had to blow the whistle that the Sky Knight had given to everyone. Bye-bye, Chopper said in panic, Sky Knight, come and save me. Okay. Shura said with contempt, dedicate your life to God Enel. After that, Shura stabbed Chopper with the long cone weapon in his hand. At this time, Chopper was holding the whistle in his mouth and was so scared that he didn't dare to blow it. Seeing that the tip of the long cone weapon was as thin as a needle stabbing at him, Chopper hurriedly jumped away from where he was, and then saw that the stone road that was scratched by the long cone weapon was on fire. Fire! Chopper didn't understand what was going on. But there was no time for Chopper to think more. Shura rode his mount and flew into the air again, asking, why are you struggling? You are already dead, just accept your death. I saw Shura in the air pointing his weapon at Chopper, and then the weapon emitted a long column of fire shot straight at Chopper. Wow! Chopper jumped again in fear. However, because Chopper avoided it, the column of fire shot towards the Mary, and suddenly, the railing of the Mary was burned. Ah! Chopper saw the ship burning and hurried to put out the fire. Damn it, Lin Hai, where are you Lin Hai, come and save me, and save Mary. The enlarged Chopper stepped barefoot on the part where the Mary was burning. Hey! Shura said speechlessly, there will be no more people on the ship, just let it go. You and your companions are already dead. Chopper turned his head and said angrily, who are you? Stop it, don't attack everyone. Without waiting for Chopper to continue, Shura jumped up on his mount and stabbed Chopper with his weapon. Fortunately, the enlarged Chopper became smaller again and avoided the attack. Then surrender your life. Shura kicked Chopper onto the boat in mid-air. The difference in strength between the two was indeed huge. Shura had observation haki, rich combat experience, and weapons equipped with rebay and rope cloud. How could Chopper be his opponent? This battle was one-sided. Chopper, who was kicked away, suddenly found that the main pole of the Mary was burning. Ah, stop it, Lin Hai, where have you been, come out quickly, the Mary is on fire. Chopper, who had grown bigger again, didn't know what to do in the face of such a big fire. Finally, helpless Chopper quickly used all his strength to break the main pole of the Mary, otherwise the fire would burn the whole ship. After throwing the burning main pole out of the boat, Chopper was also burned in many places. Damn it! Chopper sat on the deck, shouting at Shura in anger, fear, and helplessness, enough, stop it. I stayed to watch the ship, everyone asked me for help. Chopper, who was simple, thought that everyone had a kind side, so he spoke his true feelings, hoping to get Shura's sympathy, to move his compassion, and let him and the Mary go. After all, no one had any grudges. Who knew that Shura asked the mount next to him, Fusa, what should we do? The 3-foot bird next to Shura, Fusa, spit out a ball of fire, and the meaning was already very clear. You won't let me attack your companions. Shura stood on the railing, took off his goggles and continued, you won't let me hurt the ship, and you say you don't want to die? This is not easy to deal with. You are such a willful bastard, it really makes people angry. After saying that, Shura raised his weapon and prepared to give Chopper a fatal blow. Chapter 134 Stinky Bird, let go of your mouth. After saying that, Shura put on his goggles, raised his long cone-shaped weapon again, then jumped on the back of his mount, aimed at Chopper, and rushed over. Chopper was already injured just now, facing Shura's speed, how could he avoid it? In an instant, Shura pinched Chopper's neck, holding the weapon in his other hand, ready to end Chopper's life. Just when Chopper was desperate, a shadow passed by the sky, and the Sky Knight Gonfer finally arrived. Shura was originally waiting for the man named Lin Hai to appear, and he also killed him by the way, but he didn't expect it to be him. Shura gave up attacking Chopper with the information from his observation haki, and turned around to block the attack from mid-air with his weapon. Ding! The sound of the weapons colliding resounded in the quiet surroundings. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Ganferl said. The wind blew his long white beard, and looking at his determined eyes, Chopper felt that Ganferl was so handsome at this moment, so handsome that it was almost a drop in the ocean. Sky Knight! Woohoo! Chopper shouted excitedly. Humph! Shura said with a crooked mouth, this is really a rare guest. After a fight, Ganferl turned around and jumped back on his mount, and Shura also jumped back on his mount, ready to engage in an air battle with Ganferl. Ganferl! Shura rushed up from below. Gan.Fall was preparing to strike again in mid-air. What a match! Shura asked, what do you want from me, old man from the previous generation? This island doesn't need two gods. Ding! The weapons of the two men collided again in a short time, sparks flew, and the two separated again. The third move was another fight, the two competed in speed and observation haki. When Gan.Fall appeared behind Shura, Shura finally reacted, but it was too late. Gan.Fall spread out a palm, pointed at Shura's face, and used the unique weapon of Sky Island to attack Bei. Shura was directly knocked away with one move. However, the reason why the priest is a priest is that he must have a hand, and this attack on Bei only caused Shura to suffer a little injury. Damn it! Shura, who had returned to his mount, said angrily, you came here with a good mind, right? You are already a criminal, so just accept my angry punishment, old man. Trial of the rope. Shura put on his goggles and laid a rope around him. Then, Shura and Ganfuer fought fiercely. For a while, the two were fighting hard to tell, competing in strength, speed, and physical strength. I can't tell what they are doing at all, so amazing. Chopper at the altar stared blankly. At this time, Lin Hai, who was in the space backpack, realized it for a while. He didn't dare to stay in it for too long, he had to come out to see. After all, Chopper's force was really weak. Lin Hai, who had just come out, couldn't help but frown. A fight? At this time, Ganfuer, who was fighting Shura, had consumed a lot of physical and mental strength because of the previous battle, especially, Ganfuer was very old. For a while, Ganfuer fell into Shura's trap without paying attention, whether it was Ganfuer or his mount, they were fixed in the air by Shura's rope and couldn't move. Ha ha ha. Shura's eyes lit up and he laughed. What's wrong with you, Gan.Fall? Gan.Fall was sweating profusely and was horrified to find that he couldn't move. He immediately asked, what did you do to me, you bastard? Shura picked up his long cone weapon, pointed it at Gan.Fall's chest, swooped down, and said contemptuously, I don't need to answer the questions of a dead person. Gan.Fall, give your life to God. Enel. Before he finished speaking, the tip of Shura's weapon stopped in front of Gan.Fall's chest and couldn't move forward at all. It turned out that Lin Hai, who came out of the space backpack, took action. At this time, Lin Hai was full of black lines, and he didn't know how to explain to everyone later. Ouch! Chopper saw that Ganfuer was not dead and the weapon was blocked by Lin Hai. He cried and said happily, Lin Hai, you bastard, where did you go? Mary. Ah! Lin Hai replied in a low voice, I know, we said we would repair the ship, but the main pole of the ship was broken. After saying that, Lin Hai looked at Shura with a terrifying look in his eyes, and said in a low voice, you destroyed it, right? Chopper at the altar originally wanted to say that he broke the main pole, but Lin Hai is so scary now. Chopper felt that the air pressure around him became so heavy. For a moment, Chopper forgot to speak and stared blankly at the three people in the air. At this time, Shura's weapon was held by someone, but he was still very confident in his strength, especially the god Enel, who has the ability to control lightning. Shura asked, who are you? Judging from the situation, you are his partner, right? Don't worry, I will dedicate your life to God Enelu. Just after he finished speaking, Shura, who was about to pull back his weapon, suddenly found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back. Lin Hai stared at the idiot face in front of him and said slowly, you destroyed the injured Chopper, and even such a great old man beside me, you can do it. Your god is only worthy of smelling this old man's fart. Whoa! After a scream, Shura was kicked into the sea of clouds by Lin Hai's empty kick, and his mount, the 3-foot bird Fuse's head, was lifted up by Lin Hai. Looking at this beast, Lin Hai exerted force on his hand and let it accompany its master. Silk cake. At the altar, Chopper, who reacted, exclaimed immediately. Is the difference in strength between the two so big? However, when Chopper saw Lin Hai standing in the air, he immediately asked curiously, Lin Hai, there is nothing under your feet, how did you do it? How did you do it? As he said that, Lin Hai directly used his hands to tear off all the invisible ropes around Shura and Ganfuer. Chopper on the side asked, how can you step on the air? Step on the air. Lin Hai reacted and looked down, and it was indeed empty. It's so high. Lin Hai fell directly, old man, don't stand there stupidly, save me. What? Chopper's eyes bulged, are you reacting now? After a while. Ahem. After Lin Hai fished up the main pole of the melee, he defended himself, I didn't fall down just now. I was going to pick up the main pole, okay. Chopper, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Ganfuer on the side, I'm so sorry. I came to save you, but you saved me. Chopper said quickly, we should thank you, Sky Knight. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Sky Knight, you always look like you're worried about the country and the people. This will make you get old faster. Relax. By the way, can the bird next to you be used for barbecue? Ah. It hurts, it hurts. Ganfuer's mount bit Lin Hai's head, and Chopper was furious, you bastard, Don't pay attention to our savior. Stinky bird, let go, I won't eat you, let go. Chapter 135 Bonfire Party. Luffy and his group went to explore the forest and met one of the priests. After going through the trial of the ball, they successfully returned to the altar. After hearing the whistle, Zoro and his group gave up looking for Enelu. Andre turned to the altar. At this time, everyone was watching Lin Hai repairing the main pole. Ah! Robin asked first, Lin Hai, are you repairing the ship? Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, you bastard, do you know how to repair the ship? How come the main pole is broken? Sanji said, hey, what happened? Chopper replied weakly, no, nothing happened. Looking at this situation, there should have been a battle just now, but everyone stopped asking. At this time, Luffy asked, Chopper, are you injured? Yeah. Chopper said pitifully, Woo, Sky Island is so scary, Luffy. Asshole. Sanji immediately kicked Lin Hai, aren't you on the boat? Why did Chopper get injured? How can Lin Hai explain this? So, Lin Hai kicked Sanji away, and then waved his hand, why do I need to explain my life to you? If you keep fighting, damn! I'll beat you to death, you bastard! That's right, I don't know what he was doing, but he actually let Chopper get so badly injured. Did you oversleep? I asked you to repair the boat, but you broke the main pole of the boat. Do you have a brain? Night fell. A bonfire party was held for a long time. After everyone had eaten, Nami took out 2 maps, one of which was where Kulakai lived, and the other was a map of Sky Island. Nami put the 2 maps together and said, everyone, did you see anything? Skull. Usopp and Luffy replied at the same time. That's right. Nami explained, when you passed by Uncle Kulakai, didn't you notice a fault at the coast? Usopp asked in confusion, what's so strange about this? Robin explained, there is also a fault at the coast of this island. You mean? Everyone was shocked. Nami nodded and said, our island, Arpayatu, is actually part of Gaia Island, but it was washed up by the upwelling current hundreds of years ago. It's really as Lin Hai said, it's incredible. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Hai in surprise. Lin Hai spitted on his hands with great pride, poked his hands, and then used both hands to push his hair up. His movements were extremely chic. Sanji was the first to react, you bastard, you use this trick again, it's disgusting. Lin Hai used his own way to return the favor, and replied, actually, you are just jealous of my handsomeness, right? Sanji raised his eyebrows, damn it, I'll kick. Doin' X2. Luffy, who reacted at this time, sighed, Nami, you are so amazing, you can find this. Nami shook her head and said, actually, Robin found it. By the way, I want to tell you that the right eye of this skull pattern, do you remember what Roland said in the day? Usopp exclaimed, the golden country is at the right eye of the skull. That's right. Nami said excitedly, tomorrow, we will all go to find gold. Ha ha ha, so happy. Luffy looked up at the night sky and replied, it will be sunny tomorrow, right? Ha ha ha. Of course. Usopp laughed, after all, it's on the clouds. Zoro echoed, as a pirate, you can't turn a blind eye to gold, right? At this time, Robin said, it's late at night, we have to put out the fire quickly, otherwise our position will be exposed to the enemy. Luffy turned his head and interrupted with a proud face, what nonsense are you talking about? Did you hear it? Usopp. Robin actually said that kind of thing, asking us to put out the fire. Hey! Robin asked in confusion. There's nothing we can do about it. Usopp said proudly, don't say that, Robin is a woman who has always lived in the dark, she just doesn't know. What do you mean? Robin was confused. Luffy knelt on the ground, pounding the ground with one hand and explaining, generally speaking, when you come to camp, you have to have a bonfire party, right? Usopp also knelt on the ground, pounding the ground with one hand and echoed, on the night of camping, even if you risk your life, you have to have a bonfire party, this is the right way. Nami said speechlessly, are you two idiots? Stop it. You should know how dangerous this forest is, right? Luffy, I don't know. Nami showed her snake fist again, beating Luffy and saying, there are not only priests here, but also gorillas, wild beasts and maybe monsters. If we attract them, Chopper's eyes bulged out and he exclaimed, there are even monsters. Sky Island is so scary. Usopp and Chopper hugged each other. Hey Luffy. Zoro had already set up the bonfire and asked, is this all right? Linhai exclaimed, where did this wood come from? By the way, Zoro, you didn't get lost. Zoro immediately said angrily, what are you talking about, bastard, believe it or not, I will chop you. At this moment, a group of wolves surrounded them, and one of the leading wolves walked forward. Linhai asked in confusion, Chopper, what is it saying? Chopper translated, it's been noisy since just now, you foreigners. Go to bed quickly, a bunch of idiots. What did you say? Luffy, Linhai, Sanji, and Zoro were all furious at the same time. Chopper continued to translate for the leader wolf, you are not trying to compete with us for territory, are you? This is our land. How dare you make a fire and cook here without permission? All the grass and trees in this forest belong to us. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. Linhai stepped forward with a smile on his face and said, you are so majestic and domineering, Mr. Wolf. The bonfire we just held is not over yet. I always feel that it is not enough and I am not full yet, hee hee. Chopper translated, you, don't come over. If you come over again, I will yell. Linhai poked his palms and grinned, you yell, keep yelling, bastard. As he said, Linhai hugged the head of the leader wolf, beating it and cursing, you beast, you are so brave that you dare to ride on the head of such a terrible pirate like us. Tell me, do you want to have a bonfire party together? Woo, stop fighting, I surrender, let's have a bonfire party together. Everyone fell. So, the bonfire party started again, and the nearby wolves followed the Straw Hat Pirates and started a party. Soon, under the guidance of Linhai, Linhai took the lead, and the wolves stood in several rows and danced the werewolf dance in League of Legends, that is, with both hands facing one side, level with the shoulders, pretending to grab something, and then 3 steps to the left and 3 steps to the right. Ha ha ha, Linhai, what kind of dance are you dancing? Ha ha ha. Nami covered her stomach and rolled on the ground. Hee hee. Robin was really speechless, so she had to laugh and said nothing. Luffy, Chopper and Usopp imitated with shining eyes. And Zoro, who was sitting by the tree trunk, watched this scene with his eyes twitching, and the wine in the glass in his hand kept flowing out without knowing it. Hey Zoro, come and dance with us, it's fun. Linhai, you bastard, I won't dance even if you kill me, please don't. Ha ha ha. Chapter 136. I know I was wrong. The bonfire party lasted for a long time, and Sky Knight Ganfowl sat on the side, silent all the time, just observing the Straw Hat Pirates. When the party came to an end, Ganfowl said to the Straw Hat Pirates who were sitting on the side to rest, this Arpadu Island was brought up by the upwash current. Linhai asked, Sky Knight, do you have anything to say to us? Luffy asked curiously, are you not satisfied, let's continue the party. Doin. Before Luffy finished speaking, Nami punched the fat man Luffy. At this time, Gan.Fall said, 400 years ago, this island stood up from the bottom. The original inhabitants of the sky thought it was a gift from God, so the original inhabitants of the sky called this island a holy land. However, there were original inhabitants on this island, that is, the current Shandayans. And the original inhabitants of the sky drove the Shandayans out of Arpayatu for their own selfish desires. The conflict has continued since then and has continued to this day. What? Luffy exclaimed, this is what you are wrong. Gan.Fall nodded and said, this is what our ancestors did, but we are trying to resolve this conflict, but unfortunately. Zoro said, we are just here to look for treasure, and we are not interested in these things of yours. Gan.Fall looked at Zoro and reminded, listen to me first. At present, the Shandayans are besieging the current god Enelu. And you just said you were going to find gold, and that place is exactly where the two sides are fighting. At this moment, Linhai took out a pistol from the space backpack, making everyone look nervous. Are there any enemies coming? We should put out the fire. Linhai, can you use a pistol? Where are the enemies? Are they coming? Why didn't I see them? Linhai, who was sitting in one place, turned the pistol in his hand magnificently and fired a shot upwards. Just as everyone looked up at the sky, Linhai took a deep puff of smoke intoxicatedly, and then said leisurely, I'm talking to you, I just have a cigarette craving, so I just light one. Is it necessary to be so nervous? Everyone's eyes twitched and their heads were full of black lines. Sanji took the lead and grabbed Lin Ha's collar, saying angrily, "Asshole, isn't there a fire next to you? Why do you have to use such a dangerous thing to light a cigarette?" Usopp also said angrily, "Just light a cigarette, why do you have to be so scary? I thought there were enemies coming to attack us." Lin Hai directly pushed the two away and said contemptuously, "It's more handsome to light a cigarette this way, don't you think my way is genius?" "Genius, right? I'll let you be genius." Lin Hai really didn't expect that he was just smoking a cigarette. Why was he beaten again? The pirate world is so scary. "Asshole, don't do such boring things in the future, do you hear me?" "That's right, people are listening intently, and you, asshole, suddenly take out a gun, everyone will think that there are enemies coming." Lin Hai took out his mirror and fixed his hair, and what they said went in one ear and out the other. Nami looked at Lin Ha's behavior and immediately twisted Lin Ha's ear and asked, "Stop looking, are you listening to us?" "Ah." Lin Hai turned around and asked in confusion, "What did you say?" Everyone fell. Luffy held his stomach and laughed, "Ha ha ha, Lin Hai, you haven't changed at all, ha ha ha." Chopper said confusedly, "Pirates don't listen to anyone? So cool. Doin' X3. At this time, Usopp said in fear, "Everyone, listen to what the Sky Knight said just now, do we still need to look for gold tomorrow? That's where the Shandayans fight with God." Zoro looked at his sword and said, "Usopp, does their business have anything to do with us? We are just looking for treasure, right?" Usopp said in a dilemma, but there are gods there, gods." Nami put her hands on her hips and said, "What are you afraid of? Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro, the gold is left to you." Oh. Luffy and Lin Hai, who were bruised and swollen, turned a blind eye and replied with a bleeding nose, "Leave it to us." Looking at the appearance of these two people, Zoro quickly glanced away, the future is bleak. Ah! Sanji also spun around, shouting, "Nami-san, and me too, I will definitely find the gold." Gan.Fall turned to look at Usopp and asked, "Is the one wearing a straw hat your captain?" Without waiting for Usopp to answer, Luffy said with a smirk, "Old man, you can see that I can become the Pirate King, right?" Zoro and Usopp complained at the same time, "Is that the question they asked you?" At this time, Lin Hai sat next to Gan.Fall. Under Gan.Fall's puzzled eyes, Lin Hai put one hand on Gan.Fall's shoulder, then hooked his neck and asked, "You used to be the god of Sky Island, so you know where the girls are beautiful, right? Old man, tell me quickly." Sanji instantly became interested, and quickly approached the two of them, waiting for Gan.Fall to answer. "Stop it, you bastards! Fuck! You hit me again, believe it or not, I know I was wrong, stop hitting me, you're going to kill me." Lin Hai asked, "Why did you hit me too?" After a commotion, everyone went to sleep on the spot while Nami and Robin slept in their own tents. Originally, Nami was going to sleep in the same tent with Robin, but with Lin Ha's hint, Nami understood. Sky Island is more than 10,000 centimeters above the ground, so the nights here are naturally colder. Nami slept sideways in the tent, and Lin Hai was worried that her sheets were too thin. What if she caught a cold? So, after everyone fell asleep, Lin Hai instantly appeared on Nami's side. After a while, Nami was seen shivering a little. Sure enough, the nights on Sky Island are cold. As a good young man in the 21st century, Lin Hai warmed up the bed for Nami without hesitation. Robin in another tent naturally knew about this situation. She was worried that Nami would catch a cold, so she kept an eye on the situation here. Until Nami fell asleep, Lin Hai felt that the temperature here was okay, so he ran to help Robin again. At first, Robin was uncomfortable, after all, she had never been treated like this before. Until she enjoyed this treatment, Robin was so surprised that she almost screamed. Fortunately, Lin Hai gave Robin a piece of cloth in time. After all, everyone was sleeping, and you can't scream in the middle of the night and affect others' rest. Chapter 137 Bastard, Take My Kick. The next morning, a place on Sky Island, which is where the Shandayans currently live. The leader of the Shandayans is a man with a hot temper but a firm goal. Everyone calls him War Ghost Weber. At this time, Weber said to the Shandayans gathered behind him, "Don't think that the opportunity will come again. I will never miss this opportunity. Those who are not mentally prepared should stay here." I will not blame him. A soldier behind Weber asked, "Weber, what is mental preparation?" We are ready at any time. Weber replied, are you mentally prepared to abandon your comrades who fell in the middle of the battle? Hearing this, the beautiful girl Loki who grew up with Weber and stood behind him became horrified. However, the contradiction has become like this now, and Loki is not a person with a strong opinion. She can only remain silent and stare blankly at Weber's resolute back. The people behind Weber also fell silent, but for the glory of their ancestors, to take back the stolen Arpayatu, a bleak momentum suddenly emerged from everyone's demeanor. Those who can step on the corpses of their companions, follow me. Weber said with a gloomy face, today, I must take off Enilu's head. Enilu, who lives in the palace of the kingdom of God, also knows the behavior of the Shandia people through his excellent observation Haki. In addition, after so many years of hard work, the arc is about to be completed, and Enilu's mouth shows a playful smile. It's time to go to the boundless land, ahahaha. Enilu had already made a decision to send everyone in the palace on the road first, and then let those who enter Arpayatu fight, and the remaining 5 people, Enilu will take them to the boundless land. At the same time, nature should follow its own laws. How can people live in the sky? The sky should be where God lives. So, the arrogant and crazy Enilu decided that he should sink the Sky Island when he went to the boundless land. Another place, where the Straw Hat Pirates are located. Do you think it's really that easy to sleep? Luffy asked Zoro beside him. Looking at Lin Hai bending over and lying on his side under the tree trunk, with a satisfied look on his face, he said speechlessly, Hey Lin Hai, get up quickly, we have to. Lin Hai muttered in his dream, Luffy's nose has 2 holes, and spiders have 10 legs. After that, Lin Hai continued to sleep. Everyone on the side was confused, and Chopper looked at Luffy blankly. Well, there are indeed 2 holes. Chopper, who had reacted, exclaimed, don't spiders have 8 legs? Luffy asked curiously, spiders have 10 legs, right? Chopper, you should study hard in the future. You can even make a mistake in such a simple thing. Nami, who was on the side, was originally in a good mood, especially because she slept very well last night. But when she woke up, she saw this scene. Duan! How long are you going to sleep? Get up and find gold. Nami woke up Lin Hai violently. Lin Hai finally sat up, half-closed one eye, Hey? I woke up again because I was handsome. As he said that, Lin Hai slapped his head and muttered again, I'm too handsome, it's really annoying, I'd better sleep a little longer. Robin's face became rosy today, and she was more beautiful than before. Looking at Lin Hai, she couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Lin Hai lie down again, Nami went berserk, Usopp, let me go, this guy keeps saying he's handsome, what's the point? Is the gold important? After a while, Lin Hai finally woke up. Finally, the Straw Hat Pirates split into 2 teams and headed for the place with the gold. Lin Hai, Luffy, Zoro, Robin, and Chopper walked towards the forest, while the others took the boat and took the boat path. Forest. Luffy and Lin Hai each held a small stick picked up from the ground and played with it in the air. Chopper asked, Lin Hai, can you give me the stick in your hand? Lin Hai interrupted directly, don't even think about it. Chopper turned to Luffy and Luffy replied directly, no, go pick it up yourself, I won't give it to you. Lin Hai asked in confusion, Chopper, why are you so brave today and follow us into the forest? Chopper replied honestly, I want to be a real pirate like you, I don't want to be the same as before, ha ha ha, today I am the courageous Chopper. Lin Hai laughed, it's amazing, you know how to change yourself, here, the stick is for you. Chopper said in surprise, really? Thank you. At this time, Luffy waved his small wooden stick, and suddenly became interested and hummed a little tune, the first paragraph, the island in the south is really warm. Pineapple is delicious, the head is hot. Puff Lin Hai widened his eyes and couldn't help asking, Luffy, when did you become so talented? Luffy said with a puzzled face, the question you asked is so strange, I have always been very talented, okay. After that, Luffy continued to hum, the second paragraph, the island in the north is really cold. Carp is delicious, the head is shaking, stupid white idiot. Robin, who was walking in front, was sweating profusely. Oh my god, is she dreaming? There is such a song in the world? What kind of lyrics are these? Zoro, who couldn't bear it anymore, turned his head and pointed at Luffy and said, you bastard, can you be quiet for me? Believe it or not, I will chop you off. It's so ugly. Lin Hai and Luffy asked at the same time, is it ugly? Before Zoro got angry, a huge snake came around. Lin Hai stopped and said, everyone, there's a big snake coming. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, don't be afraid. If you're afraid, hide behind me. I'll take care of it. Wow, what the hell is that? A giant snake nearly 200 meters long appeared in front of him. Chopper exclaimed in amazement, help. Lin Hai said speechlessly, you go first, I'll play with it. If I remember correctly, this snake is called the Lord of the Sky. Its skin is very hard, but it's not an enemy. Lin Hai wanted to wrestle with it and try his physical skills. Seeing the people in front of him, the Lord of the Sky thought someone was going to break in and occupy his territory. How could he accept it? So the Lord of the Sky opened his bloody mouth and attacked Luffy and the others. Lin Hai said, don't stand there stupidly. Go. Boom boom. What Lin Hai didn't expect was that the snake was so powerful that he was knocked away. Kolos. Lin Hai, furious, stood up and instantly appeared above the giant snake's head. Asshole, take my kick. Boom boom. Ouch. The giant snake was kicked to the ground by Lin Hai, making a loud noise. It couldn't run away. Zoro, who was far away, could not help but say speechlessly, hey, 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 this is too much, isn't it? Luffy's eyes lit up and said, it looks so fun, I want to. Hey, Luffy. Before he finished speaking, Luffy, who had just rushed over, was swallowed by the giant snake. This scene made everyone stunned. Chapter 138 Aisha. Space Field. Seeing Luffy enter the giant snake's mouth, Lin Hai prepared to transfer him out. Who knew that the observation haki could not sense Luffy's breath, so there was no way to transfer him. Damn, spit it out for me. Ouch. Lin Hai kicked the bottom of the giant snake's mouth, and the giant snake screamed and opened its huge mouth, and now it sensed Luffy's breath. Luffy suddenly appeared beside Lin Hai, puzzled for a while, and then said with a smirk, thank you, Lin Hai. What on earth are you doing? Lin Hai said speechlessly, stop playing, hurry up and leave with Zoro and the others. Finally, they sent these people away, but the giant snake did not become afraid because of what happened just now. At this time, it stared at Lin Hai fiercely. Being stared at like this, Lin Hai said angrily, what do you want to do? Look at me like this again, believe it or not, I will kill you. Instantly, a light blue domineering aura filled the giant snake. After all, Lin Hai found that the snake was about to attack Lin Hai again. With its size, if it made trouble again, the forest might be destroyed. Destroying the environment, Lin Hai is not that crazy. And under the influence of Lin Hai's domineering aura, the giant snake's eyes became different from before, and became a little more frightened. After all, beasts are beasts, and they only know how to fight when they are fierce. After seeing that the giant snake was no longer irritable, Lin Hai said, I came here to play, not to occupy this place. We are not enemies. If you attack me again. Lin Hai frowned as he spoke, because a little girl was being attacked by a shark in the sea of clouds not far away. The giant snake was listening to the human in front of it, how could it suddenly disappear? There was a little girl in the sea of clouds not far away. Her name was Aisha, and she was from Shandia. Because she was born with extraordinary talents and awakened an extremely outstanding observation haki. When she heard the sounds of people disappearing one by one in the base of the Shandia people, she couldn't sit still. She was alone, riding on Vayaba to save people. Seeing a giant shark biting Aisha, Lin Hai, who arrived, directly switched Aisha to his arms. After all, Lin Hai, was still in the air. The two saw that the shark bit off half of Vayaba. Aisha said in horror, it's terrible, hoo. Lin Hai asked tentatively, little sister, you seem to have seen the future just now. Met the future? Aisha replied, what are you talking about? Yes, just now when her life was at stake, the little girl stimulated her potential and foresaw the future, but she didn't know it. Are you from Qinghai? Aisha reacted and said excitedly, let me go, you Qinghai people, get out of our Payatu. Lin Hai asked in confusion, why? Aisha explained, our Payatu is the land of our Shandians, you are not allowed to set foot in it. Damn, what a terrible idea, is the leader of the Shandians sick? Even such a young girl has such an idea? But it has nothing to do with Lin Hai. He is too lazy to care. Lin Hai said, look down, if you move again, it's not my fault if you fall down. After being reminded by Lin Hai, Aisha looked down reflexively, and then she found that she and the person in front of her were in mid-air. Why can people be in mid-air and not fall down? Aisha exclaimed, what kind of monster are you? I'm your cousin. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and threw her to the Mary. Because the Mary was not far away. What's going on? Why are Sanji and Usopp so weak? As soon as they arrived at the Mary, Nami hit Lin Hai and exclaimed, you bastard, we were almost killed by that god. Lin Hai interrupted, someone is coming. Two round twins came to the Mary, saying that they were one of the priests, the younger brother of the person who asked for the trial. Lin Hai asked, what do you want to do? Nonsense. One of them replied, we are here to seek revenge. Another said, revenge for our big brother. It turned out that Luffy and Sanji did this. At this time, the Sky Knight stood up and said, let me do it. Lin Hai didn't have time to talk nonsense with them. They even chose the Mary as a battlefield? It's none of my business. Lin Hai dodged and kicked each of them away. At this time, Aisha took out a dagger and pointed it at Gan.Fall, saying, it's you. I'm going to kill you. Gan.Fall saw that the little girl was full of resentment towards him, but what the original inhabitants of the sky did to the Shandayans, although they were the first, it was done by the ancestors, but Gan.Fall is still willing to take responsibility. Gan.Fall put down his weapon and sat down, saying, we are sorry to the Shandayans. If killing me can wipe out your hatred, you can do it, little girl. Nami exclaimed, hey, what happened? Is this little girl a Shandayan? Lin Hai. Lin Hai on the side was speechless. The growth environment of this little girl is not normal. She is so irritable at such a young age. Lin Hai, helpless, directly hugged Aisha. Let me go, I want to kill him. He took away our hometown. Aisha struggled. Lin Hai warned, two of my crew members are seriously injured, and I still need to deal with them. If you keep yelling, I will throw you to feed the fish. By the way, I would like to remind you that your hatred is from your ancestors. The old man in front of you is your future, and only he can lead the indigenous people of the sky to coexist peacefully with the Shandayans. As he said that, Lin Hai put Aisha on the deck and threatened again, adults' affairs should be handled by adults, why are you a little kid interfering? Go home and sleep. Duan. Nami said speechlessly, don't be so mean to a little girl. After that, Nami turned around and smiled, your name is Aisha, right? I don't want you to be fake, Qinghai people. Aisha stepped back and replied. Nami couldn't help but turned around and said angrily, hey Lin Hai, explain it to me. Lin Hai said speechlessly, she is irritable, what does it have to do with me? I just picked her up on the road. By the way, how are Sanji and Usopp? It's okay, right? At that time, Enelu came to the Mary just to chat with Gan.Fall, but Sanji and Usopp thought that the enemy was attacking, and then they were knocked down by Enelu. At this time, Nami replied, they are still in a coma. After that, Nami turned to Aisha and said, I don't know about your affairs. We are just here to look for treasure. If you are hostile to us again, get off the boat by yourself. At this time, Gan.Fall said, you. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, old man, you don't know your value yet. You can't die, understand? Aisha said excitedly, why can't he die? He should have died long ago. Lin Hai glared at Aisha, pointed at Gan.Fall and replied, I said, he is the future of the residents of Sky Island. Do you really think your irritable leader will lead you? Chapter 139 Convergence. Just when Lin Hai was teaching Aisha a lesson, Loki, who happened to be passing by, heard these words, she grew up with Weber, the leader of the Shandayans. Loki jumped onto the Mary, walked to Aisha, and said, Aisha, he may be right. This kind of thing is not your business. Go back quickly. Aisha buried her head in Loki and cried, Loki, many of our voices have disappeared. No, I have to save them. Ha ha ha. Lin Hai laughed, little brat, you are not afraid of biting your tongue when you brag. By the way, what is the name of that beautiful lady? Loki turned around and said, me? My name is Loki, thank you for saving Aisha. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, the purpose of our coming here is to travel and find treasures. At that time, Sky Knight was kind to our Straw Hat Pirates, and he is also someone I respect. And we want to find gold, but that gold seems to belong to you Shandia people. Why don't we do a trade? Trade? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Hai nodded and said, I will kill Enel. If we find gold, give some to us. You can handle the rest by yourselves. Kill Enel. Ganfuer was the first to remind excitedly, young man, don't force yourself. Enel really has the power of a god. Lackey recalled the companions who were struck by lightning when they passed by. Lackey muttered in fear, impossible, no one can defeat him. Nami's eyes were already on the gold. She waved her hand and said, what god or not, isn't it just lightning? Don't worry, Lin Hai said it's okay, then it's okay, Lin Hai, come on. Everyone's eyes twitched. Isn't the contrast too big? Lin Hai said speechlessly, I say Nami, please control your expression, it's too obvious. Duan Nami turned to look at the others and said, then it's settled. When Lin Hai defeats Enelu and finds the gold will belong to us. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. With so much gold, he was not afraid of sinking the boat. Just as Lin Hai was about to get up, Ganfor also got up. Lin Hai asked in confusion, what are you doing? Ganfor replied, I have to make a break with Enelu. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, it's up to you, but don't die. After that, Lin Hai turned to Nami and said, before we leave, won't you kiss me and give me a lucky kiss? Who knew that Nami replied, you'd better defeat Enelu, otherwise, Loki, who was on the side, blushed and quickly covered Aisha's eyes. Aisha resisted, let me go, I'm an adult. After a while, Loki said, Sky Knight, can you take me there? Aisha asked, why? I will die, I don't want you to go. Loki replied gently, Aisha, here you have to get along well with that sister. I must remind Weber. You know Weber's character. Lin Hai said unhappily, do you think I can't beat that guy who discharges electricity? Loki remained silent. The meaning was very clear, because a companion who was struck by lightning and not yet dead told her that Enelu was lightning. Loki exclaimed, and then she found that she was picked up by Lin Hai. Lin Hai said, I'll go first. Loki, who was in Lin Hai's arms, really didn't expect someone to step into the air, and the speed was too fast. The exclaimed Loki hugged Lin Hai's neck reflexively and exclaimed. Don't scream. Lin Hai stopped in midair and said speechlessly, can you stop screaming so loudly? Loki replied, what kind of monster are you human? Lin Hai said speechlessly, are you polite? After saying that, Lin Hai continued on his way, but Loki screamed again. Helpless, Lin Hai had to use his mouth to block the annoying noise. Soon, Lin Hai came to a ruin, which was very exciting. Weber, Zoro, and Luffy were looking at one of the priests, the Iron Trialist. However, this Weber was really speechless. As long as he was not a Shandian, everyone was his Shandian. Lin Hai did not intend to get involved first. After all, the charm just now was intoxicating. Let's savor it again. Loki saw that they had landed and was about to see the situation. Lin Hai asked, Miss Loki, you are so beautiful. To be honest, this appearance is beyond words. When Loki thought of what happened just now, her face was red and she asked, You? After a while, Loki felt weak all over, but she still said, have we reached our destination? Lin Hai nodded and said, we are here, but be careful later. I may not be able to take care of you. Loki said shyly, I will take care of myself, let's go. The iron trial is to wrap the surroundings with iron clouds, and after the melee inside, only the winner will be left. Looking at this mesh cage, Lin Hai was speechless. For him, he could enter whenever he wanted. The few people in the cage who were looking at each other were all looking in the direction of Lin Hai after Lin Hai and Loki broke in. Hey Lin Hai, good morning. Luffy replied with a grin. And Weber said loudly, Loki, why are you here? Go back quickly. Loki said excitedly, Weber, listen to me, Enelu. Crackle. Suddenly, after a blue lightning, the vague outline of Enelu appeared in front of Lin Hai and Loki. Oh? Are you looking for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Enel appeared in front of everyone. Ahaha! Enel threw the apple in his hand up and down, laughing, there are 7 people left plus 1, this is not easy to deal with, no, it should be 8 people plus 2. As he said, Enel looked up at the sky, it was Gan.Fall riding his mount flying here. Enel. Weber took the lead in adjusting the barrel on his shoulder and pointed it at Enelu. Enelu said nonchalantly, "There are still 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, I will not attack, so you continue." Crackle. A burst of blue light flashed by, and Enelu was no longer seen here. Looking at Enelu's body skills, Lin Hai showed a thoughtful look. How to give Enelu a fatal blow? That family has excellent observation haki, plus the thunder fruit. Chapter 140 Ohm's new experience. As soon as Enelu left, Lin Hai couldn't help wondering, "Luffy, where is Chopper? Isn't he with you?" Luffy said with a smirk, "Chopper, we lost him. It's all Zoro's fault. We should go to the warmer place in the south, but he went to the cold place." Zoro said angrily, "It's all because of your playfulness that we all got separated, right?" Just when Lin Hai wanted to confront the two, Ohm, who was standing on the high platform, sat down and suddenly cried, "My name is Ohm, you guys should be quiet first." Everyone looked at him in confusion. With tears in his eyes, Ohm said, "I am sad about the fragility of human beings. Knowing that life is so impermanent, why do humans still fight to death?" "Hey!" Everyone was confused. "Isn't this Ohm an enemy? What's going on?" Luffy couldn't help but mutter, "So he is a good person. What a joke." While Weber was about to set up his cannon to aim at Ohm, Loki quickly pulled him back. But Ohm on the high platform didn't care and continued to say, "Born for happiness, fight to death for happiness. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to do nothing from the beginning? This is the bad nature of human beings, it's really sad. However, there is a way to save them, just let everyone die." "Fuck!" Lin Hai exclaimed, "Everyone, this guy's head was squeezed by the door, right?" Zoro touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "If Chopper was here, I wonder if he could be cured if I gave him some medicine." Luffy replied, "It probably can't be cured." Weber on the side was full of black lines on his face and was on the verge of exploding. At this time, Ohm stopped crying and asked, "Why did you come here?" "Ah." Luffy smiled brightly, "We are just looking for gold." Ohm said directly, "Desire creates war, then let me save you." After that, Ohm stood up, drew his white sword, and continued, "If you die, you don't have to do anything, and you won't have any desires." Pia. For a moment, everyone in the audience was stunned, and Ohm also stopped his great speech. It turned out that Lin Hai took off his slippers and threw them directly on Ohm's face. Lin Hai pointed at Ohm angrily and asked, "Which mental hospital did you run from, you bastard?" "Asshole!" Ohm said with a gloomy face, "It stinks." Lin Hai replied, "Oh, I just stepped on the shit that the dog next to you has pooped." Ohm's face turned black when he heard Lin Hai's explanation. He is a priest who is second to none and above 10,000 people. Today, he actually, unexpectedly. Damn it! Just when Ohm wanted to make a move, Zoro hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, hey Lin Hai, this guy looks like he uses a sword, leave it to me." "Why?" Lin Hai and Luffy replied at the same time. Lin Hai was the first to say angrily, "That guy was talking some stupid words there at the beginning. I have been annoyed with him for a long time. No matter what, he can't give it to you." Luffy said unwillingly, "I'm talking to you, I'm the captain, he should give it to me." "What did you say?" Lin Hai and Zoro said at the same time. For a moment, the three looked at each other. Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. Weber on the side said angrily, "You don't have to choose, Qinghai people, I will get rid of you all." Ohm also said angrily, "I will kill you bastards." To be honest, Ohm was also confused. He could use the haki of observation haki. How did the shoe get to his face just now? It appeared instantly. Haha, in fact, Lin Hai secretly opened the space field just now. It would be strange if he could find such an instantaneous thing. At this time, Loki hurriedly grabbed Weber and explained, "Weber, calm down, they are not enemies, and that man just saved Aisha." Gan.Full, who was silent on the side, echoed, "I can testify to this." Weber said angrily, "What are you doing here? I will settle accounts with you after I kill Enel." Gan.Fall said indifferently, "Whatever you want, I'm here to find Enel too." At this time, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro decided the winner, and Zoro won in the end. Lin Hai secretly hated himself, why didn't he use the observation haki to cheat just now? "Luffy, if that's the case, how about we two have a barbecue?" Lin Hai suggested. Barbecue. Luffy asked in confusion, do you have meat? Space swap. Suddenly a dog's head flew up. It turned out that the big dog next to Om was cut by Lin Hai. Everyone looked at Lin Hai's operation in confusion, all of them were stunned. Holly. Om looked at his beloved dog, who was taken to the barbecue by that Qinghai bastard, and the skilled technique. When Om smelled the ecstasy smell on his face again, he instantly drew his sword and chopped towards Lin Hai, but Lin Hai and Luffy didn't pay any attention. Gan.Fall quickly reminded, be careful. Clang. The cloud sword that Om chopped off was deflected by Zoro. Zoro took off the silk scarf on his arm, tied it to his head, pointed the sword at Om and said, I said, your opponent is me. After that, Zoro hurriedly reminded, Lin Hai, leave me a piece of meat, don't let Luffy eat it all. Lin Hai replied, don't worry, I don't know what's wrong with this rubber bastard. He only knows how to eat every day. No wonder we are so poor. Luffy laughed and said, am I so great? Hee hee. This shameless guy. Lin Hai turned to Weber and Loki and asked, do you two want to have some too? Don't always look so irritable, okay? Seeing Weber's stinky face, Lin Hai was too lazy to pay attention, but hummed a song, the third paragraph, the island in the east, the sun is bright. Dog meat is delicious, everyone has a share. Oh. Luffy continued, the fourth part. Clang. Before Luffy could continue singing, a slash came over, but was deflected by the branch in Lin Hai's hand. Lin Hai said contemptuously, I say Zoro, can you do it? With this kind of stuff, you don't want him to chop us all, and then you eat the dog meat alone. Nanny. Luffy was furious and said, Zoro, you are too despicable. Zoro's face was full of black lines, biting his own Wado Ikemon, holding a knife in one hand and pointing at Om and said slowly, asshole, your opponent is me. 36 troubles in the first life, 72 troubles in the second life, and 108 troubles in the third life. 3 swords flow, 108 troubles wind. Clang. For a moment, Zoro opened big, deflecting Om's cloud sword, at the same time, Om was killed instantly by Zoro's sword energy. Chapter 141 Enelu. After seeing Om fall, Loki on the side couldn't help but cover his mouth, shocked. That was the head of the priests. Just solved like this? At this time, Weber and Gan.Fall also looked solemn. This group of people are not simple. Just make a move, why make it so fancy? Lin Hai on the side said sourly. To be honest, Lin Hai couldn't think of this naming method at all. Luffy suddenly laughed and said, I know, Lin Hai, you are jealous of Zoro. Hey! Lin Hai quickly put his hands to his ears to make a trumpet shape, and said loudly, I didn't hear what you said, hey. Before everyone continued to chat, a blue electric light flashed on the high platform, and it turned out that Enelu came. Enelu sat down, then scratched his ears and said very proudly, why are there still 6 people plus 1? It seems that I have to do it. At this time, Gan4 raised his weapon, pointed at Enelu and asked, Enelu, you killed all the guards and maids in the palace, right? Enelu chuckled, their duties have been completed, and they are no longer necessary. Gan4 excitedly said, then my original guards. Enelu said playfully, don't worry, they are all solved. What did you say? Weber exclaimed. Gan4 excitedly said, then my original guards also. Enelu said playfully, don't worry, they are all solved. You bastard. Gan4 gritted his teeth. On the other side, Logi pulled Weber and explained, Weber, Enel is thunder, you. Enel looked at Logi with amusement, and boasted proudly, yes, you should have known it, I am thunder. After that, Enel also released it for everyone to see, and saw lightning jumping on the finger he raised. Enel continued, no matter how hard you struggle, humans can't defeat thunder. Since ancient times, humans have interpreted the fear of nature as gods, escaping from incomprehensible fears, and attributed all supernatural phenomena that human wisdom cannot understand to divine power. The natural disaster that all humans have given up fighting against is me, the so-called God. Do you understand? Oh. Luffy punched his left fist, and then said, it's the incredible God. At this time, Weber on the side pushed Logi away, jumped into the air, aimed the barrel on his shoulder at Enel, and shot away. However, the laser shells fired by Weber passed through Enel's body directly, and Enel was fine. Don't be so excited. Enel said with a smile, his eyelids showing that he hadn't woken up yet. Wait a moment, the game is not over yet. Game? Zoro asked in confusion. Luffy asked, what game? Does it include us? Yes, a boring game. Enel smiled with his eyelids lowered. Everyone present, including the animals, is a participant. Lin Hai said speechlessly, everyone, have you noticed that his expression is the same as that bastard Ace, so annoying. Ace. Luffy touched the life card on his hat and said nostalgically, I haven't seen him for a long time. I wonder if he is okay. Zoro said speechlessly, you two idiots, is it time to miss him now? Luffy reacted and exclaimed, we still have to play games. Lin Hai punched Luffy on the head and said speechlessly, the game he said is actually the crickets fighting each other in the cage. Do you understand? At that moment, Weber and Sky Knight came forward. Lin Hai quickly said, Miss Locky, help me watch the barbecue, we'll eat together later. Ha ha ha. Enel laughed, you really have a lot of leisure and elegance, Qinghai people. Welcome, all the emotional survivors. It's a pity that you can survive here, let me praise you, ha ha ha. Seeing that everyone was looking at him in silence, Enel couldn't help but say, nothing, just a joke. At this time, Gan.Full asked, why? Why do you do such a thing? Haven't they all served you? 6 years already. Ah ha ha ha. Enel explained, do you think everything on Sky Island is reasonable? Sky is where gods live, and you mortals. Gan.Fall narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, so you want to destroy Sky Island? Enel said playfully, yes, you guessed it right. Mortals should live where they should live, and unreasonable places like Sky Island should not exist. Asshole. The hot-tempered Weber couldn't help but want to take action first, but he was grabbed by Lin Hai's throat with one hand and then lifted up. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Locky said excitedly, why? Lin Hai said slowly, we are pirates, so we don't bother to care about your boring things. Whoever makes us unhappy, I will beat him. Enelu, that bastard, actually treated us like crickets and fought each other. We are so stupid. The Straw Hat Pirates were very unhappy. Enelu, we, the Straw Hat Pirates, have taken over. Ah ha ha ha. Enelu was still sitting there, and replied with interest, if you can do it, come on. Luffy and Zoro replied at the same time, we have no objection to this. Luffy said again, but that guy must be done by me. Guess. Duan Lin Hai stopped Luffy. According to the past situation and the situation in the original work, he, Lin Hai, can't let Luffy take action. Although he won in the end, what about the destruction of Sky Island? Being stopped by Lin Hai, Luffy immediately said angrily, you bastard, guess, pistol. Zoro, who was on the side, slapped his forehead with one hand, and said speechlessly, I said you two, didn't you say you were going to fight Enelu? Why did you two fight first? Weber, who was standing aside, was still in shock. What happened just now? Why was he so easily subdued just now? At this time, Lin Hai said very seriously, Luffy, stop making trouble, let me take care of him, okay? Luffy saw Lin Hai's expression and understood the seriousness of the matter, so he nodded and said, okay. Enelu on the high platform said playfully, actually, it's okay for you to come together, but it's a pity. Originally, I wanted to take the remaining 5 people to the Boundless Land. Chapter 142. Leader Enelu. After speaking, Enelu continued, but you, it seems that you don't know who you are talking to. Enelu spun the golden rod in his hand, then turned his back to the crowd, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and sighed, it seems that you have not yet understood the meaning of God's existence. The old man who longs for happiness in Sky Island, the warrior who wants to take back his hometown, and the blue pirate who is eyeing gold. Although in this world full of troubles, it doesn't matter what the lambs want, but the existence of Sky Island is a mistake. After speaking, Enelu suddenly turned his head and said excitedly, think about it carefully. It is not a cloud, but it can be born in the air. It is not a bird, but it can survive in the air. There is also the huge green vine rooted in the air. Its roots are basically against nature. The soil has its own place, people have their own place, and gods have their own place. They all have their own place to go back. And I am just God's arrangement for nature. Everyone present, as God's servants, wouldn't it be good to go to the boundless earth with God? What a group of ignorant mortals, not knowing God's favor to you, now actually draw your swords against each other. In this case, as a god, I should let you understand what a god is. Lin Hai, who was standing on the side, was thinking about how to kill Enlil with one blow, because the human body in the pirate world is really amazing. For example, in the original work, not to mention Zoro, even those ordinary soldiers, as long as they have something to hold on to mentally, can stand up after being struck by lightning. Like Marshal Sengoku, who stands at the top of the navy, his shockwave is top-notch enough, right? No matter what Shinra Tensei is developed by the space fruit, how much stronger can its extreme be than that? However, after the Blackbeard pirates were hit by Sengoku's shockwave, everyone was still alive and kicking. Lin Hai was too lazy to develop such useless skills. Another example is the world's strongest man _ Whitebeard, whose punch, coupled with the tremor fruit, hit Akainu head-on. What was the result? Akainu still singled out more than a dozen captains of the Whitebeard pirates except Whitebeard, and almost killed the unconscious Luffy. Because he knew these problems, Lin Hai would continue to study the fusion of swordsmanship and space fruit. **At. The sword is the first to kill, and space is weird and unpredictable. Before Lin Hai continued to think, at this moment, Gan.Fall appeared. He stopped because he couldn't stand Enelil's sick thoughts. It was too dangerous. Old man, be careful. Luffy's voice woke everyone up. Enelu. Gonfort held his weapon and stabbed it into Enelil's heart. Enelil's face remained calm, and he sneered, "It seems that you have forgotten the fear you once had." Ah! Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They saw Gonfort's long spike spear piercing through Enelil's chest, but Enelil was fine. Crackle! A burst of electric arcs. Enelil's body flashed, and Enel instantly appeared on Gan.Fall's side, then he pointed one finger downward and one finger upward, covering Gan.Fall's weapon. 100,000 volts, 1 million volts, 10 million volts, 2. At this moment, Lin Hai knew that the opportunity had come. Space swap. Enel didn't understand, but he looked back, and when he was about to sense something, a terrifying inexplicable energy shocked him out of his mind. That's right, after Lin Hai swapped Enel's position, he directly used the Conqueror's Haki. It was when Enel lost his mind the moment. Armament Haki hardened. One sword style, brain chop. Clang. Instantly, a domineering sword energy tilted upwards, and the towering giant vine not far away was also pierced by this sword energy. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. Everything happened too fast and they hadn't reacted yet. Space switch. Hey? Where are the people? Zoro asked curiously. Luffy also asked, where is Enel? If I guessed correctly, Enel's head seemed to have flown up just now, and it was covered with blood, right? Enel was naturally put into the space backpack by Lin Hai. Except for the host, other living things cannot enter the space backpack, but dead things can. At this time, in Lin Hai's space backpack, where Enel was lying, there was a fruit. He. The thunder fruit, Lin Hai also wants it. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have completed an alternative operation, reward. Lin Hai has no time to check the system now, he still has to explain Enelil's matter to everyone. At this time, after Lin Hai put away his knife, he slowly said to everyone, Enelil is a natural thunder fruit ability user, because the thunder fruit is too outstanding, whether it is observation color or speed, it is top-notch. So, I have been looking for an opportunity to give him a fatal blow, and finally I found it. As for why Luffy was not allowed to take action, it was because he was afraid that he would escape, and it would be difficult to catch him then. Everyone, Enelil is dead, and your nightmare is over. To be honest, in the new world, the more people with top-notch fruits, if they rely too much on fruits, they will die quickly. Because he has always been smooth sailing, he doesn't know his weaknesses at all. It is normal for him to meet someone who is domineering and stronger than himself. What's more, this Enel is too arrogant. He doesn't even know armament haki. He actually thinks he is a god. Then, he was sent by Lin Hai to see the real god. At this time, Weber, who reacted, asked tentatively, Qinghai people, is Enel really dead? Lin Hai nodded and said, well, his head flew up, how could he not die? By the way, I want to say sorry to you for what I did just now. I was just afraid that you would rush up and be killed by Enel's lightning. Blackbeard ran away at the beginning, can Enel run away this time? Weber, biting the cigarette, didn't care much. As long as Enel was disconnected, Everything would be fine. However, after hearing Lin Ha's apology, Weber felt much more comfortable. After all, the feeling of being lifted by the neck is always a bit uncomfortable, right? And Loki on the side stared blankly at the front. The invincible Enel was disconnected like this? This is too dreamy. Just one move. Am I dreaming? Ganfol was still confused at this time. He thought he was going to die just now, how come his position suddenly changed? From the beginning, Lin Hai opened the space field. Ha ha ha. And Luffy listened to Lin Ha's words calmly, which was very meaningful. At this time, Zoro said, "Don't be in a daze there, what should we do about that?" The towering giant vine not far away collapsed because of Lin Ha's slash. And it was smashing towards this place. This is Sandora, the hometown of the Shandayans. Asshole! Weber was furious, "You asshole, are you going to destroy my hometown?" Lin Hai also said angrily, "I didn't mean to do that." Who knew the giant vine was over there? Luffy quickly reminded, "Let's leave here quickly, otherwise we will be crushed." Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, watch out, my new move." Weber said unhappily, "If my hometown is destroyed, I will definitely drag you to be buried with me." Loki quickly grabbed Weber, "We can only trust him now." Zoro on the side said speechlessly, "Don't show off there, hurry up." Chapter 143 Golden Bell. During the time when Lin Hai and the others were staring at Enelu, Chopper, who had separated from Luffy and the others, mistakenly entered the territory of one of the priests, the Bath Trial, Gadaz. At first, after Chopper was beaten for a while, he felt that he could not escape, and he could not let others protect him every time. Especially this morning, he swore in front of everyone that he was a courageous pirate. So, Chopper, who mustered up his courage, was beaten up again. Chopper felt that the gap in strength was too big. Chopper, who was confused by the beating, suddenly remembered Lin Ha's explanation of the meaning of the flag on the Drum Island, which was to turn the impossible into the possible and persevere. That was the belief of the deceased Dr. Hiluruk. At the same time, Dr. Hiluruk's hope for himself and the dream of the two. So, Chopper asked for help from the gods. Instantly, an invisible force supported him, found the weakness of Gadaz, and defeated Gadaz with his strongest move, Carved Hoof. After Chopper defeated Gadaz, he happened to meet Nami, who was passing by. Chopper was immediately delighted and said, "Nami, I am also a pirate. I defeated that priest." Whoa! Looking at Chopper with multiple injuries, Nami couldn't help but step forward and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Chopper shook his head and said, "It's okay. I'm really happy today. I must tell you later. Tell that bastard Lin Hai that I defeated the priest, hehe." "Yes, yes." Nami asked, "Didn't you go with them? Why are you alone?" Chopper explained, "We got separated halfway." Did you see that giant vine? I smell Robin's scent, should we go find her?" Nami said helplessly, "Of course we have to go, I think he is the only one who can find the gold." "By the way, Nami." Chopper looked up and asked curiously, "Where are Sanji and Usopp?" Nami said speechlessly, "They were attacked by that Enel and are still unconscious on the ship." Soon, Chopper and Nami met under the giant vine. After a greeting, Robin explained, "According to the information I speculated, the gold should be above the giant vine." Above? Nami looked up at the towering giant vine and said excitedly, "What are we waiting for? Let's go up." Chopper replied blankly, "How do we get up here?" "Wait, what's that sound?" The three of them stared at the bottom for a while. "No way." Nami said in horror, "Ah, the giant vine seems to have collapsed." "Run!" Chopper asked in confusion, "Why? How could such a huge vine suddenly collapse?" Robin replied while running, "It seems to have been cut off by someone." "Nami, Robin, did you see it clearly? Who has the ability to cut off such a huge vine?" "Woo woo woo, my gold." After running for a while, the three of them suddenly realized that someone really could cut it off. Lin Hai. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4. Everyone was looking at Lin Hai in confusion, not knowing what he was doing. If someone from Blue Star was here, they would say, "Isn't this just radio gymnastics?" Weber asked Loki with a dark face, "Didn't he say he was going to deal with the giant vine that fell? What is he doing?" Loki shook his head blankly. And Zoro also said with a dark face, Luffy, why are you following Lin Hai to do this inexplicable action? Luffy smiled and said, it's fun, do you want to play 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4. Zoro slapped his forehead and complained helplessly, do you know what's going on now? Okay. Lin Hai smiled and said, do some warm-up exercises first to avoid spraining your ligaments later. You illiterate, I explained it to you, but you don't understand. Zoro was furious and said, what are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will chop you off. Lin Hai ignored Zoro's words, and jumped into the sky, pulling out his sword, Gao Feng. The name Gao Feng comes from the noble character, and the meaning of Gao Feng is different from the ordinary. It is what Lin Hai wants to express the uniqueness of this sword. Do you really think the author named it randomly? The protagonist Lin Hai, the forest is like the sea, full of vitality, and then travel through one piece, the word sea fits the theme. So, stop complaining about the author being. For a while, Lin Hai jumped into the sky and looked at the long giant vine. He had to cut the giant vine into sections and put them together. At present, that's all he can do. The people below looked at Lin Hai's operation in a daze. A section of the vine was about 20 meters long and stood in one place. After several sections, a golden bell almost as tall as a person suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is. Whether it was Weber, Logi, or Sky Knight Gan.Fall, they were all excited. If I guessed correctly, this bell is also known as the Lamp of Sandora, right? As long as this bell is placed high up and rings it, when the people of Sky Island hear the bell, the struggle of more than 400 years will end. For a moment, Weber and Gan.Fall looked at each other, and they were immediately excited. And Lin Hai jumped down from the sky and boasted, how is it? I cut very artistically, right? Duan. Nami, who arrived, was speechless and said, you bastard, it's all your fault. You almost scared us to death, do you know? Everyone Chopper jumped excitedly. Hee Robin chuckled, it turns out that the golden bell really exists. Golden bell? Nami followed Robin's gaze and immediately pounced on the golden bell with shining eyes, gold, gold, real gold, ah. At this time, Lin Hai walked to Gonfer and asked, old man, do you know the approximate location of the ark built by Enel? Ah, I know its general location, I wonder. Lin Hai naturally knew that the gold in the Golden Country was taken by Enel to repair the ark. If he found the ark, would he still be afraid of not having gold? So, Lin Hai prepared to find a time to dismantle the ark. As for treating the ark as his own ship? To be honest, Lin Hai didn't understand, and didn't want to understand, just take the gold there. Chapter 144 I'm Still Killing Gods. When it was confirmed that Enel was dead, Weber and Ganfor were briefly confused. After all, the goal has always been to get rid of Enelu, take back his hometown, or let Sky Island live in peace without such unnecessary sacrifices. After a while, Weber and Ganfor looked at each other. Ganfor said, Weber, Sky Island residents and Shandia people should not continue to confront each other, because there have been enough sacrifices. Loki said excitedly, yes, we should spread this news and let everyone know that Enelu has ended. And what we should do now is to let everyone live in peace. At this time, Lin Hai sat next to Ganfor and Weber and chuckled, let me, a Qinghai person, express my opinion, okay? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Lin Hai said, Weber, you are an extremely outstanding warrior, but a warrior cannot lead your people to a better future. The old man next to you, Ganfowl, is different. He has been working hard for the goal of peace for so many years. He is a benevolent person and an excellent manager. Luffy said with a sunny smile, everyone should get along well. After that, Luffy immediately changed his face and said, it's that Enelu who is too weak. He was defeated by Lin Hai in one move. What a god, it's really disgusting. Lin Hai was furious and said, are you still unhappy about what I asked me to do just now? I told you, if you don't chop him directly, do you know what the consequences will be? Everyone looked at Lin Hai curiously. Nami asked first, what are the consequences? Lin Hai said slowly, did you feel that the sky was grey and full of dark clouds just now? Luffy looked at the sky and saw that it was sunny at this time. What? I thought it was going to rain, but I still like sunny days, hehe. Lin Hai said unhappily, that guy is a thunder ability user. He gathered the dark clouds in the sky just now. Don't you understand? No way. Full exclaimed, "Are you saying that Enelo has already started preparing to sink Sky Island?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "That's why I beheaded him without hesitation. You see, our Straw Hat Pirates risked their lives to come here for an adventure and were warmly received by the people here. As a result, that bastard Enelo not only injured our crew members, but also repeatedly acted in front of us, promoting his distorted divine thoughts to sink this place, so I had to send him off. So that's it." Loki realized it later and said in fear, "It turns out that the dark cloud was created by Enelu." "Wait." Nami stepped forward and asked, "You said Enel is dead?" Fall nodded and said, "He was killed by the little brother next to you." "Duan." Nami said angrily, "You can solve Enel, why wait until now?" Lin Hai also said angrily, "Stinky woman, there are so many people here, I don't want to save face." Duan. Nami violently stopped Lin Hai and said, "You bastard, why didn't you solve it earlier? You made us scared." Lin Hai covered his head and replied loudly, "I'm so sorry." Nami put her hands on her hips and said, "It's good that you understand. What about the Golden Country? Have you found it?" Lin Hai replied loudly to Nami, No. Duan. Ha ha ha. Luffy said with a smile, "We told you two to be more mature, why are you so ignorant?" Duan. Soon, Fall and Weber went to inform the people on the island that Enel's rule was over. Lin Hai and the others were still playing here. "No, this gold is mine, I found it," Nami said while holding the golden bell. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "This golden bell is the totem of the people on this island. Is it yours? You are so shameless." Luffy pointed at Lin Hai and Nami and said, "I say, you two, now is not the time to argue about this, right? Where are Sanji and Usopp?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "Those two bastards were electrocuted by Enelu, and they haven't recovered yet." At this time, Zoro said, "I say, should we go back to the ship first and let Chopper heal them?" Yes. Chopper said, "Where is our ship parked? Take me to see them." After everyone walked for a while, Luffy asked in confusion, "Chopper, what's wrong?" Chopper couldn't remember for a moment. He seemed to have something to say just now, but why can't he remember it now? Zoro glanced at Chopper and asked, "Chopper, you seem to be injured too." "Ah." Chopper finally reacted and said in surprise, "Everyone, I just defeated a priest." I defeated the priest?" Luffy praised, "You are amazing, Chopper." Chopper nodded and said, "So, am I a pirate like you now?" Lin Hai said speechlessly, "We are pirates. What's so great about defeating a priest? I also killed gods." Everyone rolled their eyes at Lin Hai. How can he be jealous like a child? Luffy said unhappily, "Lin Hai, if I come, I can also defeat that Enel, okay?" Hee. Lin Hai turned his head and said unhappily, "I know you are powerful, okay?" In another place, when Ganfurl told the residents of Sky Island that Enel was defeated, everyone was afraid and did not believe it. They all stayed away from Ganfurl, fearing that they would be struck by lightning. "Ganfurl, although you have been a god before, how dare you say such a treasonous word?" "Yes, Lord Enel, this is none of my business, please forgive us." "Ganfurl, leave here quickly. It's over, Lord Enel is going to punish us." Looking at these residents, Ganfurl was speechless. He really didn't know what to do for a while. After all, the shadow left by Enel was accumulated day by day. These people didn't believe it until they saw Enel die with their own eyes. Fortunately, at this time, Canis stood up and said loudly, "I don't admit that Enel is a god. This sentence cannot be said on Sky Island." Everyone watched Canis in fear as she was about to be punished by thunder, but after waiting for a long time, Canis was still fine. Gradually, some brave people came out and imitated Canis to say that it was fine. Could it be that Enel was really defeated? For a while, the people of Sky Island were jubilant. Chapter 145. It's useless to eat it, but it's a pity to throw it away. After the Straw Hat Pirates stayed on the Merry for a while, Sanji and Usopp also woke up under Chopper's healing. Looking at the two people who were jumping around at this time, Lin Hai really didn't understand what the physical constitution of people in this world was. It's so fucking deceptive. It's only been a short time since they were struck by lightning, and now they are fine. Woohoo! Sanji woke up and saw that Nami was fine, and immediately exclaimed, "Ms. Nami, I'm so glad you're okay." Woohoo! Nami smiled and said, "You're all okay, I'm so glad." Usopp asked curiously, Luffy, where's that Enelu? His ability is really too abnormal, we all have to be careful. Before he finished speaking, Luffy smiled and said, are you talking about the guy who claims to be God? He was defeated by Lin Hai just now. Nani? Usopp and Sanji looked at Lin Hai in surprise. Luffy said in a lively tone, that was what happened. Lin Hai slashed at Enelu with one blow, and he was dead. That Enelu was so lame. What a joke. Usopp said in disbelief, how can it be as simple as you say? Lin Hai kicked Luffy away, touched his chin and explained, at that time, Enelu and I fought fiercely in the air for thousands of rounds. The wind and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Let me tell you, did you see the huge broken green vine in the distance? That was cut off by my sword. Is that so? Because he was not present when Lin Hai slashed Enelu just now, he believed it now. Chopper looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes and exclaimed, Sije, Lin Hai, I heard that you defeated him with one sword, right? Can you show us? Lin Hai smiled and said, why not? At that time, I had a 40-meter-long machete in my hand. 40-meter-long machete. Sije. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, be quiet, listen to me, at that time I had a 40-meter-long peerless machete in my hand, and after I aimed at Enel, I used my ultimate move. Ultimate move? Tell me, what is that? Lin Hai imitated Zoro's expression when he was fighting Om, and slowly said, 36 troubles in the first life, 72 troubles in the second life, and 108 troubles in the third life. One sword style, 108 troubles wind. Zoro on the side was full of black lines, that was the name he came up with when he was inspired, right? Now Lin Hai just brags about it. At this time, Luffy picked his nose and said, isn't that the move used by Zoro? Lin Hai kicked Luffy away and said, I don't know what he is talking about. He must be jealous of me. For a while, Usopp and Chopper were listening to Lin Hai bragging, while Nami ran to the side to ask Robin. Nami asked, Robin, is the Golden Country really on the green vine? Robin nodded and said, according to the clues, it is like that. But the green vine fell down just now. We need to find out where it fell. Nami said happily, we must find the Golden Country no matter what. Just when the Straw Hat Pirates were chatting on the merry, Ganfol brought the residents of Sky Island and Weber brought his people here. Luffy asked in confusion, what are you doing? Gan.Fall explained, to celebrate the end of Enelo's rule, we decided to hold a banquet, and as our benefactors, we want to invite you to the banquet together. Is that so? Luffy smiled and said, although I don't quite understand, if we hold a banquet, let's do it together, and hoo-hoo. For a while, Sky Island became lively. Lin Hai, who was eating and drinking, took this opportunity to see what the system rewarded just now. After Lin Hai communicated with the system, the coquettish system explained, because the host's alternative operation was beyond the system's expectations, and at the same time found a loophole in the space backpack, the reward host, a thunder fruit with no side effects, only for host to use. Lin Hai exclaimed, System, I am already satisfied with the space fruit, I just want to get a fruit for my crew. Feng Sao System, if the host is not satisfied, you can give the thunder fruit with no side effects to the system for recycling. How can this be possible? Lin Hai hurriedly stopped him and said, hey, wait, system, calm down, I want it, is it not okay for me to want it? But can I have 2 devil fruits without side effects? Feng Sao System explained, yes, but when using the space fruit ability, you cannot use the thunder fruit ability. When using the thunder fruit, you cannot use the space fruit ability, because the energy bodies of the 2 fruits are not the same. What? Lin Hai said with some disdain, you can't use it at the same time, isn't this just switching forms? Feng Sao System, the host can choose one fruit and give the other to the system for recycling, or both devil fruits can be given to the system for recycling. Lin Hai asked curiously, if I recycle it, will there be any reward? Feng Sao System, yes, reward the host with 1 to 2 bottles of dichlorvos. Lin Hai's face darkened and he said, I want them all, please don't recycle them for me. After taking the thunder fruit with no side effects, Lin Hai quickly switched to the lightning mode. Although the thunder fruit sounds bluffing, the effect is obviously not as good as the combination of space fruit and swordsmanship. Because, as of now, how many people have been really electrocuted to death? That's tens of millions of volts of high voltage, but in this perverted world, if you don't cut off the opponent's head, he will still stand up. It's really like chicken ribs, useless to eat, but a pity to throw it away. So under the self-consolation of Lin Hai, this ignorant guy, he reluctantly accepted the thunder fruit. After all, the thunder fruit is still very helpful for the observation color domineering and long-range speed, isn't it? At present, Lin Hai has become a double devil fruit ability user, but he can't use it at the same time, and Lin Hai already has the basic ability of the lightning fruit. One lightning finger. Somewhat similar to the finger grab, but both the speed and power are greater than the finger grab. 2 lightning flash. Summon high voltage lightning from the sky to attack the enemy in groups. 3 thunderbird. Transform lightning into a high-speed thunderbird to cause damage to the target. Some moves are similar to Aokichi, with ice bursting into the pheasant's mouth. 4 God's punishment. Transform your hand into lightning, and then summon a huge lightning bird from the air to bombard the target. 5 10,000 thunders. Use thunderclouds to attack in a large area. 6 Thunder welcome. The secret, transform into the god of thunder, summon spherical lightning to throw at the enemy. Looking at these skills, Lin Hai was speechless. This Enelu is indeed a dangerous person. He doesn't use some means of group damage. As if he was sorry for himself. But these abilities are all rubbish in Lin Hai's eyes. They are just for bullying weaklings. Compared with those powerful physical skills who can use domineering power, they can be defeated in a minute. Don't you see, Kaido's Thunder Bagua, even when Luffy can foresee the future, was still defeated in one move by others, just because his body's reaction speed can't keep up. So it's better to explore slowly and study more methods. Although they are not the ultimate kill, they can consume the opponent's physical strength and fight a protracted war, right? So, Lin Hai put the ability of the thunder fruit behind his mind and ate and drank with everyone. The speed of light is roughly 300,000 km per second, and the diameter of the earth is less than 13,000 meters, and the speed of light is about the same as the speed of lightning. So this speed cannot be used to measure here. Otherwise, the original work has too many loopholes. Because in the original work, even Usopp and Nami can dodge Enelu's lightning attack, which is really a pitfall. If it is based on the speed of light, to be honest, there is no chance to react at all, even if they have some observation haki, they will all be killed directly. In addition, for example, if the Yasakani no Megatama released by Kizaru is really based on the speed of light, during the war on the top, is there still a chance for Whitebeard to say hey, why is it so dazzling? Therefore, the abilities in One Piece are interesting and are not measured by the invincible fruit. It is mainly judged by the comprehensive strength of Devil Fruit, speed, strength, haki, physical skills, and experience. Chapter 146 Idiot Thunder. Sky Island, Bonfire Banquet. The residents of Sky Island are celebrating the conflict between the Shandayans and the original residents of Sky Island for more than 400 years. The Straw Hat Pirates came here to eat, shamelessly, because there were a few strange creatures on the ship that ate more than pigs, and it was all meat. If there was no Chef Sanji on the Straw Hat Pirates, someone would not shout I'm the Pirate King every day, but I'm so hungry. Night, outdoors. Chopper, you are so bold, stealing my food again. Lin Hai said angrily, and Luffy and Usopp, you two have the guts to try to steal again. Usopp replied, we won't steal, because you have no food. I'm so angry. Lin Hai said angrily Sanji, can you cook? Why haven't the dishes been served yet? Sanji held a plate of food and said, didn't I just give it to you, you bastards? After that, Sanji's face changed instantly, and he said with red hearts in his eyes, Nami-san, this is what I made carefully, please try it. Luffy said with food in his mouth, Sanji, I want some too. Ah, I know, wait a minute. Sanji complained as he walked, what's in your stomach? After everyone ate for a while, Lin Hai said, everyone. Everyone looked at Lin Hai, and Lin Hai raised a finger and said, did you find anything? Only, there was a blue electric light flashing above Lin Hai's finger. Zoro exclaimed, this is. Luffy said excitedly, Enelu. So you are not dead yet, what do you want? Do you want to fight again? Everyone's eyes twitched. At this time, Lin Hai explained, after I received the dead Enelu into the space backpack, his ability was transferred to a fruit, and then I became the ability user of the Thunder Fruit. Do you understand? Dual Fruit ability user. Robin asked in confusion, isn't this kind of thing out of common sense? Luffy asked in confusion, Robin, what are you talking about? Robin explained, each person can only eat one devil fruit. If you eat two, the two devils in your body will repel each other and cause the person to die. Luffy and Chopper breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, we only ate one devil fruit. Usopp asked in confusion, why can Lin Hai eat two? Is he a monster? Luffy and Chopper said at the same time, ah, monster Lin Hai. Lin Hai said shamelessly, because I am the son of destiny, I can eat two. You are jealous of me, and I can't do anything about it. After saying that, Lin Hai chuckled and said, Zoro, come and attack me, let me feel the power of a natural type ability user. Before he finished speaking, Zoro had already drawn his sword and chopped at Lin Hai. Lin Hai dodged Zoro's slash reflexively. Seeing Zoro looking at him in confusion, Lin Hai said speechlessly, I haven't adapted to this ability yet. Can you not draw your sword? You want to kill me? Use a stick, a stick. Just as Lin Hai was feeling the power of the natural type fruit, before he said start, Zoro hit Lin Hai in the face with a stick. Is this the power of the natural type fruit? Zoro asked curiously. When everyone saw Lin Hai being hit by Zoro's stick, they immediately despised him. Hey! Is this a natural type ability user? So powerful! Did he eat a fake thunder fruit? Lin Hai, with a dark face, said speechlessly, I'm not ready yet. I haven't adapted to this power yet. Can I wait a while? Soon, Lin Hai understood. When Zoro hit him with a stick again, it went straight through Lin Hai's body. Lin Hai laughed sinisterly, assholes, you have the courage to attack God. Ah! God is angry. Too scary, this is the Thunder Fruit ability user. It seems that Lin Hai really has the Thunder Fruit ability. Crackle in an instant, Lin Hai appeared in the sky, and then returned to the ground. This feels a bit exaggerated. At this time, Lin Hai felt like he was on a highway, going from one place to another. If you ignore the short time, it's like teleporting. But at present, he is really not proficient. What makes Lin Hai doubt is that with this skill alone, how did Enelo lose to Luffy? For a while, Lin Hai could still clearly feel the subtle changes in the air around him and the sounds on the island. It was exaggerated enough. Tisk! Luffy pouted and said, what's so great about it? The rubber fruit is not inferior to the thunder fruit. Idiot Thunder, stupid Lin Hai, we. Everyone except Luffy. Just like that, the party was held. One day later. Ah, I'm so full. Usopp said first with a bulging belly. Zoro echoed, it's almost evening. Nami said, it's almost time, let's go back to the ship. Luffy said speechlessly, Nami, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Nami asked, if we go back to the ship, we can sleep well in the warm bed, right? Luffy said contemptuously, Usopp, look at her saying that. Usopp also said contemptuously, it's really too much. After seeing that, she didn't even have any idea. Not to mention pirates, she's not even worthy of being a human being. Hey? Nami asked in confusion, what on earth is that? Lin Hai on the side looked at Nami with disdain, gold. Just when Luffy wanted to say something, Gan.Fall and Konis came over, making Luffy and the others forget what to say, and Nami stopped asking and started the banquet again. Lin Hai put a barrel of wine in one place, looking at Weber, Luffy and Zoro next to him. Lin Hai said, I say you, let's see who can drink the most, how about it? Weber directly filled his cup and said, I will not lose to you, I am a great warrior. Zoro also poured himself a glass and said unconvinced, you are really brave, competing with me in drinking. Luffy also poured it and said, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. I will not lose to you. Lin Hai said with a smile, since if that's the case. Lin Hai used his spatial ability, and a barrel of wine suddenly appeared in front of everyone, waiting for their words. Get them drunk. Lin Hai said, if that's the case, let's compete, what's the cup? We'll just use barrels. Oh, Weber, beat them. We're counting on you, don't lose. Yes, you inherited the blood of a great warrior, even if you drink, you can't lose to them. So, the wine competition officially started in the form of barrels, and the atmosphere of the banquet reached a climax. Everyone was happy there for 4 days and 3 nights, until night, when almost everyone went to sleep. Only 2 guys sneaked to where Nami was lying like thieves. These 2 guys were Lin Hai and Luffy. Chapter 147 I'm so angry. Hey Nami, wake up. Luffy pushed Nami gently. Hey? Nami was sleeping soundly, and was pushed down, and she said in confusion, what? Lin Hai whispered, let's steal the gold quickly. Gold. Nami woke up instantly and exclaimed loudly, with Bailey in her eyes. Luffy and Lin Hai exclaimed at the same time, stupid, keep your voice down. Doin' X2. Nami shouted angrily, you are stupid, your voice is loud, okay. Luffy was also angry and said loudly, I said you are loud, so you are loud. So, Nami and Luffy quarreled like this, and Lin Hai on the side was really speechless. He chose to make a fortune in the middle of the night, but the result was like this? Usopp, who was sleeping soundly nearby, suddenly heard such a loud quarrel and was immediately annoyed, it's so noisy, can't I sleep? As he said that, Usopp punched Chopper, who was sleeping next to him, in the stomach. Ah! Chopper cried out in pain, Usopp, why did you hit me? Usopp said in his sleep, how could I hit you? I was sleeping the whole time. Chopper, you were the one who hit me just now. Usopp, I didn't hit you. Looking at the Straw Hat Pirates arguing there, Lin Hai lit a cigarette, and then mocked the group, a bunch of idiots. It would have been better if Lin Hai didn't say anything. Once he said it, it was over. Luffy said to Lin Hai, idiot. Usopp, idiot. Chopper, idiot. Sanji, idiot. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Hai immediately wrestled with everyone. And the Sky Island residents and Shandia people who were sleeping soundly on the side were also awakened by the quarrel. These Qinghai people are too energetic, right? Yeah, it's been 4 days and 3 nights, are you still having a party? I can't do it anymore, I need to sleep for a while. After a while, the quarrel stopped, and the Straw Hat Pirates all sat together. Zoro asked first, do you know where the Golden Country is? Lin Hai smiled and said, what do you want to find the Golden Country for? I don't know how much gold was used to build the Ark of Enel, anyway, our ship can't fit it. Nami said excitedly, I'm rich, what are you waiting for, go quickly, bring it all to me. Lin Hai said speechlessly, bring it all? With so much gold on the Mary, we may be in danger of sinking. Usopp exclaimed, so much gold? Sanji rolled his eyes and said, hurry up and find the Ark. You haven't got anything yet, you are dreaming. According to Gan.Ful's description, Lin Hai quickly found the Ark built by Enel. It's so big. How long will it take to build such a big ship? It looks so fun, I'll go up and play for a while. Lin Hai quickly grabbed Luffy, I'm talking to you, we are not here to play, stand together and wait for the gold. Sanji asked curiously, the gold is either in large pieces or made into devices, what are you going to do? Lin Hai drew out his knife and chuckled, stand back and watch my show. Space field. Floating space. For a moment, the arc wrapped in Lin Hai's ability field floated up instantly. I chop, chop chop. The arc was disintegrated by Lin Hai, and those huge pieces of gold were cut into pieces by Lin Hai. Nami took a piece of gold and was immediately intoxicated, gold, real gold. Duan, what are you looking at? Collect it quickly. Nami, who reacted, ordered instantly. Luffy, Chopper and Usopp looked at a golden statue with shining eyes. Luffy said with his eyes shining with 2 4K titanium alloy eyes, Lin Hai, can you help me carve one too? Carve one for us too. So cool. Chopper and Usopp echoed at the same time. I saw that a golden statue of Ganfowl was carved near Lin Hai, but seeing Luffy and the others like this, Lin Hai explained, we came here to take so much gold, at least give this place a return gift, right? Nami objected, no, this is what we found, move it all away. Hee. Lin Hai said contemptuously, how to move it? Zoro, Sanji, Luffy and Lin Hai, the 4 of them have 4 large bags of gold blocks next to them, and they want to move this golden statue away, that's too greedy. So, just like that, after dawn, the Straw Hat Pirates ran away with a huge amount of gold. And on a high platform on Sky Island, there are 3 golden statues, the middle one is the Sky Knight, and next to him are 2 warriors. The residents of Sky Island, seeing this scene, how can they let the Straw Hat Pirates run away so easily? No one has come to thank them yet. So, the Straw Hat Pirates ran away, and a group of people chased them. Lin Hai turned to Luffy beside him and said, Luffy, Lend me your hat. Everyone was confused about what Lin Hai wanted to do, but soon everyone understood. I saw a man wearing a hat and wearing a cape made of the curtains of Sanji's restaurant on the sea. Except for Robin and Chopper who didn't know what was going on, the other Straw Hat crew members had a bad feeling. Yes, the exciting moment has come. At this time, Lin Hai wore Luffy's straw hat and imitated red hair Shanks Beagle. Lin Hai, who was full of momentum, stopped and faced the residents of Sky Island, and said in a low voice, "Assholes of Sky Island, give me face and stop chasing." Just when Lin Hai's mood was getting better, a shoe came out of nowhere and was thrown on Lin Hai's head. I was so angry. Lin Hai angrily said, "Who did it?" Nami stepped forward and said, "You bastard, we are running away, what the hell are you doing? Let go, my ears are going to fall off." Ahaha, goodbye, residents of Sky Island. Hehe, thank you for your gold, we like it very much. Lin Hai returned to the boat and sat back in his usual seat, drawing circles. Why did Nami, this stinky woman, always interrupt him at the critical moment? Just when Lin Hai was feeling depressed, suddenly, the boat flew out. Ah! Help! We are going back to Qinghai. Are we going to fall down like this? It's terrible. It's terrible. I'm going to die. Oh, no, Lin Hai, think of a way. Lin Hai looked at the terrified people with despair and said, "If we are going to die, let's die together. I won't live anymore. Nami, hold me and let's die together." It was impossible to die. The Mary fell into the air and was hooked by an octopus, a specialty of Sky Island. Then the Mary began to slowly fall in the air. Chapter 148 Nami's Runaway. Suddenly, I looked up at the sky that came into my sight. Was it a dream or reality? The kingdom of God towering above the clouds, 10,000 meters above the sky, the bell sounded in my ears, so beautiful and pleasant. This sound represents the symbol of harmony between the Shandayans and the original inhabitants of Sky Island in the kingdom of God on Sky Island. Ha ha ha, it's really good, this Luffy exclaimed while sitting on the railing. Chopper, who was beside Luffy, looked up at the place where he landed, and said with an intoxicated face, "Although Sky Island is terrible, it is really a wonderful journey." Great! The sound of the golden bell ringing spread everywhere, even on the island where Kolokai was on Gaia Island, they heard this intoxicating bell sound. At this time, many people gathered where Kolokai lived. After hearing the bell sound, Kolokai had confirmed that Sky Island existed. Woo, you bastards, do you know? I'm actually worried about them, I'm afraid woo, luckily they're fine. Kolokai sat in one place and couldn't help crying. Boss, are you okay? The gorilla and the ape comforted him. After a while, Kolokai said to the people around him, "Thank you so much for all the time. You have been with me for so many years for the dream of people like me." The gorilla said sadly, "Why is this so, too distant?" "Yes, the dream of so many years has come true in one day. Now, besides the joy, the rest is confusion. I don't know what to do next. I'm talking to you." Kolokai stood up and said, "What kind of romance are you going to pursue next?" The ape said out of place, "Boss, the handsome guy said before, his life is almost gone, what's the point of romance?" Before he finished speaking, he saw the ape horrified to find that everyone was glaring at him. And Kolokai in front thought of what Lin Hai said at the beginning, and now it was said again by the ape. Kolokai, with a dark face, did find that there were some problems with his obsession. He spent so many years to prove the existence of Sky Island and almost lost his life. It would be fine if Kolokai was alone, but with so many people following him, he couldn't do this anymore. Coolie K has figured it out now, but this is one thing, but Lin Hai's words are right, but it makes Kolokai feel bad. He made himself look like an idiot who was angry and just wanted to save face. Not only was he wasting his youth, and almost lost his life, just for that name Rolando didn't lie. However, for so many men who followed him, Kolokai turned around and smiled, "Everyone, let's start a new journey next. Woohoo! We will follow you to the ends of the earth, boss." "Oh, romance, romance. SHH, stop talking about romance, didn't you see that the boss's face is dark again?" Coolie K. "What nonsense are you talking about? We follow the boss to pursue romance. What else can we talk about if not romance? Didn't you hear the boss talking about the journey? Did the boss say this?" Coolie K. In the air, on the Mary, because the falling speed stabilized, everyone remembered the gold taken away from Sky Island. Gold, gold, gold! Lin Hai, Usopp, Chopper and Luffy shouted excitedly around a pile of gold. To be honest, it was the first time for Lin Hai to see so much gold in his life. Ahem, he had it. Luffy was the first to say, "Everyone, we are finally rich. What should we buy? Should we buy a huge bronze statue?" "Idiot!" Usopp objected, "Why exchange gold for copper? We should add a few more cannons to the ship." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Buy shit, we should go repair the ship first." Nami, who was standing on the side, put her hands on her hips and stared at Luffy and the others with fish eyes. Sanji clenched his hands, his eyes sparkling with anger, twisted his body and circled around Nami, saying, "Ms. Nami, I want a locked refrigerator." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luffy objected, "What if I get hungry in the future?" Sanji angrily said, "You bastard, I want to buy it just because you cheated." Chopper ran to Nami and said excitedly, "Nami, I want to buy a book too. I want to read medical books from other countries." "Wait a minute." Nami said speechlessly, "Wait a minute, everyone, the treasure distribution will be discussed after the ship lands." Chopper took a stool and stood on it without listening to Nami, but said, "Please buy me a book." Chopper's mouth was pinched by Nami. Nami said speechlessly, "If I buy it as you say, there will be nothing left." In the end, everyone felt that what Nami said made sense, but Lin Hai and Usopp didn't believe it. However, with Nami's means, Lin Hai and the others did not dare to resist. So, Lin Hai went to his lair and fell asleep. Not long after, Robin walked to the room and reminded, "Nami, where is our ship going?" "Where do you mean?" Nami walked out of the room, looking at the record pointer in her hand, and said, "Of course it's the next island." Before she finished speaking, the record pointer had shifted. "Ah!" Nami screamed immediately. "What happened?" Usopp asked first. "What's wrong, Miss Nami?" Sanji said as usual. "It's bad." Nami looked at the sky and explained, "We encountered an air current and were blown away at some point." Sanji also looked up at the sky and said, "Come to think of it, there is indeed wind." Luffy asked, "Any problem?" "Of course." Nami explained, "If this goes on, we don't know where we will land. What should we do? In this state, Yang Kifin can't control the course." Luffy put his hands on the back of his head, leaned on the railing, and smiled indifferently, "What does it matter? After reaching the sea, can't we just go back to the next island?" Nami looked at Luffy speechlessly, and couldn't help complaining, "You make it sound so easy." At this moment, Lin Hai and Zoro, who were sleeping on the deck, sat up at the same time, looking like they hadn't woken up yet, and exclaimed, "Hey, danger!" Everyone looked over in confusion. Lin Hai and Zoro, with the same movements, stared at the front for a while, and then said at the same time, "What, it's a dream." After that, the two lay down to sleep again at the same time. It was nothing to other people, but for Nami, it was full of sarcasm. Didn't they just not notice that the route was deviated? They must be laughing at her, Nami, for sleepwalking. Yes, it must be like this. "What are you doing?" Nami said violently, "What do you two mean?" Usopp quickly grabbed Nami and advised, "They are dreaming, it has nothing to do with you. You are looking for a beating, you two bastards. It's scary." Sanji also echoed the curse. Ha ha ha! Luffy laughed heartlessly on the side. At this time, night has fallen. Chapter 149 I Am God. The sun has set the horizon, and the moon is high in the night sky, with layers of clouds. This is a beautiful scenery that has never been seen before, shocking. Usopp and Jotomo was admiring the view at the railing. Usopp was the first to say, "The sun has completely set." Chopper cutely sighed, "What a nice view." "Ah." Zoro finally woke up and said in a daze, "Is it dawn?" Usopp next to Zoro complained, "Didn't I just say that the sun has set?" "Ah." Lin Hai woke up and stretched and sighed, "Another day of being woken up by my own handsomeness." How come it's dark when I woke up? I have to go to sleep again." Luffy said speechlessly, "Lin Hai, don't sleep anymore, get up and play, look at the sky now, it's great." At a glance, Lin Hai was really shocked. So, Lin Hai habitually spit into his hand, then wiped it on his head, and instantly appeared on the railing. "The moon rises above the eastern mountain, lingering between the bullfight. Raise the wine to the guests, recite the poem of the bright moon, sing the chapter of the graceful. How to read the following. Damn it, Lin Hai hates it, why didn't he memorize the previous textbooks? Hee. Robin on the side chuckled, what a good taste. Luffy and Usopp were confused, what do you mean? Nami would never listen to Lin Hai's words? Instead, she said depressedly, I can't tell where the ship will be blown by the wind. I'm really worried. Hee. Robin analyzed calmly, it may fall directly to the land, and then the ship will be broken into pieces. It may fall into the doldrums, and we will become food for the Sea Kings with people and ships. It may fall into the Navy base, and then they will point guns at us. Usopp exclaimed immediately, don't make such a terrible guess so calmly. What are you worried about? Lin Hai stepped forward and said, have you forgotten what kind of ability I am? What are they for? No matter where we go, the destination is not the point, the most important thing is to be happy, right? After saying that, Lin Hai and Luffy clapped their hands, bingo. Usopp said with a fishy look, you two are indeed from the same village. Lin Hai quickly sat beside her, hugged her waist and smiled, Nami, since the route has been deviated, there is nothing we can do about it. None of this matters, do you see such a beautiful night sky? Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai, you make it sound easy, I am the navigator of this ship. Captain, the ship has deviated, this is my responsibility. Lin Hai turned around and asked, Captain, do you blame Nami? Luffy smiled and said, no, hee. At this moment, Sanji came out of the kitchen and saw Lin Hai hugging Nami's waist, and his eyes were full of anger and he said, Lin Hai, take your claws away from me. Take them away. Lin Hai ignored Sanji's words and said, the moon is bright in the sky is clear, beautiful Nami, can you secretly give me some of the gold later? Anyway, Luffy and the others don't know, I'm hungry too, buy some meat to eat. Usopp complained, can you not say it so blatantly? Duan. Nami looked at Lin Hai lying on the ground speechlessly, never mind, since you don't care, then I don't care either. If it's really as Robin said, then you just accept your fate. Baga. Luffy said contemptuously, I won't accept my fate, Baga. Duan. Good kung fu. At this time, Lin Hai stood up and asked, everyone, have we forgotten something? It seems that we haven't eaten yet. Ah! Luffy exclaimed, this is bad, eating is the most important thing. How can you forget such an important thing? Sanji. Sanji said speechlessly, didn't you eat for 4 consecutive days? Why are you hungry again? Besides, we were too hasty when we set sail and didn't prepare any food at all. Let's bear it first and talk about it when we reach the ground. But I'm very hungry. Luffy lay on the deck and acted coquettishly. This scene made everyone jump. But soon, everyone was not so leisurely, because the Mary was about to reach the ground. Ah! What happened? Why did the balloon octopus suddenly shrink? Ah, I'm dying, Nami, think of a solution. How can I think of a solution? Lin Hai said speechlessly, why are you panicking? Am I still here? Space Field, I am God. When everyone heard Lin Hai's words, their eyes twitched again. It seemed that after obtaining the thunder fruit, Lin Hai seemed to be floating. Zoro complained, get it ready for me. If we fall to death, I will be the first to kill you. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper said at the same time, cut you to death. Lin Hai's face darkened and said, don't order me, be careful or I will chop you all. Space floating. Just when the ship was about to hit the water, Lin Hai released his space ability, which reduced the huge momentum of the ship and avoided the damage caused by the sudden rush when falling from a high altitude. However, when the ship stopped on the sea level, it was surrounded by mountains. It seemed to be a fortress. Nami asked, where is this? Zoro replied, it should be a fortress, right? Robin guessed, are we really trapped in the Navy's encirclement? Lin Hai stepped forward angrily, why panic? I'm here with Lin Hai. If they dare to catch us, I'll chop them. He. Luffy laughed, chop them. Chopper's eyes lit up and said, so handsome, chop them. Just as he finished speaking, dozens of beams came over, and then the alarm sounded. The people on the Mary looked at each other. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Chopper and Usopp quickly hid in a place. Robin whispered, ah? We won't really fall into the Navy's fortress, right? This luck is too bad, isn't it? Nami hurriedly asked. I say you, what should we do now? Lin Hai, kill them. Luffy, beat them up. Zoro, chop them. Sanji, kick them to death. Fuck. X4. Doin' X4. Hee. Robin couldn't help but chuckle on the side. Robin, you're still laughing. Nami said speechlessly, look around, we seem to be targeted by cannons, hurry up and find a way to escape. What are you panicking about? Lin Hai put on the curtain cloth that Sanji used before, put on sunglasses, and then stepped forward and said, leave it to me. Chapter 150 Idiot Space. Seeing that Lin Hai was still wearing sunglasses at night, Sanji couldn't help but complain, I say, Lin Hai, with these sunglasses on, can you still see the things in front of you clearly? Lin Hai turned back unhappily and said, the moonlight is too dazzling, can't you block the moonlight? Oh. Luffy punched his other hand and exclaimed, so that's it, hey Lin Hai, give me one too. Lin Hai threw an ink stain to Luffy and chuckled, take it, Luffy, do you want to negotiate or do I? After Luffy put on sunglasses, he said, of course. Before he finished speaking, Luffy was pulled back by everyone. Luffy asked in confusion, what are you doing? Usopp said speechlessly, with your level of troublemaking, they just attacked us without a few words. Am I that great? Luffy couldn't help but said proudly, ha ha ha. At this moment, a trumpet sounded from the merry, Straw Hat Pirates, don't make unnecessary resistance, you have been surrounded. Lin Hai picked up the loudspeaker and retorted, you bunch of Navy bastards, you didn't invite us in for tea when the guests came, but you came to intimidate us? Who am I? I am a god, let's compete again, I. Usopp and Chopper quickly covered Lin Hai's mouth and asked Luffy to negotiate. Usopp was the first to say angrily, you bastard, didn't you say you would talk to them nicely? Do you really want to chop them? Chopper echoed, don't do such dangerous things again, bastard. At this time, Luffy picked up the loudspeaker that Lin Hai had dropped aside and said, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Before Luffy could continue, the Navy had already opened fire. Bang bang bang. Dozens of cannons are no joke. At this time, Lin Hai stood up and said, I'm talking to you, they are the Navy, will they let us go? What's the use of negotiation, Space Field? Dozens of shells stopped in front of the Mary. The Navy, who didn't know the situation, thought they were seeing ghosts when they saw this bizarre thing. Why? Why did our shells stop there? Did we encounter a supernatural event? Yeah, what happened, Major General Drake? Please take charge. Drake spat secretly. He was just a major general. The base commander had disappeared at the critical moment. There was really no other way. Drake ordered, shoot again. Bang bang bang. The situation was just like the scene just now. The shell attack could not hurt the Straw Hat Pirates at all. At this time, Lin Hai held a loudspeaker and said, damn Navy, you are really brave. You fired without saying anything. Keep going, keep going. That's right, keep firing, hey. Luffy said. For a moment, Luffy, Chopper and Usopp mocked the Navy at the same time. The Navy couldn't lose face, so they fired again, and the result was still the same. At this time, Lin Hai smiled and said, I won't play with you anymore. We, the Straw Hat Pirates, are blessed by God. If you want to hurt us, wait another 100 years, you bastard Marines. After that, Lin Hai asked, Nami, keep an eye on the direction of the record pointer and give orders quickly. We are going to escape. Escape? Nami, who reacted, quickly pointed to the outside of the fortress and said, if you choose to escape, go in this direction. Space field, space jump. You bastards, you are scared to death, hi-ya. For a moment, the Marines rubbed their eyes, all suspecting that they were dreaming, because they saw that a ship was actually flying in the air like a ghost. Like a spirit, teleportation occurred. Just like that, it flashed and flew away from the naval fortress. For a moment, the Marines were either swallowing their saliva or sweating coldly. Finally, they looked at each other and were speechless. In the world of pirates, there is no useless ability. It depends on how the user uses it. Just like Lin Hai at this moment, if he uses the Thunder Fruit, it is really awesome, but can it make the ship jump a short distance in the air? In the night, the ship finally stopped at the sea level in a safe place. Lin Hai bought 2 desk lamps from the Fengxiao system. Only Lin Hai was illuminated in front of everyone, and Lin Hai shook his hair proudly, and then boasted, "What do you think? Envy, jealousy, hatred? It's a pity that only a handsome man like me can have such a gorgeous devil fruit as the space fruit. You don't deserve it." The other crew members in the dark all looked black at this time. Sanji took the lead and said, "Idiot space! Idiot space!" Everyone shouted. Lin Hai said, "You are just jealous." Luffy said with fish eyes, "Idiot space, idiot Lin Hai." Zoro and the others finally understood Luffy's state of mind. They were ignorant before. Long live understanding. Gurgle. An untimely hungry sound came from Lin Hai's stomach. Lin Hai immediately held his head with both hands and said, "Oh no, I almost forgot that I haven't eaten yet." Everyone, fall. Luffy also reacted after being reminded by Lin Hai, "I'm so hungry." Sanji said speechlessly, "It's so dark now, and there's no food in the kitchen." Zoro continued, "I'll go to the sea to catch a fish." "Ah!" Usopp quickly stopped him, "Zoro, don't go." Zoro asked in confusion, "Why?" Usopp explained, "Don't you know yourself? As long as you go out and walk 3 steps, you will get lost." Sanji nodded and said, "It's late at night. If you get lost at sea, we will have to look for you everywhere. Don't cause trouble for everyone." After thinking about this for a while, everyone felt deeply about this. "You guys." Zoro's forehead was sweating, and he was really depressed. Who knew that at this time, Luffy came in front of Zoro and said contemptuously, "Idiot." Then Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper mocked each other. "Idiot. Kolos." Zoro yelled, and then the group of people started fighting. Lin Hai on the side was speechless. He hadn't eaten pickled cabbage for a long time, so he had to make do with it. As long as there was boiling water, it was still very convenient. Ahaha. Luffy laughed, "What kind of noodles is this? It's so delicious. By the way, Usopp, can we switch?" Usopp said speechlessly, "Who wants to switch with you? You don't even have any soup." Seeing that Usopp refused, Luffy had to get close to Lin Hai and said coquettishly, "Lin Hai, I'm hungry, can you make another bucket?" Lin Hai was really helpless and had to throw another bucket to Luffy. Lin Hai complained, "Can you chew your food more slowly? You don't even bite it every day. You are the captain. Add 2 more boiled eggs. It's the last bucket." "Thank you." Luffy said excitedly, "Lin Hai, you are such a good person." After that, Luffy quickly took away a fragrant chicken leg from Lin Hai's bucket of noodles. "Kolos." Lin Hai said angrily, "Asshole straw hat, give my chicken leg back, damn." "Luffy, this guy, the chicken leg has already entered his stomach."